when Bakerman gains control.
Ok, Sly. Din tur. Du må løpe fort for å ta den igjen. Men det skulle være lett å hoppe inn gjennom taket.
Yeah, drives past right there.
Get in fairly quick.
Ok, nå eller aldri. Bryt opp safen. Ikke for å stresse deg, men jeg tror sjåføren har funnet hvor han skal. Du har dårlig tid.
Just a little bit of running, but other than that, that was some okay truck RNG.
Yeah, by the standards of a kind of marathon run, that can't really ask for much more in that split.
Ok, folkens, da er vi klare til semifinalen. Når Sly kommer til hangaren, gjør vi klar flyet og gjør oss klar.
And now we're gonna go right into the fray with aces.
Gjør deg klar, Sly. Snart er det semifinale.
He was so close there to
Følg med, Sly.
the aces trigger. He probably had time to grab some coins, but I have no clue from where.
And by the barrels close to Bentley is where I usually farm some extra coins if I have the downtime for it.
This is a cool job.
It is.
They did such a good job with the plane and making it actually feel good to fly. Could easily have been very janky with some minigame feel to it, but it's actually very satisfying.
I want you to know how to control the plane optimally and know essentially how to shoot optimally as well, and then this section can be incredibly satisfying to do fast.
Yeah, you see, I think even amongst kind of people who are getting good at the game and people who are already kind of very experienced, this is one of the splits where you see like the biggest gaps. Like it's just a split where you could get so good at it eventually.
Yeah, it's all a lot about how intuitive Jobs feels to you, because the things that I usually do is I try to hunt the big packs, and I tend to also hold in the air brakes a lot because planes do love to come in from behind you.
Yeah. So hard to tell where the gap is now between Bakerman, but probably around the half-an-hour range, I would guess.
Yeah, I definitely think that the gap between them has closed in significantly.
Yeah, it's a few minutes definitely. It's been that. But let's see if we'll have a race for Sly 4. It'll be tough. Gonna be like 31 minutes is a pretty big gap, but you never know. Anything can happen in these games, especially Sly 3. Like Sly 3, you can lose so much time so fast.
Yeah, especially in EP5, because their stuff can go horribly wrong horribly quickly.
Yeah.
Alright, I took note of when Baconman finished aces so that we can compare with Knut to see how far ahead or behind he is. From a game comparison standpoint. Because obviously from a Fecta standpoint, Baconman is obviously still very far ahead.
Yeah, the team 1 have a commanding lead right now.
Yeah, so if Bakerman and Knuti play pretty closely to each other, and then Team 1 is very likely to actually win the relay. because I do believe
Yeah.
that Powerman has the edge over Vipa in that.
Yeah, and in Sly 4, overhauling a 20-minute lead in Sly 4, it's just not going to happen.
Well, it depends. Anything can happen still.
Well, yeah, you never know. You never know. The crazy things can happen in speedrunning. Every time you watch a stream or play yourself, well, not every time, but half the time you see something new, even after all the hours you've spent playing and watching people.
For ikke å nevne at han fortjener
Game
litt tyn fordi
continues
han
to
gjorde med
surprise you.
handlaren vår.
You never know.
Yeah, the game can definitely throw a surprise or two in your way when you least expect it. Like Kula with the double sound block.
That was just. I mean, what can you do? What can you do at that point? Like, I don't think I've ever heard of someone sound locking on the same load before.
Yeah, me neither.
Nei, ikke bry deg om henne.
Oh,
Hun
Knut
lærer
going
seg
for the
fint å
risky
drive
yard.
som mugshot.
Ok, jeg kommer i
Doesn't prove
slåsskamp
much
med Mugshot,
difficulty.
og får han til å møte meg på torget.
Det er
Extra
bra.
100
Jeg
coins,
tiltrekker
maybe?
meg Carmelitas oppmerksomhet og fører henne til samme sted.
Den er god.
Jeg må bare si det, Bentley. Dette er en skikkelig sleip plan.
Åh, takk. Jeg er litt stolt, egentlig.
I see in the chat that Vipa has SSD and Powerman as HDD. Yeah, the difference between SSD and HDD in Sly 4 is 3.5 minutes roughly for a full game. So it's not nearly a super big difference.
Yeah, I would imagine in Sly 3 or Sly 2 it's probably a good deal more because of the closing out the game and opening it again.
Mm-hmm. So Knut went for the glitch high jump method of climbing the castle.
It's eventually. I think the glitch high jump in Sly 3 is something that eventually all the kind of top runners are gonna have it down, but it's gonna take a while.
I feel like glitch high jump in Sly 3 also has some untapped potential still. There might be a jump or two that one could make with them that would maybe lead to one or two things being rerouted, but I'm not quite sure.
Yeah, it's kind of like the boost jump in Sly 1. The glitch high jump in Sly 3, I feel like it doesn't give you much horizontal distance, so it's often hard like to think of where do we need just a little bit more height, because there's lots of places where, well, if we could jump a bit further, we could jump this gap and skip whatever, but it's harder to think vertically. But eventually with boost jump in Sly 1, lots of stuff has been found where it makes the difference. I think you will see the same thing over time with glitch high jump in Sly 3.
Yeah, and then there's also the thing with disguise jump is in some instances that does its job better because there is a high gap you can jump from a little further away, which makes it easier to make. So yeah, it all really depends on which areas where it would have potential use and if disguise jump would have the ability to do the job better.
Yeah, it is competing with disguise jump as well. In a lot of instances as well, it's going to be a case of, well, it saves a second, but it is tricky to do first try every single time.
Hei, frøken Fox.
Maybe we'll see people get to the point where they can just glitch high jump, and it's just something they can do and they don't mess it up.
Mm-hmm. Bakeman actually looting Carmelita there.
Yeah.
It's not something you see every day.
Fingers crossed for using the PCSS.
Is Carm stuck somewhere? Oh, there she is.
Is she okay? Yeah.
Fashionably late. Oh.
Oh, you hate to see it. Absolutely hate to see it.
Yeah, now Bakeman has noob mode to take into consideration as well for the next setup.
Hei, frøken Fox. Fremdeles ute etter en date?
Stå stille, så jeg kan se deg skikkelig.
Just gonna wait and letting himself hit.
And a hit con for safety, that's respect. Okay, that barely barely.
Goodness, that is I don't know, man. I don't know how that wasn't a cutscene. I thought he'd gotten it for a sec.
Yeah, same here.
Hei, frøken Fox. Fremdeles ute etter en date?
Stå stille, så jeg kan se deg skikkelig.
Nice.
And he gets it.
Third tries to charm.
Kudos for just going for it again, as opposed to giving up. Respect it. It's paid for the game.
Yeah, I think if you miss it, does it still save time if you miss it once and go for it again?
I'm not sure. Not sure. It does save a good deal of time. It's 40, 50
Yeah,
seconds.
it should save at least around the 50-second mark, if not a minute.
So maybe you go about even if you get it second try.
Det kommer til å ta hele natta å arrestere denne fjumpen. Ja, ja. Cooper gjør vel ikke noe ennå.
Dickman says, at least I got it. Worth. True. Honestly, hitting the tricks is the main thing. Who cares about the time?
Yeah.
It's been my attitude, but maybe that's just that's a slight one thing.
I wonder if he meant to sleep the guard there, or if that lure was a part of the plan.
If he meant to sleep him and adapted to missing him, jumping over him, that was pretty sick. Ooh.
Oh, Knuti walked for a moment there, so he broke the super jump chain.
Yeah.
That's unfortunate.
En meget enkel plan, og ikke minst vanntett. Ved å kanalisere de ødeleggende kreftene til den blodtørstige skapningen, skulle vi kunne desimere gjengen til baronen. Noe som betyr færre fiendtlige piloter i finalen. Jeg er helt for å ha bedre odds, men ærlig talt, dette virker litt risikabelt. Nei da, jeg har modifisert bedøvelsespilene med store doser stinkdyrbalsam. Noe som skulle være tilstrekkelig til å få beistet i kne. Hvis ikke han får ferten av meg da.
This is a spooky display.
Du holder et stykke unna og fyrer.
Yeah, Giant Wolf can go wrong in a lot of ways, both in the Bentley section and the Guru section. Like,
So much stuff that go
skyte
disastrous.
ikke lenger unna enn et par meter. Meter? Slutt å skremme meg! Få Guru opp på kikkertkommunikatoren! Etter at jeg har bedøvet ulven, er alt opp til deg. Åh, takk, Guru. Du kan få sagt det. Du må komme deg nærmere for å treffe skikkelig. Bra! Den satt!
what a snipe.
I can't believe he got him. That was pretty sick. Oh.
Du tok ham! Bra skudd! Bra jobba! Stinkdyrbalsamen begynner å virke.
That was rather good, actually.
Yeah, not the cleanest wolf section in the world, but not a disaster either, which will take every time in this setting.
Røy ned skurkene!
You see in chat, did Knuti buy push attack? No, Knuti has only AB and Bakerman has only push attack.
That is very cool, isn't it? Yeah, we're seeing both.
Yeah, it's cool that both runners have different gadget routes because it adds to the different variety. Gives us a few more things to commentate on.
Sånn, ja, det var 10 færre piloter i finalen.
Oh, Pig has got the jukes.
You think you have jukes?
Bare 3 til.
Oh, it's
2 til, så er vi
bloody
der.
Pigs. Gets him in the second attempt.
Oh, Knuti almost got the squeeze. Return to Iceland.
Man's out. Not a terrible journal basket.
Yeah, it wasn't the cleanest, but it was good enough.
It was fine, yeah.
And that's all you really can ask for. $10 short from being able to buy a grapple cam. Knuti with the loot.
Hvordan har du tenkt å hacke deg inn i kontrolltårnet? Det er enkelt. Hele systemet er bundet sammen med dataknutepunkter som kontrollerer energien som lages av vindmøllene. Er det sant?
I feel like both runners currently are converging to being around the same point in the coin count.
Er en annen historie.
Because Knuti is going to be around 350 coins, I believe, after this job. And Bakerman is currently at 390.
Very close on in that regard.
Yeah. However, if Knuti can find 200 extra coins laying around, he might be able to buy a push attack for Gauntlet so he can do push boosts. Because currently he does not have that option.
Datastrømmen ser kryptert ut. Ser ut til at jeg må flytte den runde låsekoden. Endelig litt utfordring.
One of the coolest tricks in all of Speedrun coming.
Nok et offer for min digitale kung fu.
Did that work? I actually didn't see if...
The screen's too small. It's hard, you can't tell the difference with, between the...
Yeah, I think the health bar went away, so I think he got it.
Yeah, I couldn't tell based on the model of the hacking drill.
Kom igjen, din spjæring. Knel for mesteren. Virker som det kommer til å gi litt motstand denne gangen.
Okay, yeah, it did work. There's barely a difference in how the hacking drone looks.
Yeah, he must have got it like the first frame.
Yeah, either the first or the second, yeah. Because you have a 0.5 second window, I think, of dying and trying to make it into the trigger. I forgot Knuti has some more advanced coin farming strategies, so there's way more coins than I would have imagined.
Supert! Da var det kontrolltårnet. Når jeg har hacket meg gjennom, er systemet mitt. Du må bruke etterbrenneren for å komme deg bort til datamaskinen. Aha, den siste motstanderen. De har spart den største koden til slutt. Skal vi se.
Feels like a long time since we watched Bacon Man play, Cooper Hanger defense. Even though Knuti's
Jeg har full
on a
tyngde.
decent run, closed the gap fairly
Koden er
well.
ustabil. Alt går fortere.
Still
Yeah.
fairly huge.
I actually wonder how Knut is doing compared to his PB, because his pace is actually rather good.
Yeah, he's. I think of where his run's gone too wrong so far. Obviously, his PB is also very, very good too. So
Yeah,
that's
he has
important.
both. He has both AB and push attack in his PB, which is crazy.
Unless he gets that luck again, definitely gonna lose some time in Gauntlet.
And he finished Cooper in his PB. He finished Cooper Hagn defense at 2:40:23. This section here is like 2 minutes long, and then the next section is 3, including the cutscene. So
Kinda
he's
around his PB.
Yeah,
Maybe
actually.
a little- maybe ahead even. Would you say episode 3 operations easiest operation in the game?
Probably, yeah. Because the paragliding section is fairly straightforward, the rowing section is pretty straightforward. The fight is one of the easier ones and also very convenient to practice with the NTC.
Yeah. I was thinking the
Holy,
same.
that guard lost Bakerman just in time for him to loot the second guy. That was close.
Very lucky. Two gold medals from those.
Bakerman's coin situation certainly has improved from that.
Mens de slåss, kommer ingen til å merke om du plasserer oppsporingsutstyr i helikopterne.
Høres greit nok ut. Hvor har du fått dem fra? De ser litt rare ut.
Beste jeg greide på kort varsel. Og de er følsomme for store høydeendringer.
Curious now, where's Bacon Man relative to his PB? I'll check myself. Actually, I don't think it's been verified yet. He hasn't uploaded it.
I wonder if Bakerman submits his runs with Splissel IO.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it's a little bit trickier to.
Yeah, you have to
quickly.
click through the video.
Hvis ikke jeg tar helt feil, skulle det være en trykkventil ved fronten av flyet. Det kan være det du trenger for å komme deg opp.
From a casual perspective compared to a speedrun perspective, I love how we can just def abuse to reset the limb cycles to equip these transmitters quicker.
Så er vi klare.
Yeah,
So-
it is a cool strat.
Because I remember as a kid, I would get the third out of the 4 transmitters placed, and then the one limb that was left was all the way on the other end of the screen,
Gotta wait an hour, yeah, to get around to the other bloom.
and potentially swap a blimp or 2 on the way there as well.
Antennen til den sorte baronen holdes på plass av 3 støttebjelker. Flytter du på dem, faller
Guess they
hele
designed it that way intentionally to draw it out a bit, get a bit more exciting, but
Potentially.
found a right way around.
Ikke gi deg! Flyene som faller er farlige, men de er et perfekt skalkeskjul for det de driver med.
can see some shade being thrown in chat at episode 4. Episode 4 is actually, in my opinion, one of the more fun episodes to run. Because it is, there's essentially no RNG involved in any of the splits, and it rewards practice and skill, I would say. Because there's a lot of things that can go wrong, so knowing what can go wrong and keeping those things under control, it's so rewarding when you get a good episode 4 time.
Se etter baronen! Tar du knekken på ham, konkurransen over!
Does your episode 4 PB have the fancy strat right at the start?
Jeg greier meg! Ser deg!
The
The Death Fade Out cutscene skip
Death
in
Fade
Tear
Out
for Reunion.
Yeah.
It doesn't. No, I was focusing on full game strats when I was running episode 4.
Proven, yeah.
I bet if I'd learned it and kept grinding a little bit, I could probably get a 58.
Yeah. I think with that cutscene skip, I messed with it a little bit. The skip itself is easy. It's just if another guard spawns, like you're screwed, you know.
Yeah, exactly. You're relying on the guard spawns to be favorable.
Yeah.
So you also have the opportunity to get to guard spawns, but if one guard gets stuck on a TNT barrel in the back somewhere, you don't have to kill him because he's technically out of the zone.
Really strange skip.
Flyget faller fra hverandre! Jeg må oppgradere! Å nei du, din sleiping! Sleiping? Jeg? Jeg tok det. Flyet ditt er i fillebiter. Aha, men vi er fremdeles i lufta. Seierherren er ikke kåret.
So Bakerman has the option of doing push attack strats, but will he opt for those or for the double hits?
Yeah, which is he more comfortable with? I think in theory double hits are faster, but just not consistent.
Yeah, he goes for double hits.
Gjør dere fortjent til lønna!
I love the cheekiness of this coin farming here.
Yeah, it's great.
Oh, some difficulties with the last few guys.
Yeah, he's got dodged multiple times. I don't know if there's a way of controlling that. Whoa! Locks you up. Alright.
Pilvåpen gjør nytte for dere!
Double hits definitely affected by. I wonder if it would make the window bigger or smaller for double hit.
Yeah, that's a good question, actually.
Oh god.
Oh,
my
wow.
god. Oh my. Oh jeez. What on earth? Have you ever seen that before?
I have never seen that before, no. That is an interesting place to get stuck.
Unbelievable.
Angrip! Gjør det av med ham!
That is. That's like the touch of death combo there. Just hit once and it's just over and there's no getting out of that situation.
Yeah, that's like
It's
a
like-
public service announcement. Stay away from airplane propellers. They will fuck you up.
Yeah, I mean, the Sly 3 invincibility frames going away after the 0.25 second.
I think it's closer to 0.5 than 0.25, but yeah.
Yeah,
Sly 3,
0.25 is just exaggerating for effect. They're
Yeah,
so low compared to the other games in the series.
Yeah, Sly for iframes are virtually non-existent. It does make certain certain stuff a bit more consistent if you have more health, I guess, like the Into the Depths dialogue.
Yeah,
skip.
yeah, it makes it faster to actually do death abuses. So there's pros and cons to it. Sure. Wait, the Baroness Penelope? What?
What the hell?
Vent litt, du er
Who could have
Oh,
seen
what?
this one coming?
mekanikeren til baronen? Nei, du er den sorte baronen?
Noen ville vel funnet ut før eller siden. Det er egentlig en lettelse.
Now Knut is heading into the interesting stuff as well. Graham Team Belgium. The truck.
Does look like he's doing very, very well. Good man. With 21 through episode 3. What kind of pace is that? Is that like compared to other people's paces? Like, do you reckon he's on PB pace with a 6:17 PB?
I think he's a minute or two behind his current PB. Let me check. Yeah, he's like he's 2 minutes behind his PB currently.
Really, we should have asked all the runners for splits for their most recent PBs.
Yeah, that would have been
Nice
a handy tool to compare against.
Yeah, to check once in a while.
Hopefully the truck goes right here. Oh, goes into the village. That's unfortunate. This is like the worst possible outcome you can get. The truck ending up in the town square or right in front of the hotel. Because the travel time to the hangars is immensely long.
Oh, well, at least it pushed him slightly closer in the ending cutscene. Or not, if that's the route.
That was like 10 seconds of running towards the job trigger.
Yeah. That's really rough. Really rough.
Hopefully the rest of the aces are going to be good enough to make up for the running.
Oh, the prologue. Okay. Very, very fun section casually. Speedrun, it's pretty rudimentary what you do here, right? Like,
Yeah.
It's not.
It can be a bit frustrating as well.
I suppose the skies jump with Sly is probably the most technical thing in the section. Maybe the RC car section even.
Yeah, the RC car section can be easy to lose time on. Because it's sometimes it's hard to try to drive and shoot the bamboo shoots optimally.
Yeah.
Han vil ikke prate. Beklager, Bentley. Skal vi stikke?
Slapp av, Sly. Han er i dyp transe. Det kommer til å kreve litt innsats, men jeg tror vi skal greie å komme oss opp. Bra! Turen opp hit var slitsom.
Sure how well this aces is going for.
Oi, jeg savner denne bilen.
It's looking like an average one currently.
Gå hit eller dit.
Ok, la oss få dette overstått.
Murray, først er det deg. Hvis du kan komme deg til toppen av søylen, skulle du kunne bruke balltrikset til å sprette helt opp til pandakongen. Ok, det er atskillig lettere å sprette enn å gå. Altså seriøst, gutter, vil dere se blemmene mine, eller?
Nei, mener han alvor?
Hoppe deg, hånda, ha. Ok, mester, sprette mellom søyler. Barnemat. Ha, hva var det da? Skjønner, noen ganger må man være bestemt.
Nei, jeg mener det. Mente han alvor med blemmene, eller? Jeg vet ikke helt.
Oh, he's out of ammo.
It's gonna go in. That will catch him fairly quickly.
Ok, jeg er på plass. Penelope, du er nestemann. Er du klar over at Sly kan hoppe på små flater? Disse bambusskuddene hadde vært ideelle.
Okay, so I took note of when Bacon Man finished Aces. That was at 2:55:33, and Knuti finished his at 2:48:35. So he is just over or under 7 minutes ahead
Sly kan hoppe på.
That is
Men
on a
problemet
game
er
basis.
hvor vi skal få dem fra.
That's,
Løsningen er å splitte hvert av
decent,
skuddene langs
time
midten.
pull
På den
there.
måten dobler vi stedet Sly kan hoppe på.
Yeah, Knuti has essentially pulled back the time difference between both teams as Sly won
Skal jeg
times.
bruke den lette radiostyrte bilen til å splitte
It's gonna be hard to pull back all the remaining Sly 2 time difference, but
Alt for Sly. Jeg elsker å se ham gjøre
we'll see what Knuti can manage.
bevegelser. Bra at jeg installerte en kanon her. Perfekt til å dele stoff.
Auto aim on those bamboo shoots is horrendous sometimes.
Yeah, just it's like it doesn't exist. I missed the one, but oh my god,
Sånn, ja,
it's definitely
Sly.
a kind of a janky
Håper
section.
dette var det
I don't know why they put the
Uh,
ice blocks on the
Does it
thing that the RC
Gleden er
car
på
like
min
bounces
side.
around on as well. Like,
Sly? Er
It's,
det ikke på
it's
tide
kinda-
at du
just
klatrer
a-
opp til Murray?
bit of a
Yeah, you
janky
mean like
section.
the rocks in the middle?
Yeah,
are-
you're-
Those are kind of there so we can explore a little bit with the other characters, but it is
okay.
a little bit stupid that they are there. Yeah, I do agree.
Oh, he goes for safe strats. Cool. Never seen that before.
Slå til
Yeah,
steppene
ledge
på
grabbing
fyrverkeriet.
for that Skyrim setup
Vet du
is
det?
the
Destabilisering
standard
av
because it's
fyrverkeri er
incredibly
hjørnesteinen i planen.
risky to do it ledge grabless.
Hopp opp i hendene mine!
I was only aware of the ledge grabless way of doing it when I was messing about with it, but I've never done full games. So I haven't had the pain of missing it over and over.
Jeg er
To
ferdig her.
dissuade.
Yeah, it definitely sucks to miss it multiple times in a row to barely hitting the ice.
Med pilene. Et skudd per rakett skulle være nok.
Oh, Knuti gets the Tony Hawk last slide down the rail.
Ain't nothing like a good ass slide.
Love to see it.
I've never seen that pattern of taking the second firework
Fyrverkeriet er
thing.
klar til avgang.
And that was rather clean.
Er du klar?
Yeah, it looked very comfortable, like very easy.
Du skulle
The way
greie
you did it.
å overtale vaktene til å hjelpe deg med rakettene.
Made it easy for himself. Doing it that way.
Bra jobba! Fyrverkeriet kommer til å fungere utmerket som heis.
Hva er det da?
Alright, now it's Knuti's time to do Beauty and the Beast cutscene skip.
Yeah, fingers crossed for him as well. It's a nice run.
Hva var det?
Enig? Han er i en hypermeditativ tilstand.
Kanskje vi skal skrike inn i øret hans?
Nei,
He's already taken
hvis vi
10
skal
damage
få ham
now,
ut
so
av
he
dansen,
can't do the
må vi
explosive
dypt
barrel
inn i
strat. I
sinnet
hope he
hans.
picks up on that.
Så baufyll, eller?
Nei,
It's like
vi
it
må
does.
bruke
Well aware.
kanalisering.
Hva var det da?
Sly, sitt ved siden av pandakongen. Guru bygger bro mellom sinnene deres.
Beautiful.
That looked very controlled, very clean. I like that setup.
Yeah, that setup is very good.
Jeg ser du har staven til den legendariske Cooper-klanen. Har du kommet hit for å hevne deg og
Oh, suddenly
stjele
it's Sly
tilbake
winning it.
Furious Raccoonus?
Wow.
Hit me
Dette var
back.
akkurat som forrige gang jeg banka
Hey,
deg.
yo, we got War
Avbryter
4 skip,
deg
Pog.
om jeg begraver noen verdiløse
Yeah, it's just
landsbefolkningsnø.
it.
Du
Time
er
for
en
Grim Panda.
tyv, akkurat som meg.
Hører du hva jeg sier i det hele tatt?
Frekke unge, du skal betale dyrt for respektløsheten. For å vise respekt for
They should have put the
Cooper-klanen,
entirety
skal
of
jeg
Sly 1 and
dele
Sly
deg
3,
med
Sylvania. That would have been the strat. It's the
Brannfull.
whole game, except for Sly 3.
One game than another, yeah.
Våkn opp! Det foregår bare inni hodet ditt.
Mitt sinn er rent og fokusert rundt ditt endelikt.
Vi vet begge hvorfor du er her. Du er oppslukt av ditt største nederlag. Jeg slo deg, og siden har du prøvd å finne ut hva som gikk galt.
Jeg hater deg, Sly Cooper. Du har ødelagt meg. Ødelagt pandakongen.
Og jeg har hatet deg, men det gjør ikke dette mer ekte. Det har gått mange år, og vi har forandret oss. Kom deg ut av transen, så møtes vi som vi er i dag og glemmer hvordan vi var.
Du har rett. Tilgi meg. Jeg hadde ikke
I
kontroll
love
over min
Panicing's
egen
Norwegian voice actor.
Yeah, he sounds pretty similar to Panda King in English, really.
Yeah,
Oh,
he channels the Sly 1 Panicking very well, for sure.
Yeah. It's almost like the Sly 1 panicking voice actor just speaking Norwegian. It's very close approximation.
Mhm.
I guess that's what happens when the original game doesn't have a dub in a language. They can go off the previous title when they're localizing.
For sure. Anything going for the giant wolf costume skip, it seems like, with this damage abuse.
Oh, this is looking very fast right now. So scary. Oh my god.
Good
just
save.
shoot-
And
just
yeah,
shoot
okay,
the
I
thing,
can
yeah.
I can respect just taking the shot.
Yeah, just shoot it. Doing that while it's chasing a guard just seems so terrifying.
Yeah, that's one of the most scuffed things ever.
I can't believe he saved it. He just realized the shot missed and jumped, or that he was never gonna hit the shot. Just jumps away from the bomb.
Oh, he dies. Okay, at least he dies early on. At least
Yeah,
he
it was
dies
a
early
quick
on.
death. It's like that's 15, 20 seconds, not a minute and a half. Oh my god.
Det mystiske signalet jeg plukket opp, hadde sin opprinnelse ute på vannet et sted.
Jeg ser ingenting!
Ikke gi deg. Jeg har et klart signal.
Neimen, jøssen! Det er jo helt utrolig!
Hæ? Fant du signalet?
Ja, det er bilen vår! Ja, sist gang jeg så sto den på et isflak i Canada!
So does killing the guards here make it more likely for guards to spawn elsewhere? This way.
Yeah, guards typically don't respawn quickly if it's the same guard position that you killed earlier. You kind of have to run around the map a little bit.
Yeah.
Kanskje jeg kan dra bilen bort
So that actually made the death a little bit more punishing than it actually seemed. Because it made some guards not spawn in as early on as they did before. Overall, this ending is very, very clean.
Just pull it back. Come on, into episode 4 proper.
I don't think Bacon Man did the damage abusing, so he's gonna fight the guards after he's gonna break the ice, rather than do the death abuse.
Just not a strategy learned yet.
Now the death abuse is it depends on whether it's faster or slower than just taking the guards out. It depends how fast.
It's just more consistent, right?
Yeah, it's more consistent. Yeah.
Because the guards can be very slow, or you get very lucky and they're really fast.
Yeah, and you can get one guard, or you can get two guards. And where they come from can also be different.
Det går ikke, Mary. Det er for farlig. Vi må få
Put the swag on that final barrel. You need to def abuses for more juice, which might make it so that he gets new mode in the hack.
Ok, Mary. Jeg har litt drivstoff igjen. Dra så hardt du kan. Jeg skal rydde vei.
He didn't stop at 5. Ah, okay, never mind. He's almost certainly gonna have new mode now.
Okay, let's see if he gets it. I didn't realize he had new mode, holy.
Yeah, he had new mode there.
Oh my god, I thought he crashed and it was over. Oh god. It was intentional.
Beklager, Murray. Jeg har ikke mer drivstoff, og jeg får ikke gjort noe med hindringene.
Men vi er jo nesten fremme!
Du gjorde så godt du kunne. Vi bare hadde ikke flere alternativer.
Hun har rett, Murray. Det går ikke. Kom deg unna. Redd deg selv.
Jeg vil aldri, aldri svikte bilen! Gripende ord å høre for en far. Gid jeg hadde hatt samme glød den dagen de tok lille Jing. Vær ikke redd, modige flodhest. Jeg skal hjelpe deg.
Forsiktig med fyrverkeriet, Panda. Hvis du slurver, kan Murray bli skadet.
This third section area can be rather scary. Because it's very easy for one of the guards to accidentally slip through.
Yeah. And there's also that weird thing that can happen where Murray gets running speed, right?
Yeah, it happens when a guard's knocked out, and Murray gets stuck on the guard for a second. Then he can, so a soft lock prevention mechanic then makes Murray jump out, and then as a result, he also runs a little bit faster.
Yeah. Very strange.
It happens so rarely that
Hello,
you never really want to go for it. Hello, Sonic.
Welcome, Sonic.
it's me, the guy.
How are you doing?
I'm doing well. Yeah, I'm about to do my first commentary. That's cool.
There's nothing to it. Just get paired with people who know what they're talking about. You can say stupid stuff correctly. It's random.
Pretty much, yeah.
Giving the van the business.
Du reddet bilen.
Gotta protect it by all costs.
Even if it means destroying it.
Du tenner flammen I sjelen min. Jeg levende for første gang på mange år. Å, det du som skal ta.
But if he
Ja,
gets...
du kan få sitte
Ah, he
foran
doesn't
bil.
get it.
Ja, du kan få sitte
Dude.
foran.
Sometimes it's hard to predict whether a guard is going to turn left or right if he hears you.
Yeah.
I will say, get a job is actually one of my favorite jobs to speedrun. Which might sound weird, but
Well,
Yeah,
there's a lot of
I
movement in it, right?
yeah,
I can
there's
see where
it's
you're coming from. It's very pretty fun actually.
it's very movement heavy, and then when you go from the first picture to the second picture, it needs to almost be perfect movement if you want to catch a guard cycle.
Nei, vi kan ikke komme ut ennå, min kjære.
Vær så snill.
It's crazy that the only person who has had a lock so far is Kula.
Jeg ber deg,
And he had
slipp
3 of them.
Syns du dette er en bra måte å behandle konen sin på?
That's gonna heavily tank the estimated for Team 2, I suppose.
Yeah, what can you do?
Yeah, both Remo and Kula definitely had some interesting incidents. It's like
Beklager, det var ikke meningen å være
For
frekk.
sure.
I og med at jeg er et geni, kan jeg selvfølgelig ordne dette selv. Men jeg har vurdert å leie inn en fotograf. En dag av så enestående kaliber bør foreviges, så også kommende generasjoner kan nyte den. Jeg har en av de beste fotografene i verden på lønningslista. Sier du det? Vel, hvis han er i verdensklasse, kan det hende jeg gir ham æren av å skildre evenementet. Men jeg må se porteføljen hans før jeg gir ham jobben. Klart!
Once Kanuthi finishes episode 3, I'll hand it off to you, Sonic. You take over from me. I think Jake should be here soon as well.
Yep, that should be no problem.
Yeah, I'll probably be heading out as well in approximately 20 minutes. I'll try and stick through the prelude for Knuti, and then end up with you and Jake.
Yep, sounds like a plan.
Markører på steder med fotografisk potensial. Ta på deg kostyme og gå bort til vaktene. Så poserer de sikkert for deg. Lykke til, kompis!
Jake has his alarm set for 7 p.m. EEST exactly. He'll literally be in bed when he starts.
Oh, that's unfortunate for Bacon Man.
Does that actually mess up the cycle on the
Måne.
second set of guards?
Hør her, kjøtthuer. General Sao vil ha bilder av de ansatte. Si gris, alle sammen. Ellers?
Bra bilde, men du trenger noen til før du snakker med general Sao. Hei, fortell meg solnedgangspassordet. Som jeg trodde. Her.
Dag, natt, sol, måne.
Ja visst. Beklager.
Ok, idioter. Sleng opp noen smil og stå rolig. General Sao vil ha glade bilder, skjønner?
Det er bra, Sly. Et til skulle være nok til å imponere generalen. Stopp der! Hva er kryptpassordet? Jepp, her.
Natt, 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 natt.
Å, kjente deg ikke igjen.
Ok, se
Are you
fornøyd ut
getting
nå.
cleanly through the
Generalen har i
operation
hvert fall
thus far?
et
Just
lykkelig
the boss fight left, right?
Yeah, just the Baron fight.
Hopefully no incident like
Just Sly.
Bacon Man had. That was
Abs-
something else.
That was an absolute wombo combo.
I feel like we've seen a lot of things in this relay so far that we haven't seen in normal runs before.
It's the exclusive, the SlyGolds exclusive.
Always the case with
True.
Fectas that just weird stuff happens. Just always.
By the way, guys, check out SlyGolds.com for the community best segments or something. Have to always get that promo in.
Aha, paparazzien er her. Skal jeg aldri få fred? Ta bilde av den gode siden min, da. Det må være fint å få lov til å overvære makt i praksis. Hvorfor det alltid jeg som midtpunktet? Bra bilde. Ok. Det bra, Sly. Jeg skal snakke med...
Vær hilset, general Tsao. Du har sikkert skjønt at jeg er verdens beste fotograf, og at jeg ønsker å spille en ydmyk rolle i ditt fantastiske bryllup.
Få se hva du har gjort før, da. Jeg har et våkent øye, utsøkt kunstnerisk sans. Jeg ser øyeblikkelig om du holder verdensklasse.
Skulle bare mangle, deres eksellense.
Pretty clean Baron fight.
Du har
Not,
meget god
not
sans for
the
komposisjon
fastest
og perspektiv.
times, but
Disse
Yeah, there's still a third phase left to go.
Du har æren av å
It's
være
not too
fotograf
shabby.
i bryllupet.
Tusen takk, general. Dette blir et bryllup ingen kommer til å glemme.
he's kind of controlling where Baron gets launched off at the end of each segment pretty well. Oh, the T-pose! Let's go!
Hog.
Right, well, on a fabulous Baron T-pose, I'm going to leave everybody. Congrats on running such a cool event, lads. Really
Right.
good, and thanks for letting me be involved. Knutty,
Yeah.
Nave, Aggie with owning SlyGolds, channel, fucking whoever else has done loads of work. Well done.
Yeah, we'll see you
I'll be
around,
watching
HD.
I'll be watching the rest of it. Yeah. See.
See you, man.
And thus, there he goes. Ireland has officially left the chat.
And there's still an 8th Ireland left.
Alright, well, we'll just have to wait for you to leave then.
Hovedkvarteret til general Tsao.
Then this would just be all Britain and America.
Hvis vi kan komme
AKA all English.
til sikkerhetsstyrkene,
Hell yeah.
skulle vi kunne finne innkjøpslistene til bryllupet.
Ok, på tide med litt lommetyveri.
Jeg redd det ikke blir så enkelt. Nøklene har selvutslettelsesfunksjon. Og vaktene som har dem, i kontinuerlig radiosamband.
Skjønner. Hvis vi stjeler nøklene fra den ene vakten, sier han fra til den andre, så han kan ødelegge sin før vi får tatt den.
Stemmer. Vi må stjele nøklene nesten samtidig. Siden du en bedre tyv enn meg,
Wake man about to get the keys. Some interesting shenanigans can happen with the first monkey if you accidentally get spotted by a guard on the roof above him.
Yeah. This, I remember one time I just failed going to this first point and I had no idea why. And I think it was something because I was running up the building. It's kind of weird, but yeah.
Yeah, there's a small zone where the tiger can hear you sprint. And if he hears you, or sees you, even in the skies, the job fails.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's another interesting thing. I found out this like a year ago, 2 years ago, a really long time ago. If you like disguise in front of that guard and then you catch him, he will say his password line and everything, and like actual subtitles would appear for those passwords.
Yeah, that's actually very interesting for sure.
Yeah, it's interesting how most of this game is scripted, even though you don't see a lot of it. Scripted as in lines are scripted, yeah.
I think one of the same things is with Slide 4. If you pause on a specific frame where the text still keeps going even though you're paused.
Yeah, that's because like it's usually just to do with the text appearing on frame 1. It will just appear when the cutscene bars appear. It's pretty interesting stuff.
And the one thing I discovered the other day in episode 1 operation is when you try to go for the ICSs on the Dragon Gate but you miss, then if you have a frame where you don't have the black bars on the top and the bottom, then the second the Dragon Gate does the big opening animation, the black bars come back.
Yeah, it's like two cutscenes spliced together, because I guess that's how the job is built. It's like, depending on whichever door you make, you just have to, what am I trying to say? Depending on what door opens, it still has to go back to that, door animation going down.
Yeah,
so it's really interesting that it's all separate.
And I guess it also makes sense because the load that you do get there if you get the ISS is also, it's like, what, twice as long as normal?
Yeah, I think that happens if you just restart checkpoint even after that cutscene. Because whenever I tried it, that load was really, really long. Probably has to do some intense checks or something.
Probably, yeah.
Technically, these games are incredible. I don't mean like a technicality. I mean like you know what I mean, technologically.
Like, obviously the games are incredible.
Yeah, obviously.
I don't think any of us commentators, runners, or viewers, or anyone would be here if it weren't for the interest in and the love in Sly.
Yep. Oh, he's going for the outdoor route. Interesting.
Yeah, I feel like the outdoor route has started to become more normalized now.
Yeah. I remember finding this like the day before. I think either Remo or Kanuti posted about it. And I was like, this route is way too hard to just do. But apparently it's now becoming the norm. So good on the runners for figuring out a way to make that better.
Yeah, it's kind of the same as well with some of the runners opting to not go for the depth use as Murray in Tier 4 Reunion.
Yeah. So if I recall correctly, that depth use only saves time if you get more than one guard in that outcome, I think.
Yeah, I've been able to save more time even with 2 guards.
Yeah. That Tier 4 Reunion thing is really, really weird. And then you just have the big balls that go for the cutscene skip, aka no one, because it's pretty dumb.
Yeah, at least not in the full game run setting. Like if I said earlier, if I were to grind episode 4 again, and I would probably learn Tier 4 Reunion cutscene skip, and then potentially get a 58. But that's not on the cards right now, at least.
Yeah, it makes sense. How much does it save again compared to the death use?
I'm not too sure. Around 20 seconds somewhere.
Yeah, that sounds about right to me. 20-ish.
Like it's in the same ballpark of down the line, just earlier in the run.
Let's see this disguise jump here from Kanuti. Oh. He makes it easy. No problem for him.
It looked like he delayed ledge grabbing there for a while.
Yeah.
Okay, I've seen both Bacon Man and Knuti do this now, where they don't attach to the spire point on the spire thing. Is that faster?
I would think so. I would think it's just a smidgen faster, but not sure about the first one, but the second one is definitely faster. And here we have
Well,
the
if you don't do the first one, you wouldn't do the second one, because then you would just disguise jump to the second one, I would imagine.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's true. I didn't really think about the disguise jump. I'm just too used to NG plus shadow pouncing. That's some good safety from Bacon Man there with the Carmelita hitting. Definitely worth taking that save, because she can just absolutely annihilate you right there. It's not very common, but it can happen.
Yeah, it's incredible how quick Carmelita can annihilate you if she wants to.
Yeah. She just has to get the calming in.
Okay, Sly. Jeg har funnet PC-en hans.
I'd also say her aim in Sly 3 is probably the best aim in the series.
Dette barnemat.
Because in Sly 1 she almost blatantly misses, and in Sly 2 she has good aim-ish, but their shots go so slowly that they're way too easy to dodge.
Dette kan gå galt.
Yeah. another thing is that the bullets in Sly 2 do like half HP. That's insane.
Yeah, that kind of makes up for them being easier to dodge, the fact that they do deal more damage.
Yeah, make you get annihilated.
Aha! Jeg tror jeg har funnet noe. I dagboken hans står det om en hemmelig vei. Gjennom bønneklokken, så over himmelen. Får du med deg dette, Sly?
Jeg er på vei til klokken akkurat nå.
Får kanskje ta med Guru. Dette høres ut som noe for ham. Det står at man skal stå under klokken. Jeg må slå på overføringssekvensen.
Oh my god, are we in Sly 1 again? Whoa.
This is like the 4th time.
This is the 4th time we're seeing this fat panda in this exact same arena.
I wasn't there for the Sly 1 portion, so I don't know if Yamada or Rude reset over this cutscene or if they watched it.
Yeah, I would have thought that Rude would have done it. I'm not sure about Yamada. I forget if Yamada still runs on HDD.
I think Yamada got an SSD recently, so I believe they would have reset over the cutscene.
Yeah, that's true. The one true Sly game. Whoa, is that Jake Knott? Who's currently muted, I suppose.
Rise and shine. Hello.
Good morning, gamer.
You guys are gonna have to catch me up on how this Fecta relay has been while I was asleep. How's the Sly 3 been going?
Sly 3 has been going rather well, actually. Bakeman has had some unfortunate events in terms of some missed cutscene skips. And Knuti has been able to clear the gap as well. Like, going out of aces, Bakeman was at 255 and Knuti was at 248. So essentially, Knuti has made the time difference of the Sly 1 portions back for his team. But being able to pull back the time difference in Sly 2 is going to be a bit more of a challenge.
While I was waking up, I quickly checked. I think Knuti's ahead of his PB right now. I think. Unless I did my math wrong. I just woke up 10 minutes ago, so there's a chance I did my math wrong.
I think he actually is ahead of PB, yeah.
So it seems like he's doing really well. I think he's kind of taking a break from Sly 3 a bit recently, so it's surprising to see.
Yeah, he's been focusing on university recently. And I think he's also done some Sly 1/2 stuff recently. I've not been that up to date.
Getting called out in the chat. It hurts, but I'll wake up slowly.
Yeah, no, he is actually ahead. Wow.
Yeah, he's 50 seconds.
Yeah.
Obviously, still, a lot of stuff to go, but I mean, it seems like he's gone really well so far.
His PB also has both Adrenaline Burst and Push Attack, so from a gadget perspective, he has the potential to lose a bit of that time.
Oh, does he not have AB?
He has AB, he does not have Push Attack right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
So my mind goes to Laptop Triple, because that's a job where both gadgets have time save potential.
Yeah. Oh, you know what? This run that Knuti's doing, he also failed Octavio Snap as well. So I got a little extra from that. And
he had a very unfortunate fail too, because it was right before he hit the checkpoint for the final valve.
Yeah.
Octavio Snap. Spooky, if I'm remembering the checkpoints correctly, I think the second one is the worst one, right? So I've definitely gotten caught by that second one a few times. But
yeah, the second section is the longest, I believe.
Looks like Bacon Man actually did really well with that first Sao fight. That's like really usually a favorite point in the game for a lot of people casually. That fight's really cool with the kind of flying mechanics there.
Yeah, that was really nice.
And the second fight is something that in the past year in Sly 3 has gone under a lot of changes, and I'm interested to see what strats Bacon Man will be applying here. There's a couple different things. I don't know if people have kind of all started doing the same thing, but
yeah, we have like the push attack rock strat and the push attack waterfall strat, I think, where you just push them up a wall. And you also have the retaliation abuse, which I think Knuti's gonna have to pull off here because he doesn't have push attack. So it should be interesting. But as for Bacon Man, I think he has push attack. Could be.
He
wrong.
does.
Okay, yeah.
So he runs to the back of the wall.
So he's doing the waterfall strat. It's not even a waterfall, I just call it that.
looks like he's having a little bit of difficulty getting him where he wants it, but that's okay as long as he doesn't die.
There
oh
we
yeah,
go.
nice.
Nicely done.
That South fight is absolutely maybe the hardest fight in this game, casually. What do you guys
Yeah,
think?
it's painful. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's really hard.
Yeah, I'm lucky that I found out about the silent obliteration strat or the sneak attack strat.
In your casual playthrough, you do that, or like you just had like seen it from the Speedrun Discord?
I found out casually. I think I was looking at a glitch page and I tried it out and it was really easy. But I think if I were to do it normally casually, I would have really, really done something.
And doing the South fight casually normally for the first time can be rather challenging, for sure.
Yeah.
And terrifying too, with like the zombie hands and stuff. Whoa.
Yeah, and the MTC where you do it in half HP, that would have been yikes.
For sure. Anyway, I'm going to leave the commentary for the rest of Sly 3 to you guys, so...
Alright, see you, man. Have a
Sounds good,
have a
Ava.
good day. I think you're coming back later for commentary.
Yes, I'll be commentating a little bit of Sly 4 as well, like the mid-game.
Cool.
Yeah.
So I'll have dinner and then essentially be back in 3 or 4 hours, so yep.
Alright, see you, man.
Good luck, gamers.
Alright, it's just us two. Ireland is now officially gone.
Yep. Kona, Brexit Nation will now take over. This is our chat now.
Yep, it's our chat now.
Yep. Looks like Bacon Man is on.
Another thing, another thing to note, Bacon Man actually remembered the trigger. Good job. It's really easy to forget that trigger exists.
Yeah, this one right
Good
here
job.
next to the safe house. I remember reading like notes from really old Sly 3 any% notes by someone that were like, the job is right by the safe house. Like, do not go anywhere. It's right there, man. And he's coming up to the easiest cutscene skip in the game. This is a perfect one to try at home. You just kind of want to whip out your trigger bomb and get blown in the general direction.
Yeah, I was thinking those notes were from Mikkel as well, so yeah.
Yeah, Mikkel. It's too early, I'm sorry. I completely spaced out the name. But yeah,
Oh, good morning.
This actual Carmelita section completely sucks. It completely sucks.
Okay, but yeah.
There's
Usually at
some
the you know, at the first part where Sly jumps down for the first time, if you can get that strat down, then it's free. Otherwise, it just goes to shit. It's just dead.
one mistake and you're going to be chasing Sly for like 10 hours while Carmelita misses like 100 shots. And so yeah, it's an important thing to practice. There is kind of like a spacing or a timing to it that will help, as well as you can kind of body block in the beginning, but
Interpol, jeg har fanget Sly Cooper.
Yeah.
Gjentar.
Having to chase them all the way up here, not ideal, but you know, really not the end of the world. He'll get it done. Frizz commenting that he does not have trigger bomb at home. Do we know of any substitutions? Ah,
I think you can use a regular bomb.
regular
would don't-
bomb.
Yeah, I don't see why you can't use a regular bomb.
I say, you know, if you don't have any of those, maybe just try your fishing pole. I don't know, run around with that. That might help.
Yep, just whip out the fishing pole.
He's going to be finishing up the rest of this job. The rest of this job, totally straightforward. Going to be able to collect some coins while we just wait for these wait for the battery to charge. I was thinking about this job name. Is it Battery of Peril? Is that what this job is called?
Yep, that's the job.
Okay.
Actually, it's called a battery of peril.
A friend in the need.
Hell yeah. That was a snipe, holy shit.
Yeah, Carmelita, she's getting a raise today for that one. That was impressive.
That was really sick.
I just realized my AC is still on. I'm sorry. I'm gonna go turn it off really quick.
Alright, it's just me. Woo. Hello, it's me, the commentary guy. Okay, this preview I'm looking at is actually just 2 pixels on the screen. I can't see anything. I'm gonna have to open the raw streams.
Extremely unprofessional on my behalf. I'd like to apologize to SlyGolds.
Yep. Our sincerest apologies to the SlyGolds moderators.
Please don't tell Augie, okay?
We barely get paid anyways.
I can't afford a cut. I can't afford a cut. Bacon Man going for some loot here. He's looking... Ooh, this is going to help his point count a ton.
That's a chunky boost.
You need 300 by the start of episode 5, and you obviously want to have a bit more than that, because there's another purchase about halfway into episode 5 that you're going to want to be prepared for. And it looks like we're getting a raid. Thank you so much, Robin, for the raid. Welcome, welcome. Just in time for some Sly 3 zombie action. Talk to me about this auto splayer Bacon Man's about to tackle.
Well, it's quite an interesting auto scroller. Starts off with really long cutscenes. Two really long cutscenes separated with one singular input. Let's see if he's gonna get stuck on the door here. I think he got stuck. I can't tell.
It was kind of hard to see, unfortunately, yeah. But
yeah.
We'll just assume he got stuck.
Yeah. So this is long cutscene number 1. Let's see if Knuti's gonna get cucked here by the guards, because Bacon Man did earlier. And no, he got it.
He knows that timing to equip the disguise perfectly. He gets a super easy code. Oh, you love
nut.
Yes, that one was.
Yeah. It's the fastest to input because you just mash one button. However, it's actually the slowest in terms of dialogue lines. So it's really unfortunate. I think the one with all the buttons in it is the fastest. Obviously, that's the hardest to input quickly. So it's a weird payoff in this game. It's really interesting. Also, here's the circle input from Bacon Man. Wow, he did it. Okay, now we sit through another cutscene.
Circle input. What is the job on the left called again? You know,
Vampiric Demise.
Smart for me to have splits open or something, so I would know. But yeah, Vampiric Demise, home to one of the, you know, not a difficult cutscene skip, but absolutely one of the scariest potential time losses in this run.
Yeah, it's so scary, but the 2 times that I've done it, which have been by like almost accident, I've hit it like barely. So I hope Bacon Man is more experienced in it than me.
It
Let's
does
just say
say
that.
like 45 seconds, I believe, somewhere around there. So
I was thinking more like 30 or something, 30 to 40.
I might be overestimating, but it is a big time save, but it loses like 2.5
Ooh.
minutes to get it wrong. So
First frame from Knuti Pog.
get those big, quick pictures. Those picture strats actually kind of saw some change.
Yes, the quick pick by Gnist.
Mhm.
Not to be confused with Dick Pick, which is this strat coming up.
There cannot be a strat called that. But yeah, so this is actually the first time in the run that we play as the Panda King, our former enemy, now under our control.
Yeah, and spoiler alert, this is not the first time we play as a former enemy.
Hmm
Maybe. So now we're just gonna like pre-charge our fireworks here. We're gonna shoot the tombstone first,
Yep.
then charge again, and get ready for the next batch of vampires right here.
Yeah, you
And
can
then you can
hold
just hit it like that.
Yeah,
It's
the
insane.
binoculars really helps out.
And it looks like we're at the 10-hour mark.
Oh, baby.
Oh, baby, what's left of this run? Like,
Jeg er ferdig med denne.
7 hours in
Du
terms
ordner
of
opp her,
estimate,
Jeg tar
maybe?
neste lager.
7 to 8.
Yeah, somewhere around there. You know, maybe like 2 hours of Sly 3 for like, that would be a PB for Bacon Man, but you know, like roughly 2 hours, and then roughly 5 hours for Sly 4.
Yep.
Somewhere around 7. Looks like Sly has successfully gotten a job. Great job on that, Mr. Knuti.
Well done.
Coming up
And
as
here-
grab and break-in.
And here we can see Bacon Man is going off on collecting coins because Sly takes a really long route to where you're supposed to go. So
Mhm.
during that time, we just collect some coins. This job is incredible for getting all kinds of coins.
Yep.
So
I
now
think
we have to sit here for like, what is it, like 46 seconds collecting coins, and then we can proceed to the next part. It's an
Yep.
interesting job.
You know, not the hype of stuff, but actually a pretty needed moment to get coins. Otherwise, you definitely need way more loots if it wasn't for like this job. And down the line as well, coming up next will be another opportunity to get some good coins.
Yep. Basically, episode 4 is just to make it rain. That's all, and that's just in like 2 or 3 jobs.
Bacon Man's going, you know, pretty far out here to like collect some rocks and stuff. Kind of like that, breaking.
It's
a
interesting.
lamp.
I've never seen anyone go this far out. It's pretty interesting.
Mhm.
I think that was a tiny bit of time lost to run into the end trigger, but maybe
Yeah.
it was worth it, the coins. Who knows?
Yeah, well, he needs to buy a 300 coin gadget next episode, and then after that, he wants to have roughly like 350. So, yeah, he's maybe like a decent bit low. Episode 5's, you know, you got a couple places to get some loots, but if you're relying on it and it doesn't happen, you kind of just like, I don't know, throw your hands up in the air and go,
Knuti's messing with his gadget menu a little bit too early.
Mhm.
If you press select while the green flash is active, then re-equipping doesn't lose time, but he did it before the green flash, so lost a little bit of time to equipping. It's not fairly known, but yeah. I think the same applies to some jobs in Sly 2, maybe? Could be misremembering, but yeah.
Bacon Man.
Yeah,
has
I didn't
entered-
pay attention to when Bacon Man entered the second phase, but I guess we have to wait and see if he gets the cutscene skip now.
Yeah, in a marathon setting, if his team's got, you know, still pretty healthy lead, we'll see if he even wants to go for it in the first place. I don't know if he goes for it in his full game runs.
Yeah, we'll just have to wait and see. The death abuse from Knuti in order to refill his gadget meter, which is really useful to have for this job.
Yeah, those AB strat.
Yeah, if you fail this skip, then it's a lot of time lost for Bacon Man.
One thing with Replicam Break-In that I know Canudi was kind of someone who brought back an older strat is I think he'll be going the lure strat while outside the hallway. Like
Yeah,
while out in the game room.
yeah. Bacon Man did the outdoor strat as well.
Mhm.
So, yeah, we were talking about how it's getting more common to do that right now, and how it's becoming the norm now.
Yeah, kind of a more difficult method, and if you make a mistake or two, it like won't really save any time over the other way. But if you get comfortable with it, kind of a cool way to save some time. Some grapple cam movement outside.
Yep.
Did he
So,
get
yeah.
this AB movement? I really like this. Oh wait, no, it hasn't happened yet. He has to get the second
yeah. Yeah, when he lures a second guy, he's gonna get out of the grab cam and then AB as the cutscene starts. That's the newer strat.
Mhm. And it seems like this outside lure went pretty well. I think it worked. Yeah.
Huh? Did you get it? Can't tell.
Counting the pixels, it doesn't look like it.
I think I'm just gonna pull up the raw streams real quick.
Hmm.
Then I can get a better analysis.
Sounds good. Sounds good. It looks like Bacon Man is. I would assume he's going for it. His health seems low.
Yeah, he's going for. All right. Yeah.
I think he got it.
He got it. Easy.
Yep. So it's really not that hard, especially if you are okay with wasting a little bit of the time saved to really make sure you set it up properly and safely. But obviously you want as much time saved as possible. But absolutely in a marathon setting, going to be really happy that he nailed that trick from these bullies who were beating him up. Get out of my way, sir. And the final, like, crypt here, I guess if you want to call it, normally the game wants you to, like, kind of fight some people while, like, you try to take this thing down, but Bacon Man really perfectly nailing the strat where you just sit on the side and fully charge an attack, which will do double damage, one-shotting it, as long as you are targeting nothing but the gravestone. So you want to make sure all your rockets go straight into that final zombie spawner there. And now down the line, another kind of interesting marathon job here. What kind of decision do you think Bacon Man will be feeling?
I don't know. I'm not really sure about what his confidence is, but we'll see if it all works out for him.
Down the line here, featuring a pretty cool sequence break with the RC car where you can kind of, you know, just barely sneak around this one corner. That's really scary because if you make one mistake, you'll fall and have to restart from the beginning, which is a pretty big time loss.
Yeah, it's an instant death plane, but there's an even cooler skip where you can proxy between a guard's leg and hopefully you fly.
Will Bacon Man go for that? He's got a big lead. He may be feeling confident. Chances are saying no, but you know, let's keep our imagination with us.
Yeah, let's just see if he does the normal version.
Now, here's kind of a fun little question. I've been asleep. Have there been any sound lucks so far? I'm gonna knock on wood because I don't want to encourage them.
Yes, there have been. It's a locks command on the chat.
Yeah.
All 3 locks this run has been from Kula. It's pretty insane. 2 sound locks.
Oh, that's messed up.
Yeah. It's just Kula. Sag.
That's brutal. But here we go, Bacon Man, Bacon Man. Let's see if he goes for it.
Man.
The one thing that I really like about going through the skip is it stops the dragons from spawning, and I hate these dragons. They're jerks.
Oh, he got it first try. Easy.
He sent it so fast. Most people kind of like ease into it, and he just yoinked right around that corner. Really great.
easy for Bacon Man, dude. No problem at all. I see Knutti's also in the laptop retrieval, so we'll see how retaliation abuse goes, because we were talking about the different strats in laptop retrieval earlier. So
I honestly don't even know what you mean by that, so I'm excited to see what is going to happen.
yeah, no, Bacon Man being the fucking Simpsons hit and run runner is giving him a lot of experience here.
He's got those driving skills.
Give us your best that way. Alright. Turve! Oh, that was my shot. Oh, nice shot it.
That was pretty good.
Dette blir nære på.
Do you have that quote about like burnt chicken or something
yeah.
that we were gonna read? Do you wanna?
Yeah, I got it. We'll just wait for a good moment though.
Okay. Looks like Murray's gonna be a-okay. You know, he went out for a quick snack and something went wrong, but we've safely secured the Murray.
Yep. There he goes in the DMs.
I'm gonna say I think it's a bit too early for me to be yucking out Turve's. I think last night was a one-hit wonder with my Turve. I'm not gonna be able to match it in quality.
Yeah, but we'll see.
Maybe it'll come up naturally.
Dude, Knutti's making this movement really cleanly. Look at him go.
Yeah, this movement is kind of can be a little tricky. Where basically the faster you get to the next object, like the earlier the next one will like come up, right? So
Yeah.
kind of a lot of small optimizations if like you're moving really well.
Yeah, I've been messing with trying to get some objects to rise up early, but hasn't really worked out. When you like double jump out and then back into your spire point to get the next one spawn. Probably is a thing.
Bacon Man will be approaching the operation here, which actually, you know, I mean, it's the longest split in all of Sly Cooper speedrunning, I believe.
Yeah, something like that.
With a 4-minute long movie, like 4 minutes and 30 seconds or something.
Yeah, it's 4:30 in Norwegian. He messaged his stars.
Get your popcorn out, but fortunately there are a bunch of cool strats before that movie, so we'll see how he handles them.
Let's see how well this Sal fight will go. Bacon Man had a really good Sal fight at the beginning, so we'll see how well Knut can match that.
The treetop tangle.
Oh, where's Sly going? Okay, he's gone.
I posisjon.
Sly is just gone.
It took me a second to like realize. I was like, wait, where is he? Oh, I was like, oh yeah, he's supposed to be there.
That's funny.
Oh, I'm seeing this could be a lock.
Let's
is
see.
he locked?
Hey, there he is.
Okay. Okay. Whew.
Yeah,
We're
by the
good.
way, Kaya DM'd you the raw links. I recommend using those.
Is that better? Or are we desync?
Yeah, it's much higher quality in desync and stuff.
Åpner døra for en dame, og så sier de at ingen er høflige lenger.
Jeg prøver
That
å
was
vise respekt.
that was fun.
Går det bra med dere der inne? Det er mange sikkerhetstiltak.
Ja da, det går bra. Du må komme deg av gårde
Right,
hvis du har
let's see
tenkt
this
å
fight
rekke
from
å treffe
Knuti.
pandakongen og Guru.
Alltid prisgitt timeplanen. Der har du meg.
Alright, that was a little bit scary, that one swipe.
Hva er planen?
Ifølge tegningene er det en datamaskin på den andre siden av rommet, under dragestatuen. Jeg kan ødelegge den med den fjernstyrte bilen, så lenge jeg ikke bryter de blå sikkerhetsstrålene på veien.
Blå sikkerhetsstråler? Oi, dette blir intenst!
Alright, good one from Knuti. Good fight. Alright, Bacon Man going through probably the hardest section on all of Sly Cooper. I don't know about anyone else, but this is just so hard.
Looks like he's doing okay so far, though.
Ooh, okay.
There's
Keep
actually a
going.
step here at the end in which we're going to shoot one of the blue alarm triggers and then shoot the computer right after.
Ooh, nice, nice.
Yeah. And that can lead to a big time loss where you can like kind of soft lock yourself in the minigame.
Yeah.
But
So what can happen is you either go for it and get it, you save 40 seconds, you either don't go for it and you lose 40 seconds, or you go for it and you miss and it loses 2 minutes and 40 seconds in total. So really, really, and he did a really fast setup as well. I'll be honest, I was ready to doubt. And we can see the retaliation abuse from Knuti here, where he tries to get Sal to go on the wall early and start his get up animation sooner.
okay.
So it's getting pushed about here though. So looking kind of intense for him.
Yeah, Sal actually giving him this attack twice.
Oh,
yeah.
That's unfortunate.
Rough one. Sao is actually a monster. He is terrifying to fight without push attack, so really unfortunate, but I mean, honestly, kind of a common thing when I was running Sly 3 that happened to me.
Yeah.
So,
Nå tar vi skatten.
he's going to be okay. He's going to be able to get this revenge real quick.
Ser ut som en falle med 2 spaker.
Kjør på! Jeg er klar!
Jeg teller til 3.
Decent retaliation abuse though. It's kind of hard to get the sweet spot though.
Drager! Jeg tar dem!
Ok, vi prøver
Oh,
igjen.
and Bacon Man missed a dragon. That's unfortunate.
2, 3. Yes! Vi er inne!
Hvordan ser det ut?
Yeah,
Er det superkult?
looks like Knuti's going to get out of this fight a-okay. I actually want to do a PB comparison for him real quick. Let's see if we can see how he's doing.
Det går superfett! Pass deg,
Yeah,
Penelope!
Knuti's looking pretty hot. I don't know if he's ahead of PB yet, but it's looking kind
Yeah.
of hot.
That fight might have cost him a little bit, but
But yeah, you can also double hit him when he's doing the shielding strat and chunk off a lot of his HP like that.
freaking
So,
double
I
hit.
rute til timeplanen.
Yeah,
Det er meg.
a little known strat there.
Pandakongen og Guru er i posisjon under palasset.
Okay, I do believe with that death, he's fallen maybe around 10-ish seconds behind his PB, but 10
You know what?
seconds behind
That's-
with so much left to go still.
Kan like å
Yeah,
gjøre
it's
det
not
med
too bad
stil.
actually.
Absolutely still PB potential.
Alright, now we're
Okay,
on to the
karer,
vase
jeg er
section
over
for
dere.
Bacon Man even. Confusing my fins, Monk S.
Another section that terrorizes the casual player of Sly 3, but it's pretty easy for speedrunners, and why is that, Mr. Sun?
Well, they all shake in the same position, so with a little bit of learning or some notes,
Vi skal redde Jing.
this is really easy to do optimally. It's just an
Guru
auto
har rett.
scroller.
Vi må sette i gang.
Gonna be the same vases every single time, and that's gonna help a lot.
Yeah.
Big auto scroller. So the only input that like really matters is the last one, but you also don't want to fail the job, so you want to be
Yeah.
pressing these vases.
The notes that I use here, it's really funny. It's actually a meme from DMs where it's like, yo, this is the route, and it's just like all these vases aligned with the letters on them, and it's just huge squiggly lines everywhere. Yeah, I'm talking about that one, Frizz. And then it's just like afterwards, I actually just took note and wrote down the letters which are in order. So that meme has saved me.
It looks like Knuti's doing this beginning Carmelita section a bit differently, kind of hanging behind Sly. Getting a
Oh,
lot of
I
shots.
missed. Oh, he's got the stun lock though. Or not the stun lock, the stuck block. Yes.
How in the heck is Knuti pulling this off? Oh. Sly's gonna break free a little bit, but still got a lot of damage in that first section.
Oh no, he's throwing. Alright, there we go. That's cool. And we are approaching the cutscene for Bacon Man. Just has to get through the section, and then we get to all make some noodles. That's apparently what I do. In my past 2 Sly 3 runs, I've made noodles in this cutscene.
Bentley shouting some absolutely obscene things at Carmelita. You know, I don't speak this language, but I think he's just completely swearing it up, saying very rude things. Carmelita's been a pretty nice lady most of this game. I don't really know what this is about. Bacon Man seems a little uncalled for.
Yeah, that's kind of weird, champ.
But it looks like it is going to accomplish the goal A-OK as he gets Carmelita safely to where she needs to be. And that is going to begin our popcorn break. Let me see a popcorn in the chat.
Yeah, popcorn.
Four minutes and 30 seconds of non-stop popcorn coming your way. But fortunately, we do have Knudi still out and about gaming, bringing back this battery. Gotta charge the van up.
At least Knuti's doing something interesting, and by interesting, I mean he's about to start Vampiric Demise.
No.
No, this is terrible for commentary.
Well, at least we're gonna have the exciting realization of if Knudi will get stuck in the door. That's really gonna bring some hype to this commentary.
Yeah, going for the bounce pad route.
Oh yeah, the accidental bounce pad.
Classic.
Bringing in some style points to his run.
Time for donations. That's right. Yeah. When Knuti hits that cutscene, I think it is time for a donation. Look at this clean movement, though. Going pretty well for him.
Episode 4 has some cool movement to job triggers. Specifically, grapple cam break-in is my favorite, I think, but not too shabby stuff right there.
Oh, and Bacon Man's comedy that has some loot. That's insult. Alright. You wanna do the honors for us, Jake?
Okay. Yeah, here's my donation. Eat my burnt chicken, you noob. This is not Jake. It needed $5 and says, "Eat my burnt chicken." Okay.
Yeah. I need to bring up the donation generator here.
Yeah, we had a little bit of a brainstorm. Yeah, it looks like Bentley is gonna get stuck entering that door. That's really gonna cost him a fraction of a second. You really hate to see that.
Yep.
But coming up, finally getting to kind of the second half of the Bacon Man cutscene here. Almost done-ish. There's probably still like a minute as I say this, but it's not even really that close to done, is it? I thought it was closer.
Yep.
General Sao is going to be unhappy with the state of his treasure sanctuary as he realizes the Murray has gone haywire in it.
It's looking kind of rocky there, not gonna lie. I hope it doesn't fall over.
Yeah, not only is it going to fall over, it's going to completely, I was going to say disintegrate, but that's really not what happens at all. It's going to fall in the water. That's what's going to happen.
Yep. Murray! That's my Bentley impression of the day.
That was a pretty strong Bentley impression. You know, things would be a little too easy if Murray wasn't on the team. We like the spice of life he brings.
I think, did Knuti press the button? I missed it entirely. Yeah, he pressed the circle button. Sad.
I have faith in him to select the correct button.
Yep, he already did it. Now he's gonna go out and meet Sly.
So, I guess coming up in this operation, though, it's going to be a bit longer of a cutscene, but this dragon fight coming up, spoiler alert, is actually really hard in the speedrun. There's some really cool strats you can do.
Yeah, we do. There's a new quote-unquote strat where we hit him a certain amount of times, and then we wait for him to do a very long attack, and during that very long attack we can finish him off. without him flipping.
Yeah, if you play this the casual way, as you hit like health thresholds, he's gonna flip you off to like set you back down. And we can disguise jump to like get back up quickly, but that can be a little tricky. And depending on the circumstance, it's still gonna be much slower than just abusing these HP thresholds to get a ton of damage in, or like abusing the attack animation.
Yeah, I hope Bacon Man has cooked himself some nice noodles.
He's gonna get right up against this dragon's face, start giving him the beatdown. Now you want the tongue sliding from left to right. That's the long animation, I believe, where he's gonna go back and forth 3 times. And during this time, you're gonna be able to really smack him up.
This is flip number 1, which is mandatory.
Yep.
And he misses the disguise jump, sadly, but he lands right next to a firework.
Not a big deal, not a big deal. Just gonna take him a few seconds to get back up in that dragon's grill.
Yeah. He did get some really decent hits in for phase 1 though.
Yeah, he's getting this left animation on the tongue quite frequently. I don't think he's gonna be able to finish it off though.
Yeah.
He's gonna get flipped again.
Yeah, he did it really early there.
He keeps getting the left tongue animation like instantly, so he doesn't have any time to like kind of beat him up beforehand, and then he's stuck in this long attack animation where your decision is to either like try to wait for a second one, where you could try to do like the flip skip, but or you just like accept that like I'm gonna get flipped, I'm just gonna get as much damage as I can in.
Yep. And that's it, episode 4. Now, on to Canuti here, again, picking up some coins. I think he wants to depend on Battle on the High Seas RNG, so that he can have the legendary debut of, or not the debut, the legendary AB and push attack route for Battle on the High Seas, so he's gonna definitely want to grind out some coins here.
Okay, AB route was kind of a new thing to me, but he still wants 300 coins for Silent Declaration, and then he wants like 350-ish roughly, right, going into Battle on the High Seas, even more if he wants to do this push attack stuff or just get lucky. And he's looking way lower on coins than I remember Bacon Man being, so
yeah.
Gonna need some big loots in episode 5 or maybe the rest of this episode if he gets a chance. Still plenty of chances to get some loots, but just something he's going to have to be looking out for. And episode 5, not to be outdone by episode 4, is actually one of the hardest, I would say, in the speedrun. There's a lot of stuff going on, some really banger jobs, and pirates. Who doesn't love pirates?
Yar har har.
And the first job he'll be doing is Pirate Talk once he gets through this cutscene. Episode 5, one of the few episodes in this game, I think it's just episode 4 and 5, where you can skip the intro cutscene, which I don't believe he's done yet.
Yeah, yeah, he's just about to reset now.
Yep, gotta quit that game again. And Canuti has begun the 2 minutes and 40 seconds of the zombie slaying.
No, it's just coins.
I'm seeing some requests to do Pirate Talk in Korean. I don't know if any of these runners are feeling brave enough to pull off such a stunt. Yep. That would surely be for swag.
Yeah, imagine just switching language. Speaking of switching language, I see that Bacon Man is opting to do the second cutscene skip in Pirate Talk, judging by the fact he's staying in Norwegian. So we can see how well that goes for him.
Yeah, previously episode 5 was fully done in Dutch, but with a new cutscene skip, or like an old cutscene skip that was finally added to the run with some optimization to its movement, it's actually slightly optimal to delay the language swap just a bit, but that second cutscene skip is, I'm going to give it the terrifying rating. There's, Sly 3 masters with a good GSM are going to feel more comfortable with it, but a lot of stuff can be scary with it. So
yeah, the trigger is monumentally slower than the first one.
Yeah,
or not slow, smaller even.
gonna be taking some damage abuse here on these dogs.
Yeah, Bakerman got a dog, which is actually kind of interesting because you either want to get hit by the cat or you want to take fire damage, but the dog is really slow to get hit by.
I remember some talk about the fire.
Yep. We can expect the cutscene skip from Knuti in a little bit, not too long now.
Yep, gotta be coming up. As soon as you see him starting to damage abuse on the sides, that will be a thing to look out for. I'll do my best to keep an eye on it, but I want to see this Pirate Talk CSS.
Oh, you want to see the Pirate Talk CS, I see.
No, I want to see him nail it. He's got to take... He has noob mode, right? He's not the right health.
Yeah, he has noob mode for sure. I hope he knows that.
Yeah, might be a weird thing where sometimes you really randomly
he doesn't
get
know
noob
it.
mode.
He doesn't know it. Oh, okay, he missed it anyway.
Nobody.
Yeah.
We'll get to meet Black Spot Pete here. Really a
See,
lovely
you got your wish, Jake. We get to see the cutscene.
No, I wanted to see the skip, okay? I wanted to see the skip.
Alright, on one hand though, let's see Knuti get this cutscene skip.
Yep, he's setting it up. Both runners getting this would
Easy.
be great. Yep.
It's easy for Knuti.
There you go. Both runners getting that vampire optimized CSS.
Yep, and now he's gonna go over to the crypt and blow it up. As did Bakerman did. But yeah, if an interesting thing we discovered not too long ago, if you do down the line power skip, for some reason it gives you noob mode. I don't know why. Yeah, it's
it
just
doesn't go away, and even until episode 5.
Yeah, it just sticks until that long.
Really weird. I remember like we were kind of puzzled as to why Remo was like seeing some noob mode in some of his Sly3 streams.
Yeah, it's really weird, but yeah, it's a good thing for Bakerman to know for future runs so he doesn't make this mistake again.
Now this pirate here, I believe he has a bit of a funny name. Any ideas as to what this cannon-wielding pirate is called? Stone Lake?
Stone Bake.
Ah, Stone Bacon Man.
Yeah, that's him.
Yeah,
oh, will he make it in time? Oh, that was close. That was close to failing. Yeah, his name is Stove Blake. Yes.
Stove Blake takes some heavy damage, but we need his eye patch really badly, and this was the only solution. So excuse me, buddy.
Yep.
Now, hopefully, I kind of missed it if he bought it, but he should have Silent Obliteration here, which will save a bunch of time on the peg leg snag.
He bought it, yeah. So this should be a nice little time save here.
Accidentally coming to this job and realizing you don't have Silent Obliteration like 6 minutes into it and trying is unfortunately relatable, but Bacon Man's got that gadget.
Yeah,
take care of these guys
go
quickly.
for nice quick kills. Easy, no problem. And looks like Knuti's about to prepare for a palace skip.
Knuti actually has kind of an interesting down the line technique. Only the first and maybe the only person I know who goes backwards into it.
Yeah,
he
it's
says it's a
very
bit
interesting.
safer. We'll see how it works out for him here. Bakerman was able to nail it actually really fast. And
Oh, where's Jake? Oh, Ned. Yes, that's his name.
Was he on the boat or is he in the water?
I think he's dead.
Oh, no.
So unfortunately, Bakerman's gonna have to death abuse here because
Hopefully he
Jake is
knows,
nowhere to be seen. So he'll have to quickly death abuse. I reckon he's a little bit confused, but
yeah, I don't know if he's seen this before, but he's making the right call.
Yeah, there we go. He's dying.
A good learning experience in Sly3. And
Knuti, yeah, he opted not to do it. Very interesting.
With coin count, honestly, a decision I remember Guinness making a lot is that if you're turbo low on coins, it can be nice to like not even try it just to get some of those extra coins.
That's a good point. Yeah, if you doubt yourself in that skip and you're low on coins, then definitely do that.
But yeah, to explain the Ned thing is basically Ned spawns in the crow nest of a boat, and the boat is constantly kind of rocking back and forth. And this is probably something that happens to a lot of casual players, and they're like, "What is happening to the game right now?" But he can actually spawn and miss landing in the crow nest depending on its like rock cycle. So when that happens, he can either land on the lower part of the boat and it will be fine, or he'll land literally in the water, and you'll have to death abuse in order to get him to like get out of the water, which is really brutal.
Yeah.
Has to
I
do with-
remember when I first tried it out, or not tried it out, when I first knew about Ned not being able to spawn, I thought that was it. It was the game over. You're in the soft lock reset game. I didn't realize that you could just death abuse and he'll come back.
Yeah, it's much faster than restarting this 8-minute long, job at that point or something. It's maybe like 6 or 7.
Bacon
Looks
Man
like-
will have to keep in mind that he has to take some damage here still.
Yeah, I think he needs to get hit once more, but I think he should know.
Yep, easy for him to remember.
He's at the perfect health to go for the second Pirate Talk CSS before we get into the scariest mini game of all of Sly Cooper. Pirate
Yeah.
Talk. Oh my god. How can
Pirate
anybody
talk
know?
in different language. Imagine doing something that isn't native to your own.
That doesn't even help me, dude. It's so hard. It's impossible.
Yeah, I've done this in so many different languages at this point. It's, yeah.
We'll see how this setup goes.
Yep. Alright, this is an interesting. I wonder if that fucks up his GSM. Nope, he's
Still
got
got
a
a
dog.
guard. Yep. So actually different about this one is you need to be in costume when you get launched over. So it kind of makes it a bit harder is you need to like...
Oh, okay, that guard's not coming back. That's very
Yeah.
unfortunate.
When you fall off this roof, it's like the guards cannot get back up. It's way too high.
Yeah. Team.
Yeah, kind of scary, but avoiding a death, so I mean that's good.
Yeah, he played it, so he knows that the guards can't come back up there, so that's fine.
Could be way worse.
Yep.
Jeg har lest om dette, Sly. Det er en skikk at pirater deltar i fornærmelseskonkurranser.
Nitty's about to start the operation and get into his noodle break.
I'm gonna go for a quick PB check on community, see how he's doing, unless anyone in chat has got the digits.
Yeah, we'll see.
Men jeg syns du en papegøyeelskende, seløyd kukake.
It looks to me like he's potentially still kind of around 10-15 seconds or so
Ja vel,
behind.
du en hjerneløs,
Or
knokkelskrangende,
maybe more like 20.
førstereisgutt.
Ha! Du banner som et barn. Du
Alright, Bacon Man's getting through.
brekende, rurakke.
But yeah, I see a question in chat from about Norse. It's already kind of been answered by chat. Thanks
Du
to very helpful chat. But
hodeløs, tannløs,
the language swap
larvesekk.
has been typically delayed if you're going for the second Pirate Talk CSS, which unfortunately didn't work out in this run, but it's the new meta.
Virkelig,
Norse
du
nation.
en mumlende,
Yep, it
verkebelagtig hudfylle.
saves some time using the Norwegian if you skip that cutscene. That cutscene's just fast and Dutch. So yeah.
He's working his way through this memorization mini game.
Forvridd hvalfjert.
Gotta be careful. Any failure in this game is absolutely awful.
I think he failed.
Tis already been said?
Tis already been said.
Tis already been said. No.
No.
That is a,
That's
I have some
unfortunate.
traumatic trauma
Yeah.
memories of tis already been said. No. How am I supposed to remember all these words?
Yeah. Luckily, if he fails one more time, then he does one round less, so that'll be very helpful if he can't remember it. Oh, Knuti almost through there. That was scary.
Apeøra,
Continue coming up to the computer blasting for his cutscene skip here as well.
Let's see. Let's see.
See how his setup compares to Bacon Man.
Alright, easy. Oh yeah, I forgot I'm ahead, but
Yeah,
forgotten
no,
I'm
it's no
ahead.
worries. He takes a much safer setup than Bacon Man, kind of closer to what you'd normally see. I'd say he's like the exact opposite. He goes like as far back as possible, making
Yeah.
sure he
Du er en
lines that up
savvy
perfectly,
verkebyggende
and it's like
Yeah.
doesn't take too long to go back there.
førstereisgutt.
Yeah, Bacon Man goes ham. His hit and run runs is just too powerful. Oh, is Bacon Man still on the Pirate Talk?
Yeah, I don't think he's failed it again yet. I think this is the last one, or he's getting
Yes,
towards-
must be the last one.
Tim, det må være deg.
And he gets through. Sure, Tim.
Forgive my eyes, my son will
You are a
die.
sadistic.
Gonna get
I
through
reckon.
that.
I reckon his name is like Fred in French or something.
Yeah.
Like you know how Gareth is called Richard. I reckon this guy is just Fred.
They can't do it. They can't do the French dirty like that.
All right, Knuti getting both of the dragons there.
Trygt som en baby.
Så la oss hente den. På tide vi graver opp pensjonen vår og lever som grever.
Yeah, and Bacon Man getting in this long cutscene here. This one of the
Yeah.
longer ones actually, but yeah.
Brutal cutscene coming up after this. We've got kind of the in-town section here. There's a few jobs before we get out in the open waters, and a lot of these jobs have really cool strats. First up will be Dynamic Duo, which is potentially seen the most time save out of like any split in the past year of Sly 3. I would guess. It's the most.
Yeah, it's Dynamic Duo has gotten some big time saves.
Mhm. So I'm sure there's already been a couple death fade out CSSs, you know, this round with Vampire Demise and a couple other ones early on. But Dynamic Duo actually has 2. How did it get 2? That's unbelievable.
Incredible.
We're gonna miss so much lore during Dynamic Duo. I'm gonna need the chat to catch me back up.
Yeah, I mean we're gonna need to know what the lore is. It's quite a journey. Alright, Knuti coming up to the vase section here. Let's see if he knows where the vases are.
Yep.
Bacon Man having a nice clean language swap. Not too shabby. Nice and clean. It's now back to the Netherlands.
Yeah, which dub do you personally prefer, Sonic? Is the Dutch one more funny?
I'm honestly a big fan of the Norwegian one, but
Mhm.
Dutch is okay, but the Norwegian one is just great. It's a great dub to listen to. Every time I replay it, I will just play it in Norwegian, even if I don't know, what's going on.
I
Yeah,
do
the
remember. I
pan-
think a Dutch mugshot, is that the one that's like really funny?
Yeah,
Dutch
Yeah.
mugshot is a maniac.
Boefsmol. Boefsmol.
Yeah.
Eventually.
Fortunately, I believe we play that episode in the region, so.
Yeah, in ILs it's actually faster to swap language, but it's really barely faster.
I'm just noticing. I'm assuming Bacon Man does not have AB.
Yeah, no, he doesn't. Yeah,
I can respect
he's
that.
doing push attack route, didn't get enough coins. Knuti's actually really closing the gap here. They're not too far behind despite the how much is it? Like 30-minute lead?
Yeah,
Yeah, 30 plus minutes.
somewhere like 37 or somewhere around there, maybe, if I'm doing real quick math.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Kennedy will be approaching the grapple camp section here. Let's all close our ears as he really yells really mean things.
Did you know that in Dutch, we might get to hear it a bit when Bacon Man does the little thingy here,
Okay.
but in Dutch, Bentley does actually say something really interesting. Similar to how in episode 1, Police HQ, Dimitri says something questionable. One of the insults that Bentley can use is literally just, "Hey, dick suck."
No way.
Yeah, it's incredible. It's supposed to mean like fat or something like that. So yeah, it replaces the "Hey fatty," so Bentley can just yell, "Hey dick suck!"
Does that
Knutty
mean
out
people
here.
are calling Murray fat in like the dub
Yeah.
that we play with?
Yeah, it's the Globtrot Murray or something in English. So
Yeah.
something about fat, yeah.
That's
Looks like
messed up.
Knutty's in his oh Bacon Man. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, this rooftop section actually kind of terrifying. One small mistake and controlling this card can be a little weird, and you're right back down. And this is the only way back up, and you need to get like I think like 5 pieces while you're up here. So
Yeah, this is intense casually. It's a lot for me casually. It's a lot of going back and forth, but yeah.
getting kind of stuck here a little bit.
You can actually proxy if you go in between that little.
Yeah, I
wooden
know
planks.
guards who end up in there just go flying, which is
Yeah.
a bit scary.
It's
But he's
fun.
gonna get all the pieces he needs. A-okay.
Dat werkt.
And he's out.
We moeten alle spectrometergegevens
Yeah.
hebben.
Wacht, momentje.
Calmly
Ik heb
about
het.
to put on her
Er staat een
masterful
grote
disguise
kist bij
right
de
here.
bovenste ramen aan de oostzijde. Kom op.
Wow, an exact match in this silhouette. Insane. So coming up is Dynamic Duo Cutscene Skip #1. That's right, that's 2. We said there was 2, we did not lie. There are indeed 2.
Bacon Man's
This-
gonna try to plant a trigger bomb in a specific spot, and then use a real bomb to
Oh.
push his corpse across the line.
Ooh, Penelope might have fucked him over here, because...
He needs to sleep dark the guard, maybe.
Ooh, easy.
Oh my god,
He's
an absolute
insane.
rabbit.
He's
Just
a
has
monk
no
steer.
respect. He just
He's
goes full
insane.
ham. Gonna nail
Yeah.
that. Perfect. Really great.
And he has to hit this trigger again, but luckily there's no cutscene here, so now we can just go over.
Gonna miss a really great cutscene. I think that's the one about ASCII. Sly can't even spell ASCII.
Yep.
How dare you,
American
Mark?
American standard of code something. I'm a
My
computer
favorite
science
way.
student.
Maar je zou dus
To make-
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, a little too close to the trigger bomb there.
Yep.
Not a big deal, but gonna have to redo this movement.
Yep, and it looks like
Deze
Knutty's
deur is
about to
slot,
break this
maar je
tower.
zou de steun van die
Or
bovenste
this
loopgang
temple
kunnen
even.
opblazen.
But we actually will do this trick again, and the setup for this one's even cooler, where you're gonna be jumping off a grapple cam.
And then you
Get-
go up.
Yeah, get up early.
And this cutscene only spawns when you break this little plank here, so you can
Yeah,
just
so you
die
need-
and then it will break. And
The
that
trigger up there
trigger,
is huge.
yeah, it's huge. We measured exactly how large it is in Panda King asses.
No, I don't want to know about that.
We measured that is exactly 344 Panda King asses big. And that's
Jeez.
quite a lot.
Dit is het.
And
Bacon
if you didn't see that there, we threw out the grapple cam.
Ik weet niet. Lijkt heel
And
gemakkelijk. Als
you
ik
can
de
use
sleutel
the
zeg, dan
distract
zou het
button
makkie
to
zijn.
skip dialogue lines from Penelope. It's a really cool strat. It saves like 7
Ik
seconds.
blijf liever hier om het nog iets beter te
Hey,
bestuderen.
Penelope!
Ik ben zo
Up
terug.
your nose with a rubber hose. What did you say to me?
Hey, dick suck. That's actually something that can happen. Like, Penelope will say something and then just say dick suck.
Not really smooth with the ladies, Bentley.
Ik denk dat ik het al
Abandoning her at the church.
heb. De schatkaart
True.
van Toorteiland.
Very true.
Mijn ogen. Ik zie niks meer. Een soort verblindingsstof.
Gonna be seeing Knutty get into this dragon fight here in a second. We'll see if he has any luck with the 2 cycle.
Yeah, I think he knows a lot better about the 2 cycles, so we can see how well he goes.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, what's up with Bacon? Man?
Is it a sound lock?
No, it wasn't. I had audio. What's going on? Huh?
Uh-oh.
I am very confused.
Did
Oh, did we
Penelope
get a
soft
soft
lock?
lock?
There might be. I don't know. That is
Never
really,
actually known that.
yeah, that is insanely sad. He's like at the very last part of that job.
Oh
We may need a clip for analysis.
Yeah, we need some analysis. Alright, I'm gonna edit this command.
And it looks like Community should be lined up really perfectly for this early 2 cycle on the dragon. So that was really great. Kowalski, analysis. Well, you never want to cheer for, a BS block like that a long way into the job, but the other team has already experienced 3, so maybe slightly balancing out a tiny bit. But we're gonna get to see this job again from the beginning.
Yep, I'm gonna give this a nice little video analysis here.
Let's hear your thoughts.
Ah, I see. So what happens here is Penelope okay, it looks like Penelope just sort of gets pushed off to the side. She gets
Just
pushed
like
by
randomly
something.
when she
And
falls.
then, yeah, when she falls, when she's about to fall, she does the ah! And then she just gets yeeted off to the side and just stays there. She's just chilling.
It seemed to me like Bacon Man was at least familiar with it. It seemed like he reset pretty quick, which is why we were confused, because I
Yeah.
didn't know what was going on, but maybe he's seen that before.
Yeah. It's probably a 50 FPS thing. That's interesting. I've never known about that.
Hmm.
Nee, we hebben nog niet gedownload.
He was able to nail both these cutscenes to his first try, and they're really not too hard compared to some other skips in this game, but
Yeah.
gotta redo this car part as well. See if he can clean up some of the movement problems that happened last time.
Yeah, this is a big advantage for Knuti, which we didn't even pay attention to. Gets the optimal reset for that end. Very epic. So, fun fact, if you guys want to reset optimally, what you do is you hold the PlayStation button when you select a Cold Alliance or Dead Men Tell No Tales. That's when you start holding, and then you'll be lined up just in time for the cutscene to start and the PS menu to pop up. It's a nice little tip of the day.
Wow, that sounds very handy.
Yep.
And he's gonna nail this jump last time that gave him some difficulties. Can't turn there a bit weird.
Dat werkt. We moeten alle spectrometergegevens hebben.
Wacht, momentje.
That's very interesting that 50 FPS could do that.
De ramen aan de oostzijde. Kom op!
I suppose that's something. So Knuti, also opting to go for the second CSS, goes ahead and buys the Silent Obliteration. I think he bought it. Let's see. And he gets
Kinda
the cat
really
guard. He
Kinda
gets the
saving
cat
some
guard,
time.
which is very optimal.
Catguard's trying to hit him off the roof though.
Yeah, and he doesn't have noob mode because he didn't do the palace skip, so he can just go for it.
You noob, you skipped the palace. Now, I'm pretty sure Bacon Man nailed this bad boy. Yep.
Yeah.
And we'll get to see Knuti try these Pirate Talk cutscene skips as well. Bacon Man had a little bit of problem with guards and such.
Yeah, this is a really big, really big gap closing right here.
Working with these guards can be really tricky. There's like so many outcomes, I feel like, depending on how it kind of works out. And that setup looks
Easy,
really
no
good.
problem, no problem for Knuti. It's a former world record holder for like a little bit, but yeah.
Yeah, seeing that, seeing the retriever, the dog who like has the gun, is a big clutch thing you like to see. As I think it makes it way easier. You can just line up the shot, no problem.
Yeah, the cat knocks you back so little, but okay, it's not a cat. I know it's not a cat, but yeah.
It looks like Bacon Man missed the second one. I kind of missed exactly what happened. I think he died.
I was not paying attention.
Unfortunate, but Gonna get a second attempt. I would guess his bomb missed as the one that drops down. This one looks good.
Giving it a quick analysis now.
Niet slecht, Bentley.
Yeah, his bomb missed. That's unfortunate.
Yeah.
At least we got to call Penelope some insults now.
I didn't hear Dick Sack that time. I kept an eye out for it, but no luck.
Lijkt heel gemakkelijk. Als
Sag.
ik mijn sleutelset had, zou het een makkie zijn.
But yeah, I'd say the difference between our runners is about like,
Ik blijf liever
one
hier
job
om
at this
iets
point,
beter
right?
te
Kind of with that really big loss.
Yeah,
One
that's,
and a half jobs, something like that.
yeah.
It would be absolutely insane if it happens again. There's no way. Penelope's gonna be okay. She's gonna figure out what she needs to do.
Maar ik denk dat
Ja.
ik het al heb. Dit is hem. De
That would be
schatkaart van
really
Top.
sad if that happens again.
Yeah, we
Probably.
really need to see Penelope get her act together.
Niks meer. Een soort
Ja. Come on.
verblindingsstof.
And Knudie's getting Ned. Yeah, he's up there, right? Yeah, perfectly where you want him. That's gonna save some time as well. She's down. She took
Alright,
damage.
she's good. She's good.
Yep.
She's
Thank you,
okay.
Penelope. You're doing your job.
Ik ben okay.
Bedenk wel wat. Perfect. Ze vindt het vast niet erg als ik de
Perfect.
geschutskoepel eraf haal.
Schiet op, Bentley. Ik word een beetje bang.
Exposing.
Hou vol.
Is the camera different there? I feel like the camera is different there. That might be just me.
I didn't notice it. It could be.
Yeah. Anyways, looks like Knuti is damage abusing for the second cutscene skip, so we can definitely say he's going for it.
Yep. You got the first one really well. Gotta feel Knudie's really practiced on this stuff. If you run Sly 3, this is a particular split that you really gotta grind out.
Yeah. I remember
Even once you
for
grind it out, you know.
I remember my first Hundo run. I prepared this job the most, the Talk of Pirates, and then in my Hundo run, it went absolutely terribly. Like, oh my god. And I did
Yep.
my second Hundo run, and that was like my biggest time save outside of Gauntlet.
Okay, this is kind of really random, but oh, I don't know if that was on purpose. I theorycraft that it would be really fucking cool if you could somehow like set your grounded position by black spot feet and then super jump down here.
I
this
also
cutscene ruined
thought of it. I also thought of that as well, but yeah, this cutscene will do that.
It forcibly will set your position here, and we will all cry that there's not more super jumping in Sly 3.
Yep. Alright, let's see this cutscene skip from Knuti. Looks like Bacon Man is about to bring Penelope home.
Yep,
Why people
making
happy?
Lots of bird sounds, doing his job really well. It looks like Penelope took no damage.
Cool, cool! Alright,
Getting
let's
a
see
little
this.
stuck, but-
It's looking good. I'm not gonna spoil the result.
Yeah, looks
Yeah.
looks like he's nailing it. He got that guard 2 times in a row, and he knew the exact setup both
Yep,
times.
he's a master of that setup. Let's see how well this pirate talk
Het is al
goes though.
goed. Laten we gaan.
Tis
kijken
already
of
been
het stof geen
said.
blijvende schade heeft aangericht.
Yep.
Taking his time a little bit on these responses, probably getting down some notes
Yeah,
to make sure
most
he
definitely.
avoids repeating what has been said.
Yep. He's making sure that this has not already been said.
You got to make it through 3 rounds of this minigame gauntlet, but 2 of the rounds you have to do like 2 responses, I guess. But the first one's like 3, so. First one looks good. Coming into the second round.
Wat denk je van die boten die daar voor anker liggen? Die zijn rijp voor de sloop.
Chilling. And Murray coming into kind of an interesting job with Bacon Man on the left here. What can you tell me about Jolly Boat Destruction?
Well, this is where we control a jolly boat and it destructs things.
How does this compare, say, to the raft that we may have seen in episode 3?
The raft, it's very slow. But this thing just you just go yeet to the other side of the earth, man. The possibilities are limitless. This thing goes way too fast.
Giraffe,
So-
you gotta like break your thumb to get to go anywhere. With this thing, not a problem.
Yeah, so here's an interesting little thing to know. If you just try and hit the rudders normally, it will take you like 5 hits or something. But if you defeat all the enemy cannons and then hit the rudders just hit in one shot. It's really interesting.
On the first 3, we're going to break all the cannons, and then it looks like on the 4th one, he's also going to break them.
You can do it on the. You can do it on the 4th one, but it like barely saves time, and it's really hard to shoot all of them optimally because they're so far out.
And it can be scary if you take some damage doing that too, because coming into these next, specifically the last section of this job, if you're not in full control of that boat, a death is quite possible.
Yep. Also, totally didn't acknowledge this. Knuti just went through Pirate Talk, and there's in the long cutscene.
Cantankerous Tim, we've successfully tricked this poor parrot who was just having a nice day here, and we're gonna go steal his loot or something. I don't know.
Yeah, he was just enjoying this retirement until we came along.
Yep. Jolly Boat Construction. Second phase. This one actually has an MTS, so most runners are going to be pretty practiced on this one, running around with these cycles.
Yeah, Boat Bash. I think Boat Bash was my first ever run that I submitted.
Oh yeah, that's a fun fact.
Yeah. And it was with a phone picture of my PS Vita. So if you have a bad enough time, then you can just submit with a picture for MTCs. So if you want to get into running, then I can recommend just doing it like that if you don't have anything professional to record with. But yeah, definitely give it a shot. Give it a shot.
Now, it turns out the Harbor Patrol, they don't just have those tiny boats, they have this behemoth. What do they call this thing again?
Cutter, I think?
Yeah, I didn't know the Harbor Patrol had a cutter. Sorry, guys. But
so we have to make sure that the cannonball actually hits the top of the cutter. And Bakerman did that really nicely. I always just fail there, but he did that really nicely.
Yeah, he took a slightly different setup than what I'm accustomed to, where like people kind of normally sit like kind of at the front left area of the cutter and kind of spam while backing it up, but he was kind of like right in the middle. But it didn't seem like it was a problem at all. Just absolutely.
He had to give a quick read of the controls there. Just a bit of an overshoot on the menu.
Yep, gotta make sure you're up to date on what all your buttons' functionality is. You don't want to make a mistake. Press the wrong button.
Yeah.
And he's looking low on coins too. He's only got 164. This is like.
Luckily, these dogs can have loot. I think one of them does have it, the middle one.
Yeah. I think
and those loots are big. They're big loots.
You can loot this guy, and then on the island as well that we're going to, there's some loot chance there.
So the middle one and the small one have loot, it seems. Just looking at the restream.
350 coins roughly, but why is it a roughly kind of thing? I mean, we'll talk about it a bit more as we get into it, but the coin route here is not really like consistent.
Yeah, TLDR RNG.
TLDR, we're going to be fighting some boats, and those boats will give you random amounts of cash. And if you get really screwed, you'll be short of the gadget. But there's some probability that if you have 350 coins, it's like 90%, I think, you're like pretty guaranteed.
Yeah, it's a good top thing to aim for. I'm bringing out the sheet right now, see how well that Baker Man will do. Oh, and he run taps a little bit too much.
That's gonna cost them the loots, isn't it? The loots are gonna like be different. Actually.
That's sad. Yeah. There goes his loot.
There's a chance they still have them. And when you're restarting, it can be scary.
Yeah, because the guard cycle is different, and you need that guard cycle to be consistent.
Oh, he didn't see that guard had loot and just killed him.
Ooh, that's kind of sad.
His butt was facing the other direction. We didn't know until it was too late.
Yeah.
This guy. Oh, this might be kind of rough. Now we're talking about this coin stuff. What really matters, I guess, is cutscene skip first. He's gonna nail that. Yeah, that's good.
Easy. Easy.
Basically, you get detected, and while you're getting detected, you have like a swing mid-animation, and that will kill the guard, activating the trigger and failing the job, or at the same time, basically skipping ahead.
Oh wow, Knuti barely made that one.
Did he make it? Oh my god.
Yeah, he did. He barely made that.
Tell.
That was ham. And also with AB route, this is really fast because this saved like the cutscene skip makes AB save like 7 more seconds or something. Just fast.
But the reason why we need these coins is because coming up, we want to buy rocket boots and feral pounce, which will save a lot of time in some movement and the kind of the rest of this episode. But really, Gauntlet is kind of the main point.
Yeah, and if you get even more fortunate and you went for the AB route, you can go for push attack, and that unlocks a new little movement tech that you can do there.
Now, if I'm the job trigger's that big? Are you kidding me? That was insane. I had no idea you could go that direction. I thought you had to at least go somewhat near the freaking top of the stairs. That was ridiculous.
It's insane.
Yeah, I wonder how close he was to the edge.
It's not very close. He was very safe. I've tested that. I've tested the bounds of that cutscene, and the only thing that really matters is I guess the short way. It really matters that much. But otherwise, long ways, it's really large. It's the entire thing and beyond.
Now we're seeing our first pirate ship battle here, and this one seems like it's going really well.
Yeah, this one you just have to make sure you crit and kill really quickly. Sadly, you don't get money from it. It's a mandatory fight.
Yeah, the most important thing is that you want your cannonballs to hit the ship when it's like perpendicular to you. So when it's like looking at you straight ahead or you're looking at its butt, basically. That's going to do triple the damage.
Yep, it's a really nice tech that they added. I never knew that until I started running.
Yeah, I actually think Bentley mentions it at some point if you like really listen to what he's saying.
Yes, the top part that I think the top part tells you.
Yes, something tells you.
Yeah, something.
They can kind of letting guards spawn. I wonder if he's looking for a loot. No.
Yeah, I hope he's going for a loot somewhere. You definitely need some. Definitely need some. Alright, and Knuti doesn't softlock here. Unsurprisingly, apparently.
Unfair, actually. Unjust.
He's closing the gap now.
Yeah. Still, you know, I mean, this job is really long compared to like Jolly Boat Destruction, so it's kind of hard to tell exactly, you know, how far he is behind, but around a job and a half, maybe somewhere around there still. Gonna finish up this Penelope section. Bacon Man completely dominating that treasure hunt. Kind of fun little thing. Supposed to kind of like read clues to know where to go, but obviously, you know, it's just a set path. So when you know when you're going, you just kind of mash X and pray that you can count correctly. Get this treasure.
Yeah, just count well.
Het is zo complex. Je grootvader was een kunstenaar. Ik heb nog nooit zoiets moois gezien. Hij was cool.
Coming into a long cutscene on Bacon Man's side, we're going to be introduced to a new character. I believe Black Sweat briefly mentions him, but this will be our first face-to-face encounter.
There he is, the ginger. That's his name, the ginger. His name is the ginger.
I think his name is Lefouille, the smartest pirates on the 7 seas.
Captain Lefouille.
We're gonna have some cool strats in the fight with him later, but for now, we gotta let him kidnap our girlfriend, Penelope.
No, she's a friend that is a girl. She's not the girlfriend yet.
Yeah, that happens at the end of the episode. but she's a valued member of the team, and we need to get her back. But this seems like a big problem. How are we going to resolve this?
Also, to add insult to injury, the guard has loot behind Lefouille, so that's really unfortunate.
That's just mean.
Yep, that's just mean. That's just not safe.
En ik vertrouw erop dat jullie je wegscheren naar je...
I've seen Frizz refer to Lefouille as a pirate penguin. I have a soft spot for that. I'm a fan of that.
He's a penguin.
Yeah, almost reset. Too early there, but making the smart call. Waiting it up. And the first job that we'll be doing in this kind of open world section, which is kind of hit or miss from what I hear from people talking about this game casually. Some people really like it, and some people wish that they could just walk around a hub world instead. But we're going to be fighting Crusher from the depths in our first job here.
Ooh, let's see how well this goes. And Knuti going up to the jolly boat now. He's going to go speeding to the other side of the earth. Let's go. Look at him go.
We can see if his technique is any different on these shots. I wonder if he'll just go straight for the rudder on the fourth one, or if he'll also opt to take all those guys out.
Yeah, I think he will take them out, honestly.
He took a little time to set up on the third one there, but you can hit the last, turret and the rudder at the same time, which is a really cool strat, I think.
Yeah, so he just went ham on that one. He just didn't really bother with the optimal way.
I actually like the way he did it, where he kind of took out the turret that's like right there, and then kind of camped like close to where that would be. So he's not getting shot while he's there, and he's doing what he can to destroy that rudder. Is he getting shot in the cutscene still by turrets? Who is shooting him? Leave him alone. This does not normally happen.
No, it does normally happen.
Really?
Yeah, if you don't kill those guys, then that usually happens. It's a interesting.
Maybe I've just always like killed that one that like is closest to the cutscene on accident or something.
Yeah, he will always wail on you. A little bit of difficulty shooting these guys, but clean nonetheless.
Yeah, that fifth one I believe was got a little stuck, but no problem. Still showing off some pretty fast cycles with the rest of them.
And Bacon Man enters the fog.
Yeah, is there anything exciting about this job in your opinion, Sonic? I gotta rate this is one of kind of the more boring jobs to me.
Well, no, but we're just going out for a nice sail and we're in some thick fog. Nothing can go wrong. We might be hit. We might hit a rock. We might hit a rock.
Titanic Part 2. We're going down. We're going down.
Yeah, the boat can take some real damage here.
Don't worry, panicking. I'm sure he's got some anti-fog technology. We're gonna be okay.
Yeah, dude, have you seen how endless this little backpack thingy is? It just goes on forever. And why is our mast breaking? It's gone. What is that? Oh my god. Tentacle monster pog.
Knuti is able to bring down the kata. Looked like pretty efficiently. Maybe a couple shots got stuck on the cannons or something. Not dying, doing good.
That's fine. Looks like it's time for X marks the spot for Knuti.
Yep. The first couple phases. This first phase is kind of like, it's RNG, I believe, which side the tentacle will show up on. So you kind of got to guess, and if you hear it pop out of the water and don't see it, quickly do your best to turn around and find it.
Yeah. Yeah, if you hear him spawn, then you have to just turn the other way quickly.
I actually think the end of this job is pretty fun in the speedrun, but it's really these first like kind of two phases that
it's unnecessarily stressful, even though nothing really happens.
The one where he like pulls the boats like on both sides, that one I have failed on an embarrassing amount of times. For some reason, it's way too hard.
Yeah.
This phase here, actually, I kind of forgot about. This one isn't too bad. Get some nice circles in. Charge up some shots. 3.5 shots, I believe, to bring him down.
Here we go. Let's look at Knuti. Let's see how many loots he gets. I didn't really pay attention.
He's so low on coins. He has 33 coins.
Yeah, that's not good. Just have to make sure that he gets some loot. Oh, that is very risky running there. Holy shit.
Nose, holy moly! There's a strong chance that we. Oh, this guy.
Yeah. Is he gonna go for the legendary other side?
Impossible.
Oh my god, he did it! I always forget the delay. I'm sorry about this.
No, you gotta be able to successfully get through that, which is clutch for him.
Yeah.
But I'm curious if these runners are gonna have to. I believe if you're low on coins, you drop rocket boots.
You drop one of the gadgets. I think rocket boots is it.
Yeah, because Feral Pounce, gets some nice usage. Rocket boots is kind of an extra fluff thing that just generally will increase your speed. And no rocket boots physics actually does matter an insane amount.
Yeah, it's insane. Knuti has had experience with that. In his one of his first world record pace runs where he couldn't buy rocket boots, and it was a journey. Yeah. It was a journey.
Yeah, I mean it was a tough gauntlet, but one that certainly made him stronger. As I'm sure now he's quite practiced.
And I happened to strike immediately after. But
oh, did you really? I'm not sure if that's true. That sounds cool.
Yes, disguise jump back up. The super jump.
Sounds cool. Ian absolutely typing like a maniac in chat. You'd love to see it.
Yep. Let's see. Oh, Knuti gets the instant crit right there. That's huge.
Yeah, I don't know if it's like kind of random with like what this boat will do. He's gonna have to, wait to turn around and stuff, but still doing pretty good.
Bentley moet toch op zijn laatste benen lopen. Ik bedoel, wat heeft hij nog over?
We'll see if he has any better luck on the island. If he can find any loots, man, even if he gets like one, he's gonna have to get really lucky on Battle of the High Seas, I think. Like, Battle of the High Seas can probably save it, but I don't know how likely.
I think this is his last job for Bacon Man before Battle of the High Seas. I brought up the sheet here so we can tell how high the probability is.
Get some good luck there. But this final phase of Crusher actually, brings some interesting gameplay where you need to hit the Crusher's tentacles here to get them stuck to the ship, but you don't want to do it too early before the cannons are ready. It's going to really get that timing quite well, actually.
That's a very good timing.
Yep. Final phase is going to need 5 tentacles stuck. Is Knave awake? Do we have any assistance in this situation?
Yo, Knave. Knave is in the VC, but he's not talking. It's awfully quiet.
Yep. He's gonna be able to finish that up. Really great.
Do we know how many coins Bacon Man has?
He has somewhere around like 150 or something, I think. We'll see for sure coming into. Do we get to see when we get back out in the open waters? I don't know. Maybe he'll spam healthy or something to check him.
Yeah. If he's at around 150 right now, then he has a 13% chance of getting Feral Pounce and Push Attack.
I'm no mathematician, but that does not sound astonishingly high.
Yep. And Knuti is a little bit lower, unfortunately, so he might have to ditch a gadget.
Yeah, I was kind of focused on the final phase of the Crusher, but I don't think he got any loot on the way through the treasure map, through this island.
Yeah. Alright, it's now Bacon Man's time. It's... Alright. Okay, he almost got cucked by that ship there.
Just take an extra counter with the ships for more money, dude. Just
true.
Wait 5 minutes.
Really true.
But yes, the Battle of the RNG Seas is coming up, with Battle on the High Seas being kind of a nightmare RNG-wise in this speedrun, where we're going to want to be getting as many of those crits as we can, but sometimes these little jerks don't give it to us, and sometimes you can even die if you're truly cursed and unlucky.
And I see the statistician man Gandhi is now in the chat. Hello, welcome to Stats.
Yeah, we'll have to. Unfortunately, bad commentators are not currently aware of the coin exact count. Somewhere in the 100.
Yeah, somewhere there, like 150 we said.
Mhm.
I think he can pick up some coins in this split, so hopefully we can see. Let's see.
Oh, 175. Thank you, Mr.
175.
Bacon.
Thank you, Bacon. Very convenient. So he has a 20% chance of success.
That sounds pretty good to me. Now, this first ship, you actually have to board and beat up the pirate boss to assert your dominance. So he's going to be using push attack to get that. Oh.
Yeah, that if you push attack a guard into him, that does the most damage.
Yeah, he actually went for like the stealth takeout, like silent obliteration thing, and I was like, I'm pretty sure that doesn't work, right?
Yeah,
Let's
that
see.
doesn't.
266 on the first boat.
That's kind of a low roll. It's like a low to mid roll there. I think. Am I right? Yeah, it's like a low to mid roll.
He's not going to pick up that coin box. It wasn't that far out of the way.
Oh, he could have easily made that.
I actually have no idea how many coins they give, but this one for
yeah,
sure.
so the first ship is 200 to 400, and then everything else is 100 to 200.
Okay, yeah, the first one gives more. Okay.
Yeah, because you capture him instead of sink him.
So our second fight here has us fighting 3 ships at once, and he got 2 insta crits. That's really great. That's exactly
incredible.
what you want to see. Yeah.
It's incredible. 205 for Knutti. Let's see. So Knutti has a 30% chance of getting both Feral Pounce and Rocket Boots.
Okay,
so higher.
He must have got a loot. Or maybe it was the one on before the cutscene skip. The next marks the spot.
Maybe we just weren't paying attention.
Because the last time I looked, I'm pretty sure he had like 33 coins rowing out to the boat on X marks the spot, and I was kind of panicking.
Yep, Knutti picked up some more coins. It seems he has a 35% chance now.
And you can see with those first 2 boats Bacon Man took down, they went down instantly, but he's kind of like stuck right up against them and unable to get a crit, so it's taking a bit more time.
Yo, where's Nava? Yo.
It's still not going down, man. They just feel so tanky sometimes. Finally going down. Gonna have to wait out. We're not going to be boarding the ships anymore. We're going to be shooting them from afar for that point.
Yeah. Well, that was an unfortunate third ship, but the rest of them were really good.
Yep, I mean, he's still full health going into the final phase where we'll be fighting 4 ships, so that's pretty good.
So a very low roll, a low roll,
102,
and a
like
very low. Yeah, those are garbage rolls. Holy shit.
That was absolutely brutal. I hope he's familiar with the purchase, the backups.
Yeah, he's doomed. He's dead. Yeah. That was insanely low rolls. That's unfortunate.
Not getting the RNG he needed. Looks like he's a little overshot on this 3rd trigger too. I think he needs to go.
He wants to get that ship. I understand.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
So yeah, he should get Feral Pounce. I think Feral Pounce saves more time than Rocket Boots.
I believe that's the play. Yeah, I mean.
Yeah.
They let me commentate Sly 3 for some reason. I'm clearly even less informed than I was for Sly 2, which was already pretty uninformed.
Same. We both run Sly 3, but we don't have too much idea of what's going on.
Yeah. Okay, he's getting a crit on 3 out of those 4 ships, so that was pretty good. This last fight seems way better.
Yeah, this one looks way better. Alright, and Knutti's going up to beat up the tentacle monster.
The Crusher! The Crusher! The Crusher! Spoilers.
Alright, come on, Bacon Man, you can do it. There's a cannon.
Needs to wait for these cannons. You know, one thing that maybe you know that I don't know is, say you break a ship with a certain side, is it faster to wait for your cannons to come off cooldown or to spin a little half turn, get them with the other cannons?
I actually don't have any idea. So that
Yeah,
was
this
a low roll, mid roll, high roll, and mid roll, I think.
So I didn't
Yeah.
see what his total count was, but you want 1600, and there's basically like no way he has it, right? Like,
Yeah, no, there's no, he's dead.
will he buy Wecker for the fans with the extra loot he will not be putting in the rocket boots? That's what I want to know.
Swacker. There, I said it, okay? Now stop asking me to say it. Oh, he didn't buy there. Interesting.
Yeah, I guess he's gonna buy at the start of the operation. I don't know if there's a difference in that.
Yeah. There's probably no difference. It's just preference.
Yeah.
It saves like a little bit of time using rocket boots there. Cause,
Oh, yeah, if you could afford rocket boots, that would help.
So yeah, I think he's going for pounce only. Would make the most sense.
Yep. Coming up to our first Dimitri job. Now, Dimitri, I feel like he kind of gets the rep of like the Sly 2 tank, where people really casually kind of hate how he controls because it's so different. But personally, I think once you're familiar with it, he's actually quite fun. Like, he's really fast. Like, he's not slow at all. And this job's got some pretty cool stuff.
This is the literal definition of the final boss versus the final boss as a playable character.
Yeah, what happened to those electricity moves, huh? Did we forget about those, or?
Yeah, we don't want to zap the ocean.
That would be...
Ooh, Bacon Man taking on Unfortunate Coastline here.
Yeah,
oh, that's
turned
very bad.
Turned a little too early, and he's stuck on the rocks. But
yeah, that's unfortunate.
Klaar met je uitrusting?
Ik heb de gear.
The pros of Dimitri, really fast and not slow. Good tier list, I agree.
Ik zou die opgeblazen lucht maar eens uit de duikflessen gaan halen. Yo, met
cool,
een
Daddy-o.
Hey man, probeer
Come at me with your turtle talk.
Essentiële stijl weten te varen. Ongrijpbaar en
It's like smoke all over the place. An ungrabbable something.
I completely forgot that one.
We zoeken nog wat meer van deze.
Ungrabbable and all over the place.
We varen de boot boven het wrak.
Community's off to a good start, getting 3 tentacles really quickly on this bad boy Crusher here.
Yep.
Looking for 4.
He's looking. Ooh. Okay, the cannon is good. The cannon's good. Yep.
Yep.
Yeppers.
Yeppers. Now, controlling Dimitri is actually pretty weird, which is, you know, like I said earlier. Triangle is going to be your go forward, X is going to be your go backwards, square and circle being left, right.
Yep, and you have to camp outside of that first mouth so that Bentley can stop talking how to play the game.
Yeah, if you're too fast and get out into this area, you'll miss a trigger and nothing will happen.
Yeah, and do a little bit of an in and out of the deep ocean there, just to get Bentley to shut up.
Now, I believe the objective here is to retrieve some cannon upgrades with these, I don't know what they're called, but Dimitri's swimming around.
Willows, yeah.
Yeah, collecting these bad boys from the shipwreck.
Yep. That's 6 of them, and we pick up all 6. And somehow that multiplies into more than 6. I don't know. Game logic.
Yep. This can be kind of a scary job to die on later on in the job. If you kind of like get stuck a few times, then you got to fight those hammerhead sharks. So you want to be careful to make sure you're not getting beat up too much. So far, he's doing a good job.
And now we're on to the small fish section. I don't know what they're called. They're just small fish.
Goldfish, I don't know. I don't think they're called goldfish, but...
No, they're called small fish.
He's getting that frick. Oh!
Oh! Well, that was
that was
nice.
quick.
That was nice.
There's some cycles I think you can learn there. I have never have any idea. I just go down there and, you know, look. You're probably the same way.
Yeah, alright. Community is approaching the RNG battles right now.
Yeah, we'll try to keep an eye on the coin count, see how it turns out.
Yep, I'm out on the coin count here.
Pick up those coins so we can see. Oh yeah, dude.
227.
227. Slightly low, but not impossible.
Yeah, it's not impossible to get to get push attack, well not push attack, feral pounce and rocket boots. It's not impossible at all, but it's really difficult.
I'm gonna give Community a quick PB check as well while we're here. So we can
Yep.
chat can probably check it faster, but I'm going as fast as I can.
Go on, Jake. I believe.
Okay, wait. I have an idea.
Alright, let's see these rolls.
He's actually back ahead. This episode 5 has saved him a handful of time. He's like 22, 24, 26, somewhere around there. He's ahead. PB potential. If we could see a PB in a marathon setting, that would be absolutely insane.
Oh, very nice roll there. That's like a mid roll, but it's a very nice mid roll.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's like as mid as you can get. But again, that's 3 times more than the other ships. Yeah, that's the range. 201 to 399.
Yep.
Oh, the menuing.
Oh, it looks like he bought.
He bought
rocket
smoke
boots?
bomb. He bought smoke bomb.
No, he did buy feral pounce. I'm a fool. Rocket boots is 600. I don't know anything. I am an absolute fool.
Interesting.
Buying smoke bomb. Buying.
Interesting that Knut
Was it Wecker he bought?
No, it was a Rookboom.
Rookboom.
Yeah, Wecker is way at the top.
As far as I know, that I don't think that does that help in anywhere in episode 6?
Nope.
Just on the
Well, it's
swag.
just nice safety. It's a nice safety for the next job, I think. I did not pay attention to those rules.
So far,
I'm clear
at
pink.
908, 4 boats left. We'll see how these final point counts work out. He's going for a healther. His left flank was heavily damaged, and a death in this section is absolutely insane.
Okay, yeah, you got some low rolls, sadly.
Okay.
It wasn't very low, they're just low.
Do you have
So-
any idea if it's impossible from here or just pretty unlikely?
Very, very unlikely. Unless if he gets, like, God rolls, then he can get both of them.
Bacon Man making his way downtown, back to Bloodbath Bay for the rematch against Lafouille. This time we've got a plan.
Bloedbad Bakta.
Alle hands aan dek. We gaan ervoor.
Het is hier krap om te zeilen, Sly. Let op de rotsen.
Alright, 3 out of 4. Let's see him get the next one.
Yep, this one's already smoking, and it looked like he might be able to get a crit if these cannons get up in time. Oh yeah, that's really nice actually.
Alright, let's see this Lafouille battle.
Yep, another pirate ship. This one, you know, you got to be careful you don't get too close towards the edge of the bay, or the game will fail you, which is a
Okay,
really sad thing.
Okay, you got 3 very high rolls there. That was very nice.
Yeah,
Okay,
and
very nice.
Bacon Man actually nailed the Lafouille pirate ship as well with a nice crit.
Does he
Did
actually?
he make 1600? I don't know.
I think he's barely under.
Vast
Let's
niet
see.
allemaal. Maar in elk geval toch zeker die van
What if he
jou.
just goes out of the safe house and
Breaks the barrels or something.
Yeah,
Goes
yeah.
back in.
Oh my god, he's close.
He's 7 off. Is he going to break stuff?
Yes, break the barrels, break it. Good play. 2
Is this
coins.
7?
Je laat me op de plank
No,
lopen.
he's.
Kunings creatief is
Yeah,
verzeld.
then he's gonna go for a chest here, and the chest. That's it.
Wow,
even if
yeah.
even if he doesn't go for the ships ones out in the open, you can break a chest as Dimitri,
Je bent wel
which is
goed
a
in
little known
piratenschap.
fact.
Voeg
Wait,
2
you can
onzinwoorden
do that as
samen en
Dimitri?
poef,
Okay.
Yeah.
piratensveld hoort.
Right, he's made it.
He did make it. He will be able to purchase both gadgets going into Gauntlet. Gonna be another thing he's gonna be saving some time with.
He had a
Point
40% chance to make it, and he made it.
Zij is zo slim dat ze morgen vroeg...
Kind
Well,
of.
actually, he didn't make it.
Gokkel zal nooit uit de schedelfort kunnen ontsnappen. Ze is geboeid en dat zal ze blijven.
Oh.
Totdat ze toegeeft dat ze van me houdt. Ondanks mijn fouten.
Not creative. I'm the smartest man on the 7
Jij bent de
seas.
kapitein.
He ruined his perfect balance, sadly.
Opschieten, Murray. Penelope zit opgesloten in het schedelfort.
Oké.
I don't know if in these PAL languages how good Loki's dub is. This language, he sounds pretty good. In English, he's absolutely legendary. Potentially, maybe the best performance, debatably, in all of Sly. Really like Loki. Oh, he took big damage from one of the mines, but gonna be able to survive. There's a couple different movement methods here, getting up here. Doesn't have rocket boost physics, so I assume without rocket boost physics, you wouldn't go for this, right? You wouldn't go for this.
Yeah,
without
he
rocket boost.
wouldn't. He wouldn't. He wouldn't. He will never go for this. Spits out cereal.
Please keep all cereal where it belongs.
Oh,
he
dude,
is going for it.
boom.
Using that smoke bomb. Let's see if he's got it. This is a pretty precise. I totally respect, you know, going for this. I think this strat's like really cool doing it from over here, but that's the rocket boost physics.
Yeah, I'm not sure why he's going for it. It's really intense like this.
He was going for the strat where you mash disguise first and then get a delayed jump hit, but that might be able to help him out.
Yeah, that would help him out for sure.
It doesn't look like he's doing that from the animation though.
Yeah.
There it is. Boom. Some slight hiccup.
Now it's a long cutscene. This is like 3 minutes. And then you can see Knutti's out here getting his blast collars out. I'm actually gonna rush real quick and do some business. Yes.
Okay.
Good luck. Good luck with commentary, Mr. Man.
Thank you. Don't worry, I'm sure Nave is gonna wake up any second now. He'll be able to help me out with this intense Sly3 commentary. Watching Canuti doing this swimming, pretty therapeutic. I think this is the last one he needs.
You know, Jake, if I knew anything about Sly3, I would help, but
he is here, Monka S.
Back to lurk mode.
No worries. Seems like Canuti's able to get this first fish quite fast, but the second one had to go a bit further. But no problem. He seemed like he knew where it was, so that's good. Now fighting these hammerheads. Basically, you're gonna want to get their attention and then, you know, make sure you get one shot off and then back up for the second one, but he's kind of getting mauled. He has 1 HP. Dying will reset you with the 0 sharks killed, so definitely going to want to be extra careful. If they kind of catch you and ambush you, that's where stuff gets really Monka-esque. But looks like he's going to be able to get all 5 A-OK. Really making sure to line up the shot. I think it still missed, though. Okay, don't panic. Don't panic. Everything's good. And what is Bentley doing? He's 1v1ing Lefouille on Final Destination. I'm not seeing any items currently out. And we're coming up. Oh, wait. There's the Crusher. It wasn't a 1v1 at all. It was absolutely bait. But coming up, another one of the Death Fade Out CSSs. I actually believe the last one, if I'm doing my math right. An absolutely terrifying, risky one. There's so many ones that are just huge time losses to mess up, but this one has a couple outcomes, some of which aren't too bad, or like one of which isn't too bad if you don't directly get the cutscene skip. So he's going to purposely let Bentley get mauled here a bit, down to 1 HP. Oh, this dog cannot hit him. This one dog guard is completely worthless, but it doesn't really matter. And then what he's going to do, he can't hit him. Bentley is running circles. He's dodging everything. Bentley. Okay, Bacon Man probably a little surprised at what's happening there. It was like, geez, So, there's 80 guards total in this section, and what we're going to do is we're going to kill 79 of them, and then get a precise hit on the last guard as Bentley is ending, you know, kind of this section here. And that's going to give us a death fade out cutscene skip, where we skip a pretty long cutscene in the operation where, you know, Sly gets knocked in water, Bentley gets knocked over, you know, Cooper Gang really kind of fumbling about, really not being helpful. But Penelope will save the day, and that'll get us right into the Penelope fight, which actually has some really cool strats. We'll see if Bacon Man can bring those home. Canudi himself making his way downtown to Bloodbath Ways as well, heading towards that operation. We'll get to see how he handles all this stuff with rocket boots. I wonder if he'll try to do the same method up to whatever that skull keep is, or if he'll go for kind of the safer way. That's a little bit slower. I think we're getting close. We're on the last 20 guards here for Bacon Man, so it's coming up. If he goes for it, and it goes worst case scenario, he's going to have to start this entire section again, which would really close the gap, man. I don't know how much of a time loss it is, but let's see what happens. We got to be getting close to the 80th guard. Oh my god, he nailed it. Really sick, Bacon Man. Absolutely perfect. Now, keep an eye out on Penelope here. Absolutely just Chad pushing Lafouille off his little mast. You know, goodbye, Mr. Lafouille. A really cool new strat that was found that you can just like sprint into Lafouille and he just has absolutely no willpower to hold his ground. It's actually much harder on the second mast for some reason, kind of with the geometry there. So I actually really like Bacon's idea to not even try on the second mast, but on the third one here, he should be able to get it again. It has something to do. Oh, he does take a hit. This could mess with it. Oh yeah, he's too close, but he might be able to set it up again. Oh, pressing the wrong button, getting blocked by Lafouille. Gotta be okay, just needs to reset. This distance looks pretty good. Yep. Smartest pirates of the 7 seas. Yeah, who knew that Penelope had a sprint button during that fight? Kind of funny. And that's going to give Bacon Man, you know, still a pretty hefty lead for his team going into episode 6.
And I'm here. Hello. It's me, the guy.
Welcome back, Mr. Sonic. We need you to give some up-to-date commentary that's not delayed.
Well, it would appear that Bacon Man is in the middle of a reset, and Knuti just jumped off the plank. Well done. Down he goes. What's the sprint button? Jake, do you know what the sprint button is?
Yeah, it's triangle.
Ah, I see.
Canudi, what will he be doing as he gets to the keep?
And Bacon Man has just entered episode 6's long cutscene. And he's going for this strat. Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, if he gets this first try, it'll save a bunch of time over, you know, the other stuff.
Jammer eigenlijk. Net nu we die grote bende waren. Nou ja,
there we go.
Meer een groepje zonderlingen. Maar in elk geval, we waren een team. We hadden echt heel veel mogelijkheden. Zouden flinke kraken kunnen zetten.
Episode 6, back to where it all began.
And both these runners are in really long cutscenes. Alright, ooh.
Yeah, maybe, you know, good time for some chat interaction, some donations. Maybe a PB update for community while you entertain.
Yeah, give us some good updates, sir. How you lot doing?
Of zich hebben geschaamd. Vreemd. Maar ik ben bijna aan mijn einde. En ik kan alleen maar denken aan hoe laf ik ben geweest tegenover Carmelita. Als ik naar Bentley en Penelope kijk,
Will you be my Valentine?
is het duidelijk waar het leven omdraait. Als Carmelita hier was, zou ik haar vertellen wat ik voel en er niet meer omheen draaien. Ik zou onze professionele meningsverschillen opzij zetten. En er iets van proberen te maken.
See Carmelita we're flashing back to Commentators. We're back at the beginning of the game where we're about to be eaten by this monster.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think Sly will be eaten.
Canute, with this episode 5, has actually pulled ahead so much. He's almost a full minute ahead in my latest studies.
That's hype.
Really big lead coming into episode 6. Really nailed what is really one of the hardest episodes to do.
Mm-hmm. Hello, Nave.
Yeah, Nave actually, hopped on for some commentary real quick while you're gone. He unmuted and told me he didn't know anything about Sly 3 and then left.
Based gamer moment.
Yeah, can respect that. But coming into the start of episode 6, a fan favorite character is about to make an appearance. Who are we going to meet?
I think we're gonna meet Carmelita, the fan favorite. Yes.
Hey.
I'm kidding. Yeah. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. There's some pink guys, and one of them is called Lieutenant Gronk. And we all love Gronk.
I thought they're in some PAL languages, isn't he like not even called Lieutenant Gronk or something? It seems like he is in the Dutch here, right?
Yeah, I'm not too sure. I think some languages, but some very select languages.
Mm-hmm. Bacon Man going to be using the double shot technology to bring down this Chimera beast. While Lieutenant Gronk puts his fucking life on the line for the team. You only expect that kind of heroism from Lieutenant Gronk.
Unfortunate little snipe from one of the Gronks, though. We don't really know what animal these guys are, so we just call them the Gronks. They are all the Gronks.
Pretty sure they're like some kind of monkey or something. Gorilla?
Yeah, something like that. And, well, Knutty is approaching the cutscene skip now. I assume Bacon Man had a successful one.
Yeah, he really nailed it. It would be, this is a really big turning point in the run if he fails or what outcome he gets here.
Yeah, it would be kind of detrimental if Knutty misses it in order to PB.
I think he's actually so far ahead that if he got the outcome where he just watches the cutscene, he'd still potentially just barely be ahead. But
yeah, this saves 75 seconds.
Okay, then he would not be ahead. I underestimated how much this cutscene skip saves.
Yeah, it's kind of insane.
Yeah. Kind of one of the more annoying things to practice too, being 10 minutes into this stupid operation.
Yeah, it's really annoying, but luckily the PS3 emulator finally got save states, and since then it's been really nice to practice. Come up with a nice little setup and everything, and I've really have improved at this. Alright, here we go, we're on to the counting phase now.
Yep. Sonic feel free to commentate this cutscene skip as soon as it happens. Don't wait for me. I gotta hear the news as fast as possible.
Okay, sure thing, man. I already lost count, but sure thing.
He's the best counter in town. I trust you. He's got the count.
He's preparing. Oof.
Okay. I heard an oof.
Wow, you're that far behind. Wow.
No, I actually said that really late, but unfortunately, okay. Kind of a small intricacy that I actually wasn't even paying attention to, that it really matters whether the guard does a melee attack or shoots him. I don't remember which one he did there. Fortunately, he's not going to have to redo that entire section because that is worst case scenario. But if the guard melee attacks Bentley, he moves a lot more afterwards. He starts backing up. He starts flexing. I think it's because Bentley has iframes, so he starts stuttering around, doing all this crap. But if he shoots him, he moves a little bit less. But still, either way, it can be kind of hard to track the guard. They're kind of random.
Yeah, it's interesting, but I believe if you let the first guard damage Bentley, and then the guard will consistently spawn in that location and do the shotgun attack. Yeah. He will consistently do that if you let the first guard wail on Bentley. Because based on our GAM logic, our gamming, it would be exactly the same attack every time. And Knut getting some nice push strats here.
Oh, yeah.
He's not gonna do the second phase push, which, fun fact, you can actually push him in the second phase, but you can only push him a little bit, and it's pretty much not worth.
Yeah, I definitely recommend not even going for it. It could be pretty troll.
Got the stuck result. That's funny. Oh, okay. Have to keep remembering. Don't spoil. I'm like 3 seconds ahead. Don't spoil. Monk S.
No worries. No worries.
It's also like I'm like 2 seconds ahead of chat and stuff.
Okay. Then if you're ahead of chat, yeah, maybe don't.
Yeah.
Spoil from the future for them. I don't mind if I get spoiled.
Yep.
Did he just die and then instantly respawn and die again? Is that a random thing that can happen in this job?
Yeah. Yeah, that can happen, sadly.
Yeah, kind of troll. These sharks, as you can see, obviously go much faster if you just spam the absolute crap out of jump. But when you do this, it's basically like near impossible to react to the traps, and these sharks cannot take a lot of hits.
Yeah.
So,
a very good strat is just death abuse, but obviously it has a chance of a double death abuse because the guru will spawn like under the buoy. So yeah. It's a very small chance though. It's typically worth it, just death abuse.
yeah, and Community did take some time loss, obviously, with that failed skip, but I'm kind of analyzing his golds, and I think it looks like he lost like a minute, roughly, to his golds in his PV, so you gotta believe that was a really good episode 6. It could be brought back.
Yeah, another thing to remember, he doesn't have push attack either, so this is going to be really tight if he is going to PV. Especially without push boosts, that's a major disadvantage. So this is likely very close, but no cigar.
Yeah, I mean, even if it's not a PV in a marathon setting, gonna be really happy playing even this close to it.
Yeah, this is insane. We just have to see how experienced Bacon Man is in Gauntlet, honestly. That sounds like a make and break thing.
I gotta bring up my splits here to make sure I know which jobs are coming up next after a Deadly Bite. Got the Dimitri job, which is kind of a resident sleeper job in the speedrun, but we can talk a bit about why it's one of the worst jobs freaking casually in this game would be there, because that job is brutal because no one knows how to play as Dimitri. No one knows what they're doing.
Yep. I was laughing at something else. This is funny. I was laughing at the SlyGolds Discord, which, by the way, if you're not in the SlyGolds Discord, join it. That's where you can submit comm golds and stuff.
Looks like Bacon Man's done with these sharks, doing really great. Coming in to some few movies. Episode 6, famous for its movies. A lot of breaks.
Yeah, it's really long. Yep.
Nudie coming into his Lieutenant Gronk approach. We'll check out his Gronk technique.
Yep. I think he can Gronk better than average.
Yeah, one of the, I would say, founders or, early adapters of the kick double shot methods. His tutorials kind of are the go-to spot to learn about that. And he's helped me a heavy amount with trying to figure that stuff out. So, probably pretty good at it.
Dan ben ik er, baby. Dimitri, pur natuur. Jouw plannetje werkt perfect. Mijn plan om jou alleen in een badpak te krijgen? Geef nou maar toe, mijn schat.
Is Dimitri bothering Penelope? What is happening on this boat right now? I don't speak the language.
Basically, we're talking about something about like sex appeal, I think, is one of the lines in here.
Macho man, that sounds familiar to me. That sounds like that's a quote.
Het is de sleutel naar de koeperkluis. We mogen hem niet kwijtraken. Pittige taal van zulke
But yeah, this job upcoming is known as being extremely difficult casually, where you have to kind of like swim and like claws will snip at you from the sides.
Yep.
And basically no one knows is that there's a sprint button for Dimitri's swimming. So everyone tries to do it without the sprint button, which basically just kind of kills your stamina, or even if they know about the sprint button, they over spam it, so they just have no stamina as well.
Yeah, I remember when I first read Remo's guide, the Google Doc. It was like, you only need to press the buttons once. It's kept on repeating it in bold font and everything.
Yep.
I was like, when you hold down L1, you only need to press it once.
It's literally not like a tight input or anything. You just dodge it. It absolutely.
And I remember like a while after I read that, I tapped it once and then I got hit by one of them. I was like, yep, tap it once.
Tutorial complete. But yeah, this stuff is really trivial once you have this tap it once sprint technology. He's going to be able to dodge all this stuff, no problem. You could add even more claws.
Oh, you took a bit of damage.
Yeah, you pressed the wrong button there.
Yeah, I think you butt pressed. And now here's the strat. This is the best strat in the entire game. We do a similar thing earlier on, I forget where.
Blow the dam kind of strats or something.
Yeah. Blow the dam. Well, we just stand still.
Yep.
I think because he took a bit of damage, he's gonna have to dodge one attack, but for the most part, we just stand still.
He's not dodging. Oh wait, he actually didn't take damage there. That was weird. Oi.
Oi. It's a good hit sound. It's a good hit sound. Can you imagine you just get blasted by this like spinny thing with like spikes on the side and it explodes, and then your one reaction just oi.
Oi. Yeah. Now this phase, I honestly have no idea what you're even casually expected to do to not
what I used to do, I used to hold L1, just spam the fuck to the side, just swim. Just no hesitant, just
Yeah. He's gonna get out of this Dimitri mission A-okay, and coming up to a little bit more of an exciting job, being bump, charge, jump. A job, maybe hit or miss on some runners, but has some interesting cycles. You gotta...
Ooh, and he has the static.
Yep.
That's,
static. If it wasn't mentioned already at some point in the stream, static is basically the game got close to sound locking, but it somehow barely managed to tape the audio together or something, so instead you get this thick static.
Yeah, and the static is even worse because there's this rain sound effect constantly going on.
Dude,
and there's
so
like
funny.
lightning shocks as well, and it's just so loud.
Goodness,
This is
literally
like...
foretold this earlier in the stream. We were talking about a static, and episode 6 and Slide 3 came up while the Slide 2 run was going on. And it literally happened. We're here. We've gone full circle.
Yeah. One of the funny parts about static is that this is the worst place to have static, but there's like a different definition of what the worst static is. It's either the volume of the static, which is where episode 6 is garbage, and it's also another one where another definition is how long the static would last for. Because static only goes away after a load. In Sly 2 it also goes away after a death, because that reloads the game for some reason. But in this game, if you die it does not reload. But, so I tried to come up what's the worst place you can get static for the longest time. I'm not entirely sure yet, but I think Talk of Pirates is one of the worst places to have it. There's no reloads whatsoever. As soon as you exit the safe house, it's just static for 8 minutes.
Yeah, and this one, this one's no joke right here that Bacon have. I think he's gonna have it until, like, Gauntlet, right? Like, it's not gonna go away in Danger in the Skies. That's also...
Yeah, that's a good point. I actually didn't think about that. This is actually a good one, yeah.
So this is gonna be like, maybe 11 minutes or something of this juicy static.
Well, I actually never thought of that. That's funny.
Finally, we're done talking about this garbage. It's time to play some NASCAR. Let's get this RC car up and at 'em.
Let's go, Bacon Man, the professional Simpsons hit and run runner.
Yeah,
he's gonna go for him.
Legitimately was impressed with the RC skills in the episode 4 operation. That was some fast movement. And down the line as well.
He's just vibing in the Ritz car.
As far as I know, I don't think there's like any early cycle on this first one. You're just gonna take a few laps, make sure you collect all these dots, and there's some cycle skips potentially on the next one. Lap skips.
Yeah, very nice, crackly static, delicious, very tasty. So interestingly, here's a little fun fact. I'm not going to explain what the continue episode glitch is. Basically, it's a glitch where from a 100% save file, file that has episode 6 completed, you can replay episode 6 and it skips a lot of cutscenes. It saves like 5 minutes 50 for ILs and we have a little split for it. Fun fact, in this job, nothing gets skipped except the little drop down cutscene when you go to a new lap. It's such a weird one that they picked out, or not picked out, but it's such a weird one that gets skipped, and that saves like 2 seconds in this job. It's so
Mega Man,
weird.
unfortunately, is having some flips. I think that's the second one I've seen.
Yeah, this is tight. Oof, that's
Basically,
tight.
the kind of strat to avoid this is as you are about to go off the ramp, you want to let go of the gas, and then not press it again until you hit the ground. And
Ooh, that was sick.
Every time. That one was fast. That was a swag for sure.
Yep.
Gonna be able to get out of here. I don't know if he knows about the extracts or if it's just not working.
It's really weird. It's really inconsistent, yeah.
It is really weird. 50 FPS could be playing a factor. Oh my goodness, that would be
Yeah,
insane.
like 50 FPS is going through a lot. Like we had the fucking soft lock and Penelope, dynamic duo. And a lot of interesting stuff happens, it seems.
Yeah, truly a PAL gamer if you're on this 50 FPS, dude. Giving me Sly 1 PAL vibes. Yeah, he slowed down a lot there. He definitely knows about it. I think it's just maybe the 50 FPS. I don't know.
We beat that guy just in time. That was interesting. Honestly, I don't think it's unreasonable blaming everything on 50 FPS, but at the same time, something's happening with 50 FPS. But let's see.
As a very uninformed person, I'm super down to blame anything. Just tell me what to blame.
Alright, I need you to blame Knutty on pressing the inputs more than once. Because he's in the dark current. And he's in the current of the dark current. Remember, only tap once.
It seems like so far he's following those instructions. Okay, but he might get crazy with it. You never know. He might snap.
Yeah. You know, when PB is still technically possible, you have to start it once just to get it through.
Yep. Coming up, kind of the final test of your airplane skills with Sly Cooper. We got Danger in the Skies, a really kind of crazy job with the strats that you can go for.
Yeah, casually this is kind of painful, but
yeah,
speedrun,
kind of
this is a lot of fun in the speedrun. I think one of the funnest, even though I'm not great at it. It's just really fun.
Gonna need to be zooming around as quick as possible, dodging these missiles, and you can't shoot the turrets until they've shot at you, and that one did not really work out.
Yeah, this
the
is
loop.
The loop.
Working out pretty good there, actually. I like that. Will he go for
Tasty
like the
static,
damage?
by the way. The static's tasty.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, damage abuse is the new meta. That's what you learn when you learn this game.
And it looks like he is maybe taking damage on purpose for a quick reset at the ending.
Oh yeah, that looks very optimal damage.
Yeah, looks like he's 1 HP, and dying here is super quick and will refill your bullets. Otherwise, you're pretty likely to have to go scrounge up some bullets around the map. There's some drops around. Static is getting thick! Oh.
Yeah, and the gunshots all give louder stacks as well. This is tasty, man. This is actually might be the last place. You need to update my note file. Why did I call it a note file? It's a text document. Not legally, it's now called a note file.
He's working on these. I don't really know what kind of creatures these are. They're like half bats, half pterodactyls or something.
Yeah, they are hybrids because a lot of Dr. M's creatures are creatures and hybrids and stuff.
Yeah, you gotta use missiles to get the shield off and then shoot them down. Or you can just drive into them, and that will also kill them. But you kind of want to be careful on your health because there is one more gunfight coming up.
I think the last gunfight gives you infinite ammo.
Yeah, ammo isn't a problem, but health could be, depending on how well you do with the shooting.
Yeah. This one is really easy. So, fun fact, this boss fight with this giant whale right here has a Master Thief challenge bound to it, and as it turns out, this is the oldest Master Thief challenge world record. It's been sitting here since 2019, which admittedly isn't very long, but we did do a lot of effort cleaning up the boards. But this one still hasn't been conquered yet. If anyone can beat 27.15, then good job, you beat an old world record, I suppose.
Basically, the tactic is we're going to want to get really close to Dr. M and hold down R1 and spam missiles. The missiles can also do some damage.
Yeah, so it's a small increment of damage. Oh, Bacon Man playing the safe strat going down the middle. Very interesting.
Kind of low on health. He can maybe only take like 2 more hits, I think. So
yeah, this is very Monk-esque actually. So basically, the strat here is that you have to keep shooting him during this transitional period, and then the little green attack will last like two frames, I guess. Not like two frames per second. I mean like 2 green thingies coming out of his butt. Yes.
Looks like we will be saying goodbye to the static after like this 3-minute long cutscene, 2-minute long cutscene. I don't know.
Yeah, it's like I think it's 3 minutes in total, but this particular one is like 2 minutes.
Yeah, before we get into the gauntlet.
Yep. Auto splitter gang.
Paragliding down to his blimp. Are you insane?
Yeah, the strat here is to really delay paraglider. You have to like drop like a rock and really delay it, then you paraglide out to it. Oh, Knuti going for the reverse strats here, it seems.
Yeah, waiting for a car to catch up to him rather than having to do a whole other extra lap. It seemed like it kind of worked out pretty fast there.
Yeah, that was pretty nice, pretty decent.
De tijd doet rare dingen met mensen. Kijk maar naar de leider van jullie.
Enjoy this static while we can. Let it
We have to
rain.
embrace it. We need to get the Pepe hands in chat when we have to leave it. It's a sad day for static fans.
This is gonna take a flip, but not the worst recovery. He'll be back and going. Will hurt his cycles or hurt his chance of getting like a 2-lap, but I think a 2-lap on this track is actually like pretty hard from what I remember. It's like the 3rd one where it's like the most likely.
Yeah. Oh, it seems like we hit the 12-hour mark a while ago.
Hey, 12 hours.
Pretty poggers. Obviously, it's not like one person in during 12 hours, but 12 hours in the total runtime. Pretty high.
It's like we won't be setting a trifecta world record here today, unfortunately, but some good runs still.
Good runs. This is an emotional moment where we A, try and get the gang back together to enter the gauntlet, and B, drop the static.
Yeah, I mean, just a good point to point out how just absolutely overpowered the Panicking is. Like, you could infiltrate anything with this guy. Like, he just has insane techniques to get you where you want to be.
That snipe. And thus, the static leaves.
We're home free. Now, Knuti skipped a car in order to try to keep his forward speed, and it's actually going to just barely work out that he's going to get the 5th one.
That was clean. It's
Yeah,
gauntlet
that was
time.
smart.
Alright, where's Rude? Rude said he would join for gauntlet.
The RYYD Gauntlet Specialist.
There he is.
I'm here. you.
We called in the
He's
pro.
too
Us two Sly 3 news. We got no ding dong idea what's going on in the split. We need the experts.
Oh, alright. Alright, let's explain one strat right at the beginning, right? If you are grinding this IL, right, the trick here is to get Spotify or YouTube or whatever music app you use. You have to play Lily Piper Koita on repeat over and over again, and then you will get a gauntlet PB.
Is that a tactic that someone in the chat has used? Or?
Yeah, I've done that and I got a 10-second PB.
I got sub to 10 with that. Alright?
But
Yeah?
Yeah, we do need to mention briefly the gadgets. Bacon Man coming up just short of the 1,600 coins needed to get both, so he's rocket boots-less here, which is going to provide an interesting challenge, specifically with that one jump in the one section that I don't know what it's called. Where you
Yes, the one jump. It's the one jump in the one section.
Everyone knows what I'm talking about. Someone please tell me what that section is called.
The rope jump?
Yeah.
Right before what is it called?
It's
no,
before Henry.
no, I think it's Ryoichi.
No, it's before Ryoichi. We know our ball, we promise.
When Knuty gets here, he does have both gadgets, so he'll be able to use Rocket Boots and Feral Pounce. But basically, the big thing that we're kind of getting at here is that there's a thing called Rocket Boots physics, where if you've used Rocket Boots like recently in a level, you actually jump higher than you would normally, which is something that makes an upcoming skip way easier. Without it's hard as fuck, and I don't know if Bacon Man's familiar without the Rocket Boot physics.
Yeah, so
I don't think he is, actually.
Yeah. Bacon Man, you know, a bit of a newer Sly 3 runner, but getting good really quickly, but there's still a lot of scenarios you gotta experience.
Alright, let's see.
Let's
Can
see.
he make it?
I don't think he knows what the Rocket Boots physics.
This is possible without Rocket Boot physics, but it's way harder. This is getting rough.
From what I know, it's not. Ooh,
He did it.
Nice.
He is
From what I know, it's
Good
not
job.
harder. It's just a different setup and a different way to jump.
Okay.
But yeah. Ooh, yee.
Yeah, some scary stuff on the swords there, but he's through. Half health coming into the boat section here. He's probably going to want to find a helper if he can.
Yeah,
Yeah,
very nice too.
What I have seen, he doesn't count the objects he destroys. Since you can actually count the, I think it's 7 or 8.
Yes.
I'm not sure.
It's like 1 and 7, yeah.
Yeah. So you can count when you get the health, but he doesn't do that.
Yeah. The health manipulation, kind of some advanced technique you could be applying. Is he a stuck spotter? It looks like he's trying, but
Yeah, he's trying, but he threw it sadly.
yeah, without Rocket Boots, it's going to be a bit harder, but
yeah.
Oh,
Push
he's
boosting
going.
is really satisfying. Oh, he's going the long way around.
This strat is cool.
No! Ooh, that's nice. That's very nice, but sadly he died though.
I wonder, yeah, that could be a nice, like, kind of beginner strat without Rocket Boot physics. I don't know how hard it is to make this gap to the gold pile. You want to get on those gold piles over there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a rough water hit there. It's sending you way far back.
Yeah, if you super jump all that, then that's very tight, but you can go off to those rocks on the side, or like the wall on the side, and that won't set your position. Or that will set your position even. But it looks like he's super jumping through it.
Yep. Gonna be A-okay.
Rocket or smoke bomb for fans.
Dropping a quick smoke bomb.
Yeah, we just
If
gotta
there's
smoke a little.
Any Dimitris in the house are instantly gonna quake in fear when they see that smoke bomb. Oh, that's a bad. Taking some swims.
Dude, smoke bomb for fans, that's the strat right now. Sadly, he will have to be a bit cautious.
Yeah, 1 HP into this climbing section is schmucked up. Rude, ROID, I'm sure you've never seen this climbing section before, but it's actually quite easy to get hit by these silly things.
was Otto von Cooper een groot acrobaat en monteur.
Yeah, kind of. Not really, I guess, but come on, it's scary.
Alright, let's see how well these cycles are. Newty entering his long 3-minute cutscene now. No static, unfortunately.
The smoke bomb.
Just a smoke bomb for the fans.
Hoe moet ik hier doorheen? Hij heeft deze uitdaging gemaakt.
Causes him just a tiny bit of lag, but it's for the fans. Who cares?
Kom op, Vaan. Help me hiermee.
So I believe, what do you want to say? Knuti's maybe around 3-ish minutes behind or something like that? Somewhere around there?
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, he's got like a minute more of cutscene and playing the gauntlet, you know, like 2 minutes, depending on how fast you're moving.
Alright, and that's it. Get out of here, Rude.
We still have Knuti.
We got one more gauntlet. One more
Yeah.
gauntlet. This time with rocket boots, so we'll be able to see some push boosts. What is a push boost?
Wait, does Knuti have push attack? Yeah, I don't think he has.
Oh.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
didn't make that, so
Huh.
he's doing our
I'm
OG
gonna mute
strats.
myself in embarrassment. You guys
Alright. So we will see the rocket boots physics now.
Dit wordt de
Yep.
allerbeste slag die we ooit hebben geslagen.
And it's gonna look
Denk eens aan die buit die daar moet liggen.
cool. The rope jump and all that shit.
Bij Sly altijd op de tweede
Uh-huh.
plaats komt? Dat hij ons
Uh-huh.
als zijn hulp.
Uh-huh.
Tuurlijk niet. Sly is cool. We zitten in hetzelfde schuitje.
I've been celebrating the lead we had. this is kind of hard, dude.
Yeah, we're both in the same room now. Team 1 and Team 2. Unfortunately,
Oh, no.
one is going to have to take a dip to the other room.
True.
Als jij in die kluis zat en Sly en ik waren
Has,
hier...
Sly has to take a little resting break right here.
Yeah. Emergency.
And now we have to go through the Tilly Piper Koita.
I mean, if we could have that, it would be cool.
Yeah, we don't want to get in trouble for using the SlyGolds channel for other purposes.
Right. Oh, Knuti missed the first jump as well.
I'm looking at Bacon Man here. He's doing really nicely so far. Very good fight.
Yeah, I'm.
Yeah,
currently
you're focusing
watching the
on
gauntlet. Yeah.
you focus on Gauntlet, and I'll do the other job.
Right. Knuti has missed 1 feral pound, or whatever that is called.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's missing a lot of them, actually.
Getting a little stuck on these gold piles.
Fortunately,
Knuti,
the
when you
rock
won
boots-
the squad, I'm a bit disappointed. Sorry, talking over you.
Knuti is crying.
Right, let's see if he can get the fast cycle. He will. Nice. Good job, Knuti. I'm not disappointed anymore.
Yep, so you'll remember that this jump was a little tricky for Bacon Man, but with these rocket boot physics, it's so free, it's so free.
It's easy.
And he's actually nailing like the really fast sword section too, getting right to the third sword instantly.
Yeah.
Let's see if
Experience. And Bacon Man's done with his fighting section. That's very nice.
that's good.
He's gonna have to crawl under one thing.
Murray, je bent veel
Yeah.
sterker dan McSweeney ooit was.
That's fine.
Dat klopt, punthoofd.
You can do
Ik ben
that.
net een losgeslagen
It's not gonna
piemel.
lose that much time. I'm not sure how much it actually loses.
That strat was nice from Knuti though.
Yeah,
super jump
I have
is
seen
super
him do that.
Ik hoef niet tegen
One
jou
super
te
jump
vechten,
down.
Bentley. Jij en ik zijn hetzelfde.
The harder one is here.
And he's 1 HP. But
Oh.
he's a master.
He's insane.
Alright, a little bit of a side note here that Bacon Man is about to enter the best strat in the game, where you just spam a button. That's it.
Swappy strat, right? I think.
Yes, yeah, Soup found it. The former world record holder of Sly Cooper quad vector 100%.
Damn, you're gonna do that to him live on broadcast.
No, it wasn't meant to be mean, okay? I wasn't meant to be mean. I'm sorry.
Wow. Wow.
It would absolutely be insane.
Oh, Bacon Man, he did it. He pulled out a Wecker for the fans.
Wow, Bacon Man really winning, and he is going for the trigger.
What's Wecker? What's Wecker? Oh,
what is happening?
Yeah, he missed it. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, it was a small time loss. He did not have to fight the elephants. He's gonna able to.
Dude, he did the Wecker strats for the fans. You have to salute that. I don't even know when he bought Wecker. When did he even buy?
I guess he didn't buy.
He didn't buy it during. He didn't buy it during the ban the Heisties, did he? I didn't see it.
I don't know. Maybe he's had Wecker this entire time as a single weapon, and we didn't know. That would be insane.
The twist.
Right. So
alright, yeah.
Knute is going into the Dr. M fight with 1 HP. That's gonna be a bad one. If he doesn't do the small cutscene skip / death abuse,
as Bentley,
he can't.
Right?
Yeah, he can't do spin attack strats. I mean, I wouldn't do it.
Yeah, that's really risky.
No one does that.
Yeah.
Alright, and that's it for Gauntlet, it seems. Now we're on to the boss fight for Bacon Man, and we're on to the big fight with Knute.
The final level for Bacon Man here. The Dr. M boss fight.
It's insane how close they are, actually.
Right, I'm gonna stay here for the rest of the slideshow.
Alright,
Okay.
happy to have you along.
The Dr. M strats have actually gotten absolutely bonkers over the past year in Slide 3 with double hits, push attacks, all this crazy crap.
Yeah,
I
as I thought Bacon Man was 1 HP there, so he did take the death abuse. Good play.
Death, definitely.
Yeah, I think he did that intentionally.
Yeah, he did. There's no way he didn't.
Yeah.
Does he have push attack? It looks like he's trying double hits.
No.
Double hits.
He's pulling out some smoke bombs for the fans, though.
Does he have anything?
I don't know.
Oh, he does have push attack.
Yeah. He was trying double hits.
Oh.
But he got hit.
Yeah. You need to have some good mashing for double hits.
Yeah, I was previously a push attack pansy. Never really got into this double hit meta. Way easier, but double hits are very cool.
Yeah. Double hits are one of the best strats, honestly.
Only one more phase to go, and he has, he's able to take 1 hit on this final phase if necessary, but 2 hits will be bad.
I'll be honest, I don't know why he's not going for the push attacks.
It looks like third phase, he's like, screw these double hits. We're pushing.
Does he get a soft lock though? That's the question, because he can soft lock in this.
Oh my god. Dr. M has an inch of health. How is he not dead? Please die.
Alright, he didn't get a soft lock. Very, very epic. And he didn't die as well. Also very epic.
So that is pretty much for Bacon Man.
Yeah, that's it. That's a big GG's for Team 1, getting the trifecta beaten.
Yeah, somewhere around 12:23, I believe, by the time this cutscene and Carmelita section wraps up.
12:23 was a minute ago.
Oh. Maybe 25 is the number I got. Yeah. Adding, subtracting.
Yeah. Good job, Jake.
And Bacon Man's individual Sly 3 time gonna come out to around a 6:35-ish. I believe I'm doing the math correct on that one, which, you know, is a heavy bit behind his PB, but with the lock scene experience, the coin route problems, you know, overall, I think from what I've seen, he's mostly played, you know, really quite well.
Niemand doet mijn crimineel iets aan.
See if he
Right, so-
avoids the death as Carmelita here. That's always really poggers.
Alright,
Yeah,
GG's. I'll just wait a bit.
Good job, Bacon Man.
Well,
The Bacon Man brings it home.
And good luck to Power Man.
Yeah, it means we're going to be kicking off our first Sly 4 runner with Power Man, taking the Restream 1 slot.
yep. Let's see this smooth transitioning.
Right, should we commentate for the rest of the
We need to see this,
Sly 3 for
this
Knut?
death abuse from Community, and
I
he
believe
nails
it's
it.
now. Sorry.
We have a lot of commentators here, Monk S. I'll make my departure shortly, but I do kind of want to finish off Sly 3 for
Yeah, same.
Knuti.
We can see Community to the end.
Yeah.
Maybe we should get a PB check-in. I feel like it's been a pretty, you know, good gauntlet. There's maybe a chance.
Yeah. Okay, so I don't wanna diss Bacon Man, and I know I just came in, but like look at the difference in time between the two, and look how much Nudie has brought this back.
Yeah, he's insane.
Damn, man.
Like
I'm
there's
really
a
gonna
ha-
start
there's
with that.
there's a half hour in between them, and they're on the same job essentially.
And Power Man is live. We are good to go on Power Man's end. And we'll be ready for his start to the run in a bit.
You know, I won't be really doing any Sly 4 commentating, but I'm a self-proclaimed Sly 4 Paris master, so actually everyone shut up and let me talk for the next 6 minutes as I take you guys through this.
Alright, so we're going to be playing in Russian because we like Russian, I suppose.
Jake is lying. Jake is lying.
Former Com Gold holder in Paris Sly 4, I will say, if you don't know.
Oh, Power Man picked yes in the beginning.
Yeah,
box there.
he watched the cutscene. I was gonna say.
Wonder if that was for the fans or an accident.
I don't know.
Alright, Knut is going in for spin attack. For sure. Watch him go.
Getting some good double hits in there. Power
This
Man
is-
having a
the-
nice clean beginning here.
This is so weird seeing old Sly graphics compared to Sly 4. I don't know how to feel about this. Like, you know, like the old style with like the new Sly, like brown backpack and like the heavier looking movements. It's bizarre.
Yeah, it was really trippy when I went from being in the air in the Sal fight to Sly 4 immediately after. That was the trippiest difference ever.
Oh yeah, because dude, like in Sly 4, especially compared to like that fight, you drop like a rock in Sly 4.
Yeah.
Yeah, like the
I will sadly report that it does look like Knudi is unfortunately just behind PB pace. Still a really good run.
Yeah, this was very good for
Yeah.
Knuti.
Oh, I mean, dude, you
have-
like he's basically sub 5. Are you serious? That run was great.
And hello, Bacon Man. Congrats on your run, man.
Yep, GG's. It was, well, this was the kind of run I was expecting to get back when I got my PB.
I mean, your latest PB was like 20 minutes, right? I remember your splits. You were like within a minute
Damn.
of your goal or something. Like your most recent PB was pretty nuts.
Yeah.
But yeah, I guess any general thoughts, and I might have a question or two about your Sly 3 experience today.
I actually have as well, if I may.
You wanna go
After
first
you,
then?
Jake.
Alright,
Yeah, you can go. No. Yeah.
The biggest thing that I want to know about is the Penelope soft lock. Have you seen that before? Because
Oh.
you seem like you were really like you reset really fast. Basically, is what I noticed.
Yeah, I just noticed that Penelope didn't fall over or anything, and she just kind of stood there and I was like, well, okay. It's not the first time I've had it. I've had it a bunch of times. One time I had it 3 times in a row while like practicing. Was fun.
We
Because
were kind of like,
yeah, we have a theory that it's something to do with the game running at 50 FPS or in low resolution. Also, GG's Knutty.
GG
Yeah, GG Nudie, dude, 602, Hog champ.
insane marathon run.
Let's go.
We'll be
But yeah,
getting
we had-
Vipa started on the Sly 4 shortly.
Yep.
Yeah, Bacon, I think I was talking about Nudie much at that time, but I just wanted to reiterate, GG, man. Great run.
Yeah, it was a pretty good run. It has some pretty funny parts.
The coin route, like, you were pretty low on coins coming into the end there, and the battle on the high seas just was a bit
Speaking of
low.
coins, Power right now, just looking for his loot. He's got to reset at least once.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Baker Man, I have a question.
Yes. He got double loot. Oh boy.
Yeah, true. So, did you feel nervous at any point during the
Oh
run?
my god. Okay,
Well-
Power for some reason didn't take the second loot. Interesting.
Yeah, at the start, I was kind of nervous since, well, I hadn't played much Sly 3, and I well, I was notified of this on like Wednesday, and I was like, okay, yeah, sure, I'll do this.
Yeah. It was kind of short notice.
Yeah, super plush that you were able to fill in like this. I'm sure it's really appreciated that you participated.
Oh yeah, no problem. This was a lot of fun.
Did the lead that you had from me and Remo, did it affect the being nervous at all?
I don't think so. I didn't much think about that really.
All right.
I was just laughing at all my mistakes really.
Yeah, mentality in these long games, like if you can like not tilt, is like absolutely really key.
Like that Octavia step was amazing.
Yeah.
I was actually asleep for that, but I did hear some tales. Oh,
Vipa takes a nasty fall there.
Yeah, sliding off.
Oh, oh.
Right.
yeah.
Is it for us time to leave?
It might be time for the Sly 3 homies to say our farewell. We have Gandhi Man and Shadow Z.
Oh, Vipa.
Carry the Sly 4 stuff. Hopefully this Paris can be smoothing. But yeah, I think I'll head out. And I'll catch you guys.
So,
Bye, Jake.
I'm asked if I can stay. Anyway, all right, I'm out of here. Thank you for the chance to commentate.
Hey,
See
GG's
you,
Bacon.
and
Yep,
have
GG's.
fun, guys.
I'm off. Bye bye.
There goes.
Alright, I just got back from getting food, so I guess that means I'm going out now.
Yeah, Sonic.
Yep.
Alright, see you, Sonic. Thanks
See
for
ya,
holding down the
lads.
fort.
Yep. Have a good commentary session, you guys.
Hey.
Be sure to commentate.
Will do. Appreciate it, man.
Sly 4 time. Let's go.
Whoop whoop! The best speed game in the entire series, baby.
You got that right.
Oh. So, very interesting start we have here. I think Power got double loots, didn't take the second loot, and I don't think he went for the Paris ICSS. So, Vipa, despite the 2 deaths, is actually still looking in decent position here.
Yep. Powerman has about a 4-minute lead going into the game. Pretty tight after what 12 hours of gameplay, and only 4 minutes separate the two teams.
Yeah,
so it'll
that's
certainly come down to Sly 4.
Oh, dude, that's what I was saying though. Like, okay, again, I want to just say congrats to Bacon Man. Like 635, a lot of people wish they could have that Sly 3 run, but Nudie, like, with the gap he had at the start of Sly 3, the fact that he was able to bring this back to one split is actually insane.
Yeah, absolutely. Pulled in for his team there, for sure.
Absolutely.
And
Time
nearly a
difference he made.
PP as well.
Yeah, what's
how's it
Nudie's-
going? His PP is a 601 something, right?
Check the double. Well, you could tell us. Nudie?
Howdy, howdy.
All right. Hey, man.
I'm back. I could ask a question or two about your gauntlet.
Yeah, go ahead.
How did it feel without the push attack? Meaning
It
no
felt
push
okay.
boost.
I practiced couple AB road gauntlets before the run, so I was pretty okay. The only concern was during battle on the high seas that do I get the rocket boost? That was my only concern.
Oh yeah, true.
But going without push attack wasn't the problem really.
Right.
You had about a 40% chance of getting enough coins going into battle in the high seas.
Yeah, I was monking quite a bit there with my coin count. I got like 33 coins after Jolly Boat or something. So yeah, luckily I got just barely 1600.
Shit, man.
So,
I'm no slight. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, you can say.
Alright.
It's Slyphone.
No, I was just gonna say like about Sly 3. I don't know much about Sly 3, but the one thing I do know is like battle on the high seas is like the breaking point for the coin route. Like you can either get screwed or you can get amazing luck on that split.
Indeed. This time I got a really good outcome with the coin rolls.
What was the best pace you had? Like how much were you ahead at best?
I've been over a minute ahead. Like for example, after battle on the high seas, I was minute and 7 seconds ahead, and then I think I was ahead. Yeah, I was minute 12 ahead after Beauty and the Beast. So yeah, comparing the PB, and there were quite a bit of leads here and there. But failing cutscene skip in episode 5 operation, that costed a lot, so that was pretty hard to get the PB after that one. But I stayed pretty strong. I got decent episode 6 after that.
Yeah, no, that was like your second best run, wasn't it? That was really good.
Yeah, indeed. Only 13 seconds from PB, so not too shabby.
Yeah, man. For a race, that's amazing, man.
Indeed. I'm really happy with this one, especially with the start I had, like Octavio snap. That was awful. Lost a minute there. Then I lost another minute in lap retrieval, and then the episode 5 operation one. That was pretty rough as well. But yeah, overall I'm really happy with this run for a marathon setup.
Yeah, that's an incredible job, man. You even like missed a bunch of stuff, didn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's incredible. Good job, man. If you hit that cutscene skip in what's it called?
It would have been a good one.
Yeah, episode 5 operation. That could have been a sub 6. Or like close to a sub 6 even.
Yeah, pretty close. Close maybe.
That would have been such a big thing for a marathon. Either ways,
maybe for the next one.
Either ways, incredible job, Knut. You did very good.
Thank you.
Yeah, GG.
Had to carry that team too.
One last question.
Yeah, go ahead.
How did it actually feel to pull your team back from the mud?
I don't know. I saw the message Nist posted that Bacon Man has soft locked at one point. And then I thought that okay, this might get even actually pretty tight for some.
You literally
in a way.
You carried it to the end. Incredible.
Yeah, and now it's really cool to see that our Sly Forerunners are almost head to head right now.
Yeah, it's insane.
Yeah, good for the race though. Of course, like coming down to the wire, I'm glad it's this way.
Indeed, it felt really good to run as well.
This game, or just felt good to run Sly 3 to this race?
But yeah, it was a pleasure to have you. Pleasure to have you run at this event. Thank you for coming and giving us an incredible show.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I think it's time to leave the Sly 4 guys to focus on the game going on.
Yep.
Knut, what's the word during Gauntlet? I left a message for you.
Ooh, nice. I gotta check it out. But yeah, thanks guys.
GG.
GG, Nudie.
GG.
Bye.
We'll get a good GG in the chat for him. Alright, and now for real, I'm heading out. Woo!
Okay, if you say so.
There you go. Alright, Gandhi. The two handsome men commentating this game.
Vipa did not get a loot, I don't think.
No, he didn't, so he's going to be going for Treasure Route, which will cost him a bit in the split.
And Power Man is on to... Oh yeah, I don't remember any of the... What's this one called? I don't remember.
The job
It's
names?
Breakout,
This
right?
is Breakout, yeah.
I don't remember
This
any
is
of. I'm pulling my splits up. I'm not gonna
gosh.
remember a single one.
Unprofessional, Gandhi.
Yeah,
Can't
sorry.
remember anything about this game. Nah, you're good.
I messaged
Like-
Beaver a few minutes ago. I was like, I didn't study. What happens in Sly 4? He didn't respond though, so get some out of luck. A little out of water here.
I guess so. That's to be fair, on the whole preparation aspect, it has been quite a few months since I played this game, but thankfully I still remember a bunch of the strats and stuff, so should be okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We've got Power Man playing in Russian, which is not at all the fastest language. I'm not sure exactly how much time he loses to that. But I know he likes to play in Russian. Viva's playing in German, right?
Yeah, he's
the text
playing in
is very
German.
small on my screen, which is the fastest language, debatably.
Depending, yeah.
Yeah. We'll just say it's the fastest language.
Unless you're very good at dialogue skips, which is a bunch of people, German is, for all intents and purposes, the fastest language.
I'm not sure. Is there anyone who runs full game in Swedish, like regularly?
I think
currently?
Remo has a few times.
But not. Okay, Sonic apparently does. Hula does. All right, I stand
Hula
corrected.
does.
My bad.
You know, there's a lot of debate about it because obviously dialogue skips, like if you get them with Swedish, then you're off to an amazing pace. But then like if you don't get them, it's just so bad for that one split.
Vipa is not remembering to get the treasure.
No, he is not. That is very bad because that means he would have to do the entirety of Breakout without the paraglider, which is a
not
recipe
great.
for disaster. Yeah, I don't know if he just forgot that he like didn't get loot or what.
Certainly possible. Oh, I think he's going back for it.
I think you realize now, 100%. Oh, don't restart
Power
your
Man.
no.
Power Man gets the first jump around flawlessly in Breakout.
Yeah, so Vipa unfortunately is going to realize pretty quick that he forgot loot, which is sad. Okay. Well, Power's doing pretty good in this first section. This job, obviously, if you're playing just episode runs, is a heavy reset point, so the fact that he's off to such a good start here is really good for him.
Probably heavy reset point in full game, even. Just not in the quadfecta.
I mean, imagine, get a terrible breakout. Guys, I gotta do this again. This Live 4 has to be perfect. We're gonna reset an 18-hour run.
Gotta be perfect. Coming up on the flamethrowers here.
This section can be a bit tricky if you're not exactly sure when to jump, especially with the axe cycles. Trying to wait them out. There you go. That's how you do that. If you're impatient there and you just like dive head first into the axes, you'll get hit and then you'll respawn back at the start of that section. That loses time. Oh, he's doing risky strats too. Oh, that wasn't exactly like fast risky strats, but that was a good little mix-up between the two. He's not gonna make that. There you go.
Good chance he wasn't confident that he was gonna make it and pull out the costume. Good quick thinking.
Yeah, I didn't think he was gonna make that, so that was probably the right decision to pull out the costume.
And Vipa goes to buy, but he doesn't have enough.
No, he doesn't.
At least I don't think he has enough. The coin count is too small on my screen. But I'd be surprised if he gathered 100.
Yeah, no, I just missed him buying that, but I don't think he actually did.
No, I'm pretty sure he just went into the thief net and then closed it. Yeah,
that's kind of bad too.
That's rough.
Because that's worse too for him. Because now going into ThiefNet once, Paraglider will no longer be the first thing available because it'll mess up the menuing.
Yep. As well, he I was gonna say something.
Someone sent him 100 on PayPal. Keck W Hula.
That's funny. Wow, I completely forgot. As well, he probably hasn't practiced Breakout without Paraglider because nobody practices breakout without paraglider, I'm sure.
Yeah. Well, that in episode runs of this game, you can actually just like start with paraglider already
Yeah.
bought, so you probably just forgot about it.
It's so cheap, it's essential, yeah.
Mhm. Yeah, it's interesting that paraglider is available so early in this game when like in the previous games it was kind of a more late game power up.
Yeah, they realized how incredible it is.
Absolutely. Especially in this game with paraclimbing and everything we can do, it's essential for the speedrun. Power, meanwhile, he looks to have gotten out of breakout with a very good split. He's off to a good start. Yeah, Vipa definitely doesn't have paraglider, so he's gonna try and make up for it with other strats. Now he's going back for the treasure. Alright.
At least he'll have it for breakout. Although he has to buy. Can he buy
No.
during the job?
No, he can't. He has
So
to
he
go
won't
back
have
into the
it
safe
breakout.
house. And doing breakout without paraglider is ridiculously slow. So thankfully Vipa now remembers to get the loot, but it's already going to be a big setback for him right away. Because just having it for this one job is going to lose so much time, not being able to do all the shortcuts.
It's so easy to forget that treasure too. I mean, if you're doing full game runs where you reset to a loot, then you never actually end up getting it. Your muscle memory just takes over and you forget to grab it. It's unfortunate.
It's very unfortunate, but it's definitely the truth. You know, you reset for loot so many times, and a majority of the time you're going to get at least one loot, regardless of what it is. So, unfortunate. Well, Vipa's finally entering the prison section. At least Power is on his way to Sushi House startup. And I believe, yeah, so that was the other thing too with the coin routes. I guess Power didn't think it was worth it, but I really don't understand why he didn't grab the second loot when there were two guards with loot in the room.
It can be a
Bentley's
little
computer.
finicky. I think to get the second loot, like Bentley will try to grab the pocket that you already picked. So maybe he just decided he didn't want to mess around with it. And I mean, it's not as if the extra gadgets are gonna save him all that much time.
That's true. So on your first
Paraglider's
point,
really the only one that. Yeah, go ahead.
yeah, no, I'm sorry, but yeah, like you're
No.
saying, Paraglider, compared to especially Sly 3 and Sly 2, gadgets besides Paraglider are nowhere near as like mandatory for the run as they once were.
I mean, we end up buying gadgets that save 3 seconds. So if you spend 3 seconds extra menuing to them, they're no longer worth it.
Vipa nearly getting caught there. That was a close one, but yeah, that's how it.
I don't. Remo would know, but I think that getting the second loot, if you get two of them, I think it's worth it. I might be wrong. Maybe
Probably
perhaps
depending
it's
on.
not.
I would
Perhaps
say
it's
it
not.
depends on. I would say it depends on what loots you get. Because like if you get like a 100 loot with the first guard and then the second guard is a 500, then that is worth it. But if you just get like cheese and then another cheese, I would not say that's worth it. Vipa forgetting there, can't really walk over that guard.
Yeah, you can tell he is not comfortable playing this without paraglider.
Brutal. I mean, with all due respect, I don't know if I've ever seen anyone speedrun
No,
this
me
job
neither.
without.
There's no reason for him to be comfortable doing this without paraglider. It's rough.
It is very rough
He's gotta
indeed.
do this part casually.
Yeah. You see here, like, jump across the center, just like you're in and out just like that. Instead, you got to go all the way around here in the costume. It's unfortunate. Yeah, Gandhi, though,
beat
going back.
Yeah.
Finally got through. I was just gonna go back to your point on the second guard that you pickpocket in Paris in the Bentley room. It is a little bit finicky. You kind of have to like pickpocket the first guard and then like jump to the far right side of the second guard to pickpocket him. So, especially if you're like not testing your luck, I can see maybe why he wouldn't do that. Yeah, Reed, I think that's pretty much right, because without a lot of the strats we do in this job with the speedrun involve paraglider. Like with paraglider, we jump all over all the gaps, we jump through all this fire, jump around the guards, but that's only possible with paraglider. So without that, you're really just at the mercy of guard cycles and what you can do with the costume. So it's much, much slower. Power, meanwhile, already on his way to the 4th job of this episode. So he's growing a
Something
significant
fishy.
lead.
I've got the
Yeah.
name of it, and I
Woo!
remembered it. I definitely don't have my splits up.
Come on,
Something's
everyone.
fishy is probably one of the higher tier jobs. I think everybody can agree that something's fishy is just a lot of fun to play. You get a fishing mini game, which I mean, come on, we've been waiting. Our last fishing mini game was Sly 1, right?
And it was so much fun. Oh, I mean, actually, wait. I just missed the chance to make that joke. I should have said, like, what fishing minigame in Sly 1? We skipped that now. That's what I should have
That's
said.
funny. That is funny. Was it skipped in either of the runs? I didn't get a chance to watch Sly 1.
I watched
I guess you
it.
probably didn't either. Did you?
No, I did watch Sly 1 because I was up already, but I don't think anyone did fish skip, no.
Yeah, no, I don't blame them.
Yeah. No, I mean, in a quadfecta, you don't need fish skip, you know?
You gotta admit, though, that'd be some major style points.
I mean, absolutely, if you somehow got fish skip within, like, a reasonable time frame, absolutely, it's like plus 100 style points, man. Beep, at the very least, had a good ending section here.
Yeah.
Near the end of this job.
He's finally done suffering. He can buy paraglider.
Yeah. Get the essential power up, and now he can hopefully catch up a bit.
Yeah, get back in the rhythm.
So, I'm trying to remember now. So, here's the good thing about Treasure Out, though. So obviously, just like he should have bought Paraglider before Breakout. That's not good. But the good thing about the Treasure Route is that he will be able to get Trigger Bomb as early as possible if he plays the coin route right. And out of all the power-ups in this game, Trigger Bomb is by far the most useful besides Paraglider.
Yeah, he will be able to get it in Saloon Bug, whereas Power Man, unless he gets a 500 loot and Cooper for hire, won't be getting it until Jurassic Thievery, just after Duty Called.
And that's if he has good loot luck.
Well, Trigger Bomb is the highest priority, so I think it's reasonably likely that he gets it after Duty Calls, but he won't have it for Ice Bentley. I'm trying to remember if there are any other jobs that.
I mean, you can blow up the crate. You can blow up the crate in episode 2 Operation. Yeah. Now, obviously, that one's not as essential, but that's what I love about getting the treasure route, because then you'll have Trigger Bomb for every possible instance where it can be useful.
Yep.
Because obviously, in the RC job in this episode, you don't need to use it, and then that's the first job where something gets blown up. Is Power going to go for the ICSS here? I don't think he really has a reason not to. He doesn't. It's only 3 seconds though, not a huge loss. It could have been a late pause. You're right, Ava. Now that I think about it. I think that's how... I feel like that's how I fail that trick most of the time, is like, you have the visual cue for the little ICSS, and then you mistime it by like that much of like a fraction, and then it's just off.
Vipa is heading inside for Sushiao startup. Pretty quick job, but you can certainly lose some time to it.
Yeah, certainly. Yeah, if Vipa gets like caught by some guards, or if he fails a strat, he can obviously lose time here. But right now, I mean, he's still split within reach. This is by no means out of his hands.
Absolutely. First room, pretty clean.
Coming up to the first guard anyway, it's pretty clean. Okay.
Power Man's going fishing.
Ugh.
It's been so long since I played. I don't remember what a good time is on any of the mini games.
I think a good time for this fish game is like 56 and higher is like very, very good. And then if you get anything below 50, it's kind of trash.
Vipa gets stuck behind this guard here. Or I should say in front of the guard.
Oh yeah,
Nothing
that guard
much you can do
cycle.
about that.
No, that's just bad luck, unfortunately. But thankfully for him, the rest of the split has gone fairly well. I know he missed the circle boost onto the spire point, where he jumps over to the roof with the job. But other than that, the sushi house has been all right. Well, Power's going to end up with like a 44 fish, so very below average, unfortunately.
I noticed he did get caught a couple times where the magnet was attaching to one fish, but he thought it was attaching to a different one. Because sometimes when it's like between the two of them, it's hard to tell which one it's trying to attach to.
Yeah, that's the...
That slowed him down a bit.
That's something that kind of sucks about this minigame, is like, you can be right there next to a fish, and then if you pull away from it just by accident, like, that alone loses you a bunch of time.
Not to mention the fact that you're using tilt controls, so you have to deal with that.
Ugh. Alright, the Z-axis controls aren't as bad for me when I first played this game casually, but they still kind of suck. So
I'm not a fan.
No. I remember the first time when I played this game casually, when I did the spark hacks, like, younger me was absolutely losing his mind doing that because I hated the controls.
That's funny.
Yeah. Well, alright, Power got kind of stuck there, but that was a, you know, it was a good, good something's fishy.
Yeah, that was a little rough there at the end. Just couldn't get up on that ledge for some reason.
He's kind of stuck in the corner for whatever reason. The tilt controls all the monkasteers in the chat.
Ah.
I don't know if the rest of the community doesn't like tilt controls either. Fill the chat up with monkasteer. Alright.
Vipa is now on his way to something's fishy.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of cards.
Yeah. He actually, fun fact, he actually got the worst possible, well, I actually don't know if getting the first guard there loses you any time, but it's unavoidable for him to shoot you over that gap. So, you got a really awkward set of guards there. Okay. Power, meanwhile, very clean movement going to the start of Pretty and Pinker.
Yeah, absolutely. There's one of those, what are they called? The Riotrice move.
Dragon leaps?
Dragon leap? There's one of those dragon leaps that is especially finicky.
Yeah, it's towards the end where you're trying to attach to the spire that's like right next to the other one near the door, and if you're not holding your analog stick at a very specific angle, you can just like hit the wrong one, then you have to do a neutral jump into a double jump, and then kind of make it up. Speaking of RNG, Power got
Guards?
the best possible guard RNG there. Very good for him.
Ooh, misses circle boost there.
What cycle?
I missed the circle boost.
Oh, okay.
But speaking of cycle, nah, he's just going for
Yeah.
the restart check.
Yeah,
That's
no,
the-
he
that's the smarter
absolutely
play
not.
for sure.
Mhm. Especially if you're not comfortable with that in this kind of setting, that's not worth it at all.
Yeah, if you're not aware, the light that he just passed on that in that little pond area, if you're fast enough, you can make it past there before it catches you.
Ooh.
But, it's very
He's
tight
also
and
he's not
very
going
point.
for the circle boost in this room. Interesting.
But he does get through without taking any damage or falling off. So, I'd say we take those.
Absolutely. If you die in that room, you can lose a bunch of time. So it's good.
More tilt controls.
Woo! Monka steer right through the circuit, baby.
Both players in a hack. This is peak Sly 4.
All right, yeah. So now that you mentioned that, can I just say, I just want to ask the audience's opinion on this. Like, is it just me, or do you do nothing else with Bentley in this game than like do computer hacks? Like Bentley is
there is a
literally,
lot of them.
yeah. You never really do anything with Bentley. Like you don't use the sleep darts for anything besides like the one Grizz mission. I don't know. It just feels like all you do with him is like go to computers and like do this.
They wanted to make sure you knew he was a nerd. They
You know,
decided he
right?
wasn't nerdy enough in the previous games. He was running around and shooting things and dropping bombs, and that's not what they wanted for Bentley's character.
Vipa, meanwhile, missing the quick kill on the boss, kind of unfortunate.
Not the end of the world for that boss, though. There are some later bosses where it loses much more time.
Yeah, that's very true. If you miss that in a later boss where he starts doing the attack cycles after you miss that, that can lose a bunch of time.
Ah, yes, the RC car sections, of course. I think that constitutes his part of his nerd activities.
I would say so, because there's a healthy amount of them as well. Like, I think the only section of the game where there isn't an RC section are episodes 3 and 4 to kind of give you a break. But then episode 4 is also, like, filled to the brim with hacks, so...
It's true. Powerman is on to probably the second best dancing section in the game. I don't know, what are your opinions on the quality of the dancing sections?
I mean, Murray's got a big... Let's be real, if we're comparing Carmelita and we're comparing Murray, Murray has the better ass. Without question, Murray has the better ass, so this dance is better.
You do have a point. Although, you could make the argument that the music in Carmelita's dance is better. They're the same music, aren't they? Are they the same music?
No.
No, they're not.
Andy!
I'm sorry.
Andy! Oh
It's
my
been too
God.
long.
Disgraceful!
What does the Carmelita one sound like? I actually can't picture it.
The...
Oh, you're right. Thanks
Thanks
for singing as well.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I got it now. I apologize.
No, you're all good. I know it's been a long time since you've... it's probably been a long time since you've seen episode 5, like that far in the game.
I actually did watch Beaver play the dance, specifically, recently. I watched more than that, but I left after he played the dance.
Ava, no. Ava's just like, Mila smirking, he's like, got the biggest grin on his face, like, Shadow's done the dance enough times to know, like, exactly what the music sounds like, you know?
That's hilarious.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, though.
47 on the fishing from Vipa.
Both got pretty below average fish, unfortunately. Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, though. I just noticed that in chat. Better see one card shake later, or else there is not a valid run.
Yeah, I'll just
Oh,
read
boy.
this message out loud, just so everybody can hear it. When you play on PS Vita, you're shaking the whole console, and you can't see Carmelita twerking. Crying emoji.
Ugh, I can't see the furry fox shaking her ass. I'm devastated.
Anyway, we've got some gameplay on the screen here. Well, we
Anyways.
actually don't. Vipa just finished the level.
Vipa went way further than you needed to toss that basket.
Watching somebody else actually playing the game while Power Man is just dancing really emphasizes how long this dancing section is.
But yeah, this dance is like what,
really
3?
long.
It's like 3 minutes long at least.
And it is actually kind of important because it gives you quite a lot of coins.
Oh yeah, like in one of the last runs I did of this game, I remember I think it was one time where I messed up the dance with Murray and it ended up costing me in the long run.
Power Man is exactly one Pretty and Pinker ahead, as they both finish the jobs at the same time.
Assuming Vipa doesn't make any more mistakes, or assuming Power doesn't make any more mistakes, yeah, they're exactly one split ahead. So Power, meanwhile, is probably not going to go for lamp jump. So as long as he just doesn't get caught by guards in this job, he should be pretty alright. Does not.
See how Vipa hits these. Oh, he does miss that.
Yeah.
That jump right there. This is a little bit there.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. And if
Power Man got the lamp jump.
Shoot, he did go for lamp jump. I'll be a monkey's uncle.
It is
Good job.
deceptively difficult. It's very easy to fall off that lamp.
It's kind of weird. You have to have a visual cue for it. You have to let go of the analog stick as you land.
Yep.
Yeah. It's very easy to miss. I'm kind of surprised he went for that, but at the same time, I'm glad that he hit it. Good job. Yeah. This job so far
that
looking real.
I don't know how it synced up for you, but on my screen they both paused and skipped the cinematic exactly in sync. And that was incredible to see.
I didn't see it, but that sounds incredible. Yeah, this looks really good right now. Vipa getting the best guard RNG for that job, and Power so far is having a very clean Tiger Tail.
Vipa takes a death there.
Oh,
a little
jeez.
uncertainty. And ends up running to the spotlight.
Yeah.
Just there.
See, those cycles can be kind of hard to anticipate if you haven't done this enough times, and some of the spotlights will just instantly go from one side of the room to the other. So it can be tricky. Yes, Nudie, Vipa did get Paraglider. He got it after Breakout.
He remembered to grab the treasure midway through Breakout, but unfortunately, couldn't have gone back in and bought Paraglider without having to start the job over. Vipa is going for the circle boost, misses it.
I'm actually I'm very curious to know if restarting the job to get Paraglider is actually faster than just doing Breakout casually without Paraglider.
It's so hard to know as well because you never do it, you know? If it's something like Gauntlet, you can make some estimations on how long a certain gadget or how much a certain gadget will save, but you know, you only ever play Breakout with Paraglider.
Yeah, with Gauntlet, I know there's been a bunch of different setups and routes for Gauntlet, but yeah, like you said, with Breakout in this game, there's pretty much the only way you do it's with Paraglider. Power now, 2 jobs away from finishing out episode 1, moving on now to one of the easier jobs in the split, but can still be easy to mess up if you're not careful. So
It's really short too. I honestly wish they made it longer. I mean, it's a pretty fun job. I mean, it's you know, you just get to jump around as Ryoichi, which is always a good time.
yeah, sadly though, this job was just kind of a filler in terms of the actual game. It's extremely short, and when you think about Bentley having sleep darts, there's really no reason why the job has
That
to
is
exist in terms of the
a
story.
good point.
Right?
I had not thought about that.
Yeah, I don't know why they completely forgot about Bentley having sleep darts in this game. Now they're just kind of like a side power up that don't do much.
Avatar says there's a new strat in Spike Sushi, and he expects Power Man to go for it.
Oh yeah,
Now-
so
Okay,
so
good that you know about it, because I don't.
yeah, okay, I do. So I just saw this in a Discord the other day. So basically, you know the plant you have to hit across the spike floor for the second plant?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So the plant where you have to hit to get the bugs away is you can actually completely avoid going across the spike floor because with one of Ryuichi's charge attacks, he like throws shurikens, and Avatar found out recently that you can just barely reach the plant with the shurikens, and therefore like avoiding running across the entire floor, and it saves like at least 5 seconds. I'm not exactly sure how it saves, but it's like it's a decent amount.
Will we get to see it?
Well, that I'm honestly not sure because I don't know if Power knows about it. I think he commentated it, but I'm not sure if he's practiced it.
Oh, he did it.
Did? Oh, Hog! Look at
A
that.
little, he had a little. I think Ryuichi was like trying to hit the guard or something.
Yeah, he was still focused on the guard. A little bit of hesitation, but he got the strat. Yeah.
Nice. That's pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
It's
Yeah,
nice
I thought
to
that
see
was.
one of those special abilities actually being useful.
Yeah, it's very useful to. Yeah, because a lot of the other ones, like the charge attacks and everything, are basically useless in the speedrun.
Beaver says it saves 3 seconds.
Yeah. I guess I
I'm ahead of the
things.
stream? What? What do you mean I'm ahead of the stream? How's that possible?
I mean, if you're watching it on, you're
I guess
watching it
I
on
am
Discord,
watching.
right?
No,
Yeah, so
Sonic sent me the links. The exclusive links.
yeah, I've neglected to mention that, but like your voice has been like a second or so ahead because like you said Power got the strat before he actually even threw the
All right,
shurikens on my screen.
I'll say things later. I'll try to react to everything a second later.
Just be delayed.
Can you like set delay on Twitch streams? I don't think you can, right?
I'm not exactly sure. Right. Well, Power though, just starting operation now. This will put him over 2 splits ahead, I think. Now he's also got to go for the ICSS, which I don't know why he's going to the right side first. That's kind of strange, but he can do him.
True.
Yeah. Like I don't think it matters, but I've never seen someone go to the right side first. And he also
What's
doesn't
your
go for
favorite character in Sly games? Says the chat.
my favorite character in like the entire series.
Yeah.
Oof. This is kind of a weird suggestion, but I would say like the Contessa is probably my favorite character across the entire games. Because she is like, yeah, she is one of the like most intimidating, most memorable villains in the entire series. And like when I was a kid, the first time I went to that like ghost world in chapter 4, I was like kind of scared, you know, with the music and everything. So she's memorable for sure.
Our man goes to the ICSS there. A lot of pauses, but he does get it.
Yeah. Yeah, he had to obviously the time you save with that goes down the more pauses you have to do, but the fact he got it is still very good.
I think the
Just like
Grizz is
that.
definitely up there in my favorite Sly characters. I mean, just an incredible person, the Grizz.
Just, you know, the most like intimidating non-stereotypical, like memorable villain of all time. How do you hate him?
Absolutely. And then you have an ice skating fight. I mean, what more could you ask for?
You could ask for him to be rapping while you're doing the ice skating fight. That would
That's a
be
good
epic.
point.
The Grizz gonna skate across this ice, he's gonna put you in a hospital, and that's not nice. I don't know.
That's good. That was good.
Just like, I made that up on the top of my head, that didn't feel very
Tifa
good.
does
but,
also
you know,
get the lantern lantern jump.
Pog, Lantern Jump Gang, dude. I love seeing people go for it. Yeah. Right. Power, meanwhile, kind of struggling with the rat fight. This has been kind of slow from what I've seen, but gets through it.
People got a little stuck on the barrier there.
Yeah, getting a little caught up. Right. For this section of movement on Power's side, I'm very curious to see how he does it, because there's a few circle boosts here that are very difficult, but he can also save a lot of time by doing them. Doesn't get the first one. I don't know if he even went for it, but doesn't get it. Okay. No, he actually, I don't think he went for either of them, in fact.
They don't save that much, so.
I guess not in a quad factor setting. I guess you're right. Vipa is having a very good Tiger Tailor from what I'm seeing.
Oh! For a second, I thought he wasn't disguised there on that last guard. I realized I just reacted to it in real time, so I apologize. I'll try to delay my reactions.
Nah, you're good, Gammy. Don't worry about it.
But he
They're
was
gonna
fine.
see
He
it.
was
That,
disguised.
yeah, no, that last set of guards can always be super stressful, and you always like hold your breath on whether or not the last one's gonna wake up.
Frizz. I wasn't aware that you couldn't read. But Power Man is on the 100 loot route, so he's looking to buy Adrenaline Burst in Jailhouse Blues. Vipa on the treasure route isn't going to buy until Saloon Bug, but he's going to get Trigger Bomb there. Unless, of course, he manages to grab a 500 loot before then, in which case he'll get to buy a whole load of things.
Oh yeah, I forget how that changes the route. Now, does he get to buy Rail Sprint with that, or does he also buy Auto Fire? It's been a while.
He buys Trigger Bomb, Auto Fire, and Adrenaline Burst, all in Jailbreak.
Damn. He's getting a whole slew of power-ups then. That'd be awesome, but
Although the 500
obviously,
is very unlikely.
yeah. Obviously. He could still get a 200 loot though, and if he does, he could probably buy both Adrenaline Burst and Auto Fire in Saloon Bug, which would still be very good for him if he can get it.
According to Remo, a 200 loot is not worth it if you're on the treasure route.
I thought that was 100. Oh, on the treasure route, okay.
Yeah, 200 loot would only be worth it if you've already got the 500 loot. I say this as if I've done any sort of research to back this up. You know, I'm purely regurgitating what I've heard, and it could absolutely be wrong.
Just going off a reliable source. It's understandable. Yeah, I unfortunately haven't done enough different coin routes to know every little detail of like, if you get this here, then this is gonna happen, or like, you know.
That is what the spreadsheet is for.
Absolutely. We all know how Remo loves his spreadsheets.
It's my spreadsheet.
Oh. We'll still be very happy with you then.
Yes.
Feel good.
I hope so. That's why I made it.
Yeah.
Power Man's here on the second phase.
Avatar is also having a bit of a moment about spreadsheets. He loves them too.
Don't blame him. Vipa's coming up on the new strat. Don't know if he knows about it. I didn't.
Oh, the yeah, I'm also not sure if he. Guess we're gonna find out.
Guess.
Did Power miss killing El Jefe in 2 seconds? No, he didn't. Okay. I think I was stupid. I was looking at Vipa's screen for a second and I thought he missed killing El Jefe in 2 cycles here, which would be very unfortunate.
It would be. It isn't too hard to pull off, but
Hopefully
you're not careful. Ah, no, Vipa's going for the old strat.
Shame. Hey, something new he'll learn after the run.
Absolutely.
The very
Power
least,
Man
that guard
coming
won't
up on the
shoot
last
him.
phase, looking for a 1 cycle here. Very difficult to pull off, but it would lose quite a bit of time. No idea how much. Couldn't tell you that. Gonna guess 20 seconds. That's my guess.
It's around 20 seconds.
Sounds good.
Yeah. Also, yeah, Ava, I realized it was like, I looked over and it was a whole cycle too late, so thanks, but yeah, I got you. 20 seconds is the correct response. Gandhi is very well educated.
And he gets it! Wow, incredible!
Oh, let's go! Pog champ, dude.
Was my reaction on time there?
Not really.
Or is it too early?
It was too early.
Dang, I
2 seconds
delayed
too
it.
early.
2
Yeah, you're
seconds?
good.
Oh, dang. Alright,
It
I'll
was at
delay it
least-
even more.
You're good, Gandhi. Don't worry about it.
1 second
They're gonna
early.
see it in like...
No.
they're
I'm very... This is very important to me.
No, that feels great for Power though. He's always been talking to me about like how episode 1's been giving him such a hard time as of late. So to see him get like, you know, a relatively good episode 1 all around, like what mistakes did he make there in episode 1?
I couldn't tell you. The
Yeah.
fishing was suboptimal, but I mean that's just a couple seconds.
Yeah, I mean that's what I'm thinking. Like he could have gone for the circle boost in Pretty and Pinker, and he had very bad bug and fish RNG in Something's Fishy. But other than that, that was a very, very clean episode 1. He's off to a good start.
Vipa opting to just walk on the spinning wheels here.
Yeah, it doesn't matter whether you walk
Makes
or
no
run.
difference whatsoever.
Yeah,
But,
it doesn't.
That's what he's doing. And Power Man is moving on to episode 2.
Yeah, see, so Ava, I wouldn't be surprised if that's a PB for Power either, but the problem is, I don't think that's gonna count, because he bought Paraglider with loot he got from Paris. So according to episode run rules for this game, I don't think that counts.
Really? So you can start with
Yeah.
Paraglider, but you can't.
Yeah, you can
can't buy
start
it.
with Paraglider for all the episode runs, but unless you buy another power up within the episode run you're doing, you can't start with anything else.
Interesting.
Yeah, like I remember I had an episode 4 run where I had auto fire on because, you know, I usually get it from episode 2, and then that run was invalid. Deepa, meanwhile, does get 1 cycle on the, or not 1 cycle, the, whatchamacallit, the ICSS on the Dragon Head. And I believe in like 1 or 2 pauses as well, so he's having a good operation so far.
Makes up a
Making
little bit
good
of time
time.
there to Power Man there.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay.
Yeah, Hula, you can, and we've got video proof. Jailhouse Blues, is that the one you're referring to? Can you
No,
beat
Jailbreak.
Jailhouse Blues without? I think he
Jailbreak is
said-
a...
No, he said, I mean in episode 2. Yes.
Oh, yeah, it's Jailhouse Blues, yeah, that's what he's talking about.
I don't know.
I'm pretty sure you can. Like, the only instance where I think you would maybe want paragliders for that first gap in the floor. But other than that, I can't really think of any spot where you need it.
No need, though. Let's just use Paraglider.
Absolutely. Veep is going for the risky jumps.
Yeah, he's a little close to some of those ledges, made me a little nervous, but
Yeah.
he had it under control.
Sure. Yeah, I almost don't blame Power for not going for those jumps, because some of these are very, very tight. This one especially, he doesn't go for that.
Can't go balling without Paraglider, that is a good point. It's almost not even worth playing if you can't go balling. That's not true entirely. It's pretty hard.
Nah, man, I mean, you gotta be a baller, right? You do it once, you never go back.
I did it once, and, and then I went back. So I'm
Boo.
gonna disagree with you on that one.
Boo. Alright. Gandhi is officially revoked from the Ballers Club. Everybody shame him. He went back on his word.
Sorry, guys.
Look how many Sages you've made in the chat, Gandhi.
Okay, those came before I said anything. Don't try to
Alright.
don't try to trick me.
Oh.
Okay, that one's mine.
You made Misu very sad. Yes, indeed, Reed, we are already in episode 2. Not very early, or not very late in episode 2, but still, yeah, it's just moving along. Feeling good. Alrighty, so I've got to see when I have to go. I probably won't have to go until 4, but I just want to check with my friends. Hopefully I'll be able to stay for a good part of this episode as well.
Hopefully. Did you expect slow running?
No, yeah, I'm very happy with where we're at right now time-wise, because if we actually finished Sly 3 around 3 o'clock, I would have had to leave a while ago, but thankfully, you know, get to be here for more
Thankfully,
time.
the runners are too good.
Yeah. Thankfully, Nudie is a one-man army, Kappa.
Vipa's on. This is the second phase, right?
Yeah, I believe he just got... No, that's the first phase of the El
first
Jefe
phase?
fight. Yeah, first part.
I'm sorry.
No, all good.
I apologize.
Okay. So I believe... Is Power... I
And
think Power's
Man
heading...
has adrenaline burst. Knows it's going out.
Knows how to use Adrenaline Burst. If you... Fun fact, if you actually like use Adrenaline Burst too much on your way to go into that first job trigger, you won't have the juice to like boost over to the rooftop and you'll actually just fall down.
That's true.
Who's talking?
You gotta be smart about it, and Power Man certainly is.
Alright, well, unfortunately for me, it looks like I might have to get going, like now, in order to get seats for where I'm going.
Man! We were just hitting our stride.
I know we were, Gandhi. I'm so sorry, bro. I wish this
Can't
was the
believe
other
this.
weekend.
And now I'm stuck with what? Avatar? Oh my god. What a I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Stuck with this loser Avatar, man.
I bet he doesn't even know anything.
No, he doesn't. What did he
Oh,
find?
Vipa
One
misses
strat?
the he missed the block on the fireball
no!
there.
Oh, that's the worst way to miss that. All right, but no, yeah. I just wanted to say thank you all so much for letting me commentate. It's been a pleasure being here, and I'll hopefully be able to commentate another race, you know, because this is fun. I love doing this.
Yeah, it's been a blast.
Absolutely. All right, well, I am gonna go to the first ever football game at my college since coronavirus. It's pretty hype.
Exciting stuff.
Yeah, I will see you guys later. Bye, everyone.
See ya.
All right. Good luck, Mr. Gandhi.
Thanks. Wow, by myself now. No longer by myself.
Hopped in early, I think, now that Shadow was gone.
How's it going?
Хочешь, поменяемся местами? Я посижу тут, но мысленно буду с тобой. Вот да.
Vipa in the final phase, seemingly, in the LF fight. See if we can get the one cycle.
Ooh, unfortunate there. I keep forgetting that I'm ahead.
Yeah, it seemed like he stopped mashing L2 too early,
Yeah.
so he thought he was out of the disguise already. It's actually kind of funny how it looks when you mash square when you're in the
Yeah.
when you're in the samurai armor.
Отсижусь тут, пока ты соображаешь.
Power Man's up on the I don't know what you call it, but the jump on the barrel thing, barrel jump.
Barrel jump, yeah.
Sure.
Does it flawlessly. Now into the boiler room.
And Vipa is on his way to episode 2.
Похоже, у нас еще есть порох. Пора отправляться.
Part of me wonders because in this episode there's a lot of Binokicon cutscene cancels, right?
Yeah.
Where usually with cutscenes where there's a small fade-in / specific camera angle, I don't exactly know how they work, so it can be either or. Because of how that cutscene starts with a boiler room, because there's a lengthy period of time before you can pause or skip that cinematic, so I wonder if it's been tested, if you can Binokicon cancel that cutscene as well.
That'd be pretty cool if you could.
Indeed.
Неплохое местечко для сиесты.
Power Man is approaching the hardest part of this level.
The
puzzle section. Obviously.
God, this puzzle gets me every time, dude.
Что ты можешь рассказать
Oh, he's got the first one in.
зубочисте? Зубочисте? Этот поганец хитер и изворотлив, как целый мешок змей. И он меня подставил. Повесил на меня ограбление банка.
Hi, Baseman's dog.
Я это точно знаю.
Oh wow, and look at that. That piece just fit right through there.
Can't believe that he's unsolved the puzzle.
And now the actual hardest part.
Yeah, the...
Ooh. Power Man's just taking it casually. No risking here. You gotta,
okay,
you gotta respect that.
Yeah, you gotta
He
respect
understands
going
he's-
safe.
He's got a lead, and he doesn't want to lose it.
Из какого это именно я должен
Power Man
таскать динамит?
closes out Jailhouse Blues. I think it's pretty well done.
Yeah, that
Casual
actually
strat
looked
at
like
the end,
very,
otherwise.
very smooth split overall. And Vipa now on the way to the 4th poster and under arrest. I gotta say, one thing I love about Under Arrest is how in 100% how you get a lot of different collectibles throughout the split. And also how it gradually builds up over time.
Понял, что ты и впрямь Купер.
So like between the first poster, between the second and the third, you get a few bottles. Between the third and fourth, you get a treasure.
Ну,
Fourth and fifth, you get
не совсем.
one treasure and a few bottles. And then it just builds up towards at the end where you just get multiple treasures before you finish off the job. It's a very cool progression.
Absolutely. Unfortunately, we don't get to see any of that today.
Yeah, that is a little bit of a shame. 100% for Sly 4 is one hell of a thing to witness.
Power Man is heading into Cooper for hire.
So he had a 100 loot in pairs, if I'm not mistaken, and if he wants to buy Trigger Bomb early, he would need a 500 loot from one of these guards.
Looking for that silver belt buckle.
He's also on 26 coins currently, so he does also need a few extra coins in addition to that if he wants to trigger bomb early.
Yeah, quite
So
a
let's
lot
hope he gets
actually.
both the loot and the coins.
There's a loot. Doesn't look like he's going for it though.
I can respect the safety, in all honesty. Although
The guard did whip back around. Although he might have had time afterwards. There's another loot. Is he going for that one? Looks like he is not.
Мне бы сейчас кубинский леденец. Хоть от жары бы отвлекся и немного развлекся.
the Russian toothpick really sounds like he quit smoking recently.
That's true. Powerman opting to head up on top.
You typically don't see this route unless you're doing 100%. Oh, he's going for some coins maybe? Or he's just, nah, he's going for some fancy stuff.
He doesn't go for the bottle break to alert toothpick though. Vipa is now on his way to Jailhouse Blues.
Я думал, шахта недалеко от города.
People having some zooming issues with that second picture, it seems. You actually have to zoom in a lot to take that picture.
Gets around that firewall pretty well. And the second one.
Nice. That second one is usually very tricky to squeeze past. You need very, very precise movement.
Лазерная петля ускорителя сможет активировать переключатель, если зажать кнопку R2, пока корабль ближе. Можно вытянуть лазерную отшифровальную цель и нанести ей урон. Кажется, придется просто расслабиться и влететь внутрь.
Going safe on cycles and a hack.
Думаю, надо обвести лазерную петлю вокруг нескольких переключателей.
The upcoming section in the hack here is usually can be a little bit tricky with the big dude in the center and then the fast shooting drones in the corners. Yeah, Parma does actually opt to restart checkpoint to reset his health for the safety.
Deepa's heading up on the barrel jump here.
I see Misu's asking in chat what's the best episode to run for Sly 4. In my opinion, episode 1 is actually a very fun one to run.
It's
For,
gotta be episode 3. That's a joke.
Of course, you'd say that at first, at least. But yeah, 1 is a good starting point, at least, because it's rather short and there is not that much RNG involved, if any. No, there's some RNG. Overall, episode 1 is a good starting point. EP4 is my personal favorite, but there's a lot of loads and a lot of hacks, and I know that not everyone is a fan of those hacks, but I am.
Yeah, absolutely, those are both great episodes. There's a lot of cool stuff in episode 4 that, if you aren't a fan of the hacks, make up for it.
For sure, there's a lot of very smooth movement and cool circle boosts and whatnot. Is Vipa be balling now?
Vipa's now gonna take a shot at the puzzle.
Мне надо вспомнить, как стрелять. Сперва зажимаю кнопку L1 для перехода в режим прицеливания. В режиме прицеливания навожу курсор на цель с помощью правого джойстика. А потом нажимаю кнопку R1, чтобы выстрелить. Да, наконец-то припоминаю. Пока старина зубочист меня не засек. Интересно, что тут затевает старина зубочист?
Our man's heading into the cave portion.
I love this this part of the job. Like Tennessee is one of my favorite Coopers to play as.
Absolutely, he is a lot of fun to play.
Похоже, тут уже сложнее. Мне надо прострелить все замки за раз.
Vipa misses the paraglide.
Oh, he barely made that one.
Not going for the balling strats, but I mean, still he saved a good chunk of time to Powerman there, even on the second try.
For sure.
Since Powerman didn't go for it.
And that second jump or that first jump definitely looked like he was about to fall in before he managed to save himself.
It was close. Now is Sly 4 faster than 2 and 3? That is absolutely correct. We can just skip all the cutscenes.
Yeah, we can skip all the cutscenes, and comparatively to Sly 2, there's also less episodes in total.
Yeah, there is just less. It's a smaller game. Powerman taking quite a few hits here. Opts to take out the rest of those spiders.
He has some good health going into the last section here too, so he should be safe from death. Then again, you never really know what's going to happen in the last section.
Yeah, that is generally the biggest source of time loss in this part, is if you die. This jump right here can be a problem. Powerman opts to just take down the guard before he jumps across.
Once again, you gotta respect the safety and Fecta setting.
He's still at half health. Even more than half health now that he got that health there. So he makes it through this level. No problem.
Dave asks who is the best ancestor. In my opinion, from a speed perspective, Ryuichi is the best, because he has one of the best movement options any character can have in the form of the Dragon Leap. For me personally, from a pure enjoyment factor, Tennessee is the best, because he is almost a 100% carbon copy of Sly with the addition of the capability of shooting. So it's kind of a good mixture of Sly's bests and Carmelita's bests in that kind of sense.
Dave seems to disagree.
I can see that.
I'm a big fan of how Ryoichi can sprint past guards without alerting them as well.
Yeah, the built-in silent sprint is definitely a very nice flexibility to have.
And it fits really well with his character.
Indeed, as a stealthy ninja.
Bob, that's just I mean that's just the wrong answer.
You do have to respect Sanzaru's gut to go for making a brand new ancestor.
I guess. I don't know. They could have made a better one.
They
But,
totally could have. I do agree on that.
I haven't made any ancestors, so who am I to talk? Powerman is heading into the best minigame in the Sly Cooper series.
He's gonna be a bartender.
Гляди в оба, друг. Опасное это местечко. Ладно.
I don't know what it is about this minigame, but I just find it incredibly satisfying.
Yeah, I find it satisfying to just switching between the lanes and serving beverages at breakneck speeds.
It's really clean. It's really fun. If I could just play this all day, I would. I mean, I guess I could. I guess there's nothing stopping me.
Oh yeah, for sure. In my opinion, like for me, the hard target minigame is my most favorite. I used to play that a shit ton.
Yeah, I can see that. When 10 team Slyfecta League will be true, who's gonna be in your team? 10 teams, wow. That'd be incredible.
Yeah, that would be a miracle if you could conjure up 10 teams.
40 people. I'm not sure how far ahead Powerman is minutes-wise right now. But he's definitely extended the lead that he started with.
Yeah, Powerman has been soaring through the game thus far. I try keeping tab on when he completes Saloon Bug, and then I can kind of compare when V-Bug completes it. Oh, and he gets the Binocucom cancel. Nice. I believe that's one of the biggest Binocucom cutscene cancels.
I'm not sure, but yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know how much time things save. I don't. You get it.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I was wanting to prep up on my Sly 4 shit before the commentary, but I didn't quite make it past episode 1. There's a lot of new stuff that was introduced since I was running Sly 4. I wish I had more knowledge about how much the new things save and how the gadget route works 100%, gadget/corner route. I know enough to at least get by, so. What's the story behind the Binocucom cancel? So it cancels when you slide into a cutscene trigger and opening the Binocucom, it cancels a scripted camera angle and immediately skips to the next portion of gameplay, which makes it faster than pausing and skipping cinematic automatically. And then depending on which cutscene it talks about, it can either save a lot or it can save a little bit less. Like I believe the last Binocucom cancel in Jailhouse Blues only saves like 0.5. Beaver can probably correct me on that, how much that one saves.
Yeah, like Beaver said, that one that he got right there is 7 seconds.
Yeah, I think I said 6 if I said it at all. So it wasn't far off.
Pretty close.
Босс, извини, я не подумал.
Powerman finished the job at 123.10ish.
I saw 123.13 at the flash.
Sounds good. And Powerman is now on his way to Blind Date.
Blind Date is another one of those jobs that I really loved playing back when I first played the game through casually. Kind of a shame that in the speedrun it's mostly an auto-scroller.
Yeah.
But it does have some very good music to back it up.
Vipa here is trying to get to 600 coins so you can buy Trigger Bomb.
It's 30 coins off. Can he find the remaining coins somewhere? It's a little bit hard to farm coins past this point, so we'll see if he manages.
He might get enough if he takes the time to kill a bunch of spiders, but it might not be worth it. Opts to just jump over those.
Yeah, trying to kill those spiders is very, very risky because of the TNT barrels next to you on either side.
That's true. It is true.
Love the music here.
Powerman got hit by a dynamite. Oh, another one. And it just did not fall off there, though.
That was close to him falling off, yeah, actually.
You can see Vipa there abusing the aiming mechanic and how it prevents you from getting knocked around by the guards.
Yeah, he definitely seemed to have some smaller issues making it through those guards, but he did make his way through.
This knave has been in voice call the entire time, and another community had issues with something similar during an event, probably attention sinking. Keep an eye out, folks.
Hippo G. I mean, I believe Nave will be here shortly for a commentary anyway, so it's...
I think he's been here the whole stream.
Yeah, he's been the host restreamer, so...
administering this thing.
Final coin tally for Vipa is 585, it seems. So just shy of getting Trigger Bomb early.
Unfortunate. Is he gonna get any coins in Saloon Bug?
I don't think there's usually an opportunity to get coins there.
You probably get a couple in the vents, but that is not the 15 that he needs, right?
Now, I actually wonder where the best spot to get the remaining 50 coins would be. Like, probably at this point it would be best to not really worry about Trigger Bomb anymore. But again, I don't know where the optimal backup purchase points would be. Probably going to Breakout, actually. Jailbreak.
The other thing about Trigger Bomb is if you haven't practiced the earlier jobs with Trigger Bomb as much, makes it a little less worth it to purchase it. You don't always get Trigger Bomb early, and so if, for instance, you just focus on Ice Ice Bentley without Trigger Bomb, then it's not as worth it to get it early because you're not as experienced.
Yeah, Ice Ice Bentley with and without Trigger Bomb is definitely very, very different. Because the optimal strats with Trigger Bomb would be to blow up those ice pillars when you are in the hallways with all the rolling eggs. Whereas if you don't have it, then the optimal play is to not blow them up and instead do some precise jumps to hang from the ledges.
Well, then there's also the new bomb boosting strat as well.
That as well, yeah, I actually forgot about that. That probably would be faster than blowing up the platforms. But that does mean that getting hit by an egg does kill you in one shot, I believe.
I'm so sorry. Bomb leap. Bomb leap. That's my bad. Yeah, it is risky. And Vipa actually misserves a beer. Now, if he does that 2 more times, he's gonna fail. Gotta be careful. Alright, he's done. He didn't do it 2 more times. He made it through.
Да не за что. Инспектор? Это что, как шериф? Откуда вы знаете Слая?
Длинная путанная история. Я должна лично спасти Полоскуна, чтобы свернуть ему шею.
Да вы строптивая. Была у меня
Opts to either not go for the Binocucom cancel or press start free late.
Повсюду огонь для начала.
Отлично. Ну, приступим.
Yeah, and there we can see why it only saves 7 seconds, because if you miss it, you just have to wait a little bit and then you can pause and skip the cinematic.
Yeah, it's that fade in that prevents you from pausing immediately after the cutscene starts. You have to wait a little bit.
Now Vipa's gonna be looking for 15 coins in these vents. Not sure. Yeah, he's not really, doesn't look like he's really prioritizing it. Not targeting any of these bottles. And I honestly don't blame him.
Yeah, he might honestly also not be thinking too much about getting Trigger Bomb. Maybe he's gonna go for some other gadgets, because I don't think he has Adrenaline Burst, does he?
No, he wouldn't. He's
Because
only got Paraglider right now.
Yeah, because I wonder if he might opt to go for Adrenaline Burst or Rail Sprint or Auto Fire or any combination of those.
Yeah, he's definitely got some options here if he, since he can't get Trigger Bomb. He might also just wait until after duty calls. Although that would probably be, it'd probably be slower. Really, it just depends on what he's comfortable with.
Yeah, and I also
He's,
don't know how much. Vipa has been practicing Sly for leading up to this. I know Powerman has been grinding a lot, but I don't know if Vipa has put as much extensive practice in his Powerman, so he might be more comfortable with episode strats if he's only done episodes without any of the additional gadgets.
So is that 129.45?
45, 46, somewhere around there. So Powerman is
6.5 ahead.
Yeah, approximately 6.5 minutes ahead of Vipa right now.
I believe he started 3:45 ahead-ish.
Yeah, so Powerman has been increasing his lead, very much so.
And certainly the catastrophe of missing the treasure at the beginning amounted to quite a bit of that.
For sure. Oh, nails the jump first try, and that's actually a very tricky jump when you first learn it.
Vipa is heading into blind date here.
Поверить не могу, что Слай меня в это втравил. Надеюсь, Бентли с Мюрреем целы.
Look at that hail of dynamite coming in from those jackalopes.
Taking a little bit of damage there.
Very clean jailbreak overall from Powerman here.
Yeah, you can definitely get stuck on that especially difficult jump.
Погоди, стой, я тебе все объясню.
But not Powerman.
Если бы не этот очаровательный джентльмен, меня бы тут не было.
О, пустяки. Очаровательный? Вот как? Слушай, Кармелита.
Замолчи. Все, что я хочу знать, как вернуться в Париж.
Строго говоря, Кармелита, я хотел узнать об обратном. О том, как ты вообще оказалась тут. Ребята, а где фургон? Его поисками мы займемся позже, Мюррей. Тут Кармелита нам хотела что-то рассказать.
Долгая история. По пути расскажу, Бентли.
Vipa taking another hit from the dynamite. If you're not careful, you can take too many hits from these dynamites.
Yeah, it's one thing to
yeah.
It's one thing to get hit by a dynamite where you're not in aiming mode, because when you're in aiming mode, you don't suffer from knockback. Another thing is, of course, tanking too many dynamites so you actually end up dying naturally.
He's still got half his health left, though.
And this section right here is what I think is the tightest in regards to the Jackalope throwing dynamite, because the middle guy respawns like really quickly.
He nearly didn't hit that TNT in time.
Yeah, that was a close one. Fireman now making his way up to Grand Kill Larceny. This split can definitely be a bit haywire-y, because the Jackalope fight can be a little bit tight, or the Coyote fight, I mean. And the Carmelita shooting at the end can also be very much RNG heavy.
Powerman crash? His screen's just black for you, right?
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
He might have just crashed.
Beaver says he hardlocked. That is unfortunate. This is certainly not the game you expect to hardlock in out of the series.
Indeed. I wonder if it was because that's a Chalk Talk cutscene trigger, so I wonder if it was accidentally mashing start.
I don't think he was because
yeah,
Murray was stomping.
He was stomping, yeah. Maybe it was a frame perfect stomp or something. I don't know. What I usually do is for that Chalk Talk, I just wait until it starts and then press circle once instead of mashing it. Now, the fortunate thing when you do reload back into Sly 4 is you don't load back to the safe house after you've hit the checkpoint. And I believe Powerman hitting the job trigger for Grand Kill Larceny saved it as a checkpoint. So he doesn't have to load back out. Oh, never mind, he actually does.
That's unfortunate.
I guess the autosave doesn't play until after the Chalk Talk cutscene, and that's in that case.
Beepa's now making his way to Jailbreak.
You'll have to get a pretty clean one as well in order to mash Powermans.
But if he does, this could absolutely be a chance to make some time back because of that hard lock.
For sure. Alright, no hard lock this time. We Gucci.
Powerman is efficiently destroying these the coyotes. I guess they're coyotes.
Yeah, good coyote spawns there. Sometimes they spawn in slower than other times. I don't know if it is because if you're standing in between two zones and if you're close to one, they won't spawn from that side. Or if it's just an RNG thing. But yeah, that was a very good coyote spawn overall.
The second phase here, all you have to do is punch the bull a bunch.
In all bosses, this fight is actually broken if you have meter recharger for Murray and licks of lightning, because then you manage to trap Wildman in an infinite shock loop.
That's good. That's a good all bosses strat.
Indeed.
Coyote
helps
is
to make
definitely
the category
not,
more unique.
Yeah, coyote is not a more fancy word for wolf. They are
also another
animals.
Another side benefit of Powerman resetting the console from the hard lock is that we now actually have music still.
That is true. If anybody was going to hardlock, I'm glad it's the person we're listening to.
Yes. Now we're actually way more likely to have music and getting stronger now during the montage.
If you've not seen this run before, you're not quite aware of how much of a game changer having music in that job is. It turns an incredibly boring job into pure excitement.
Yeah, the montage feels way more anticlimactic without the exhilarating music.
And of course, the music and all of the alter ego hacks. We don't want to lose that.
I think the alter ego music is also a remix off of the Sly 1 hack, I believe.
Oh yeah, yeah. It definitely is. Vipa is now in the second shooting section, coming up on the especially difficult jump. There's several alternatives on how to do that part. We'll have to see how he prefers to do it.
Yeah, I would not be surprised if Vipa goes the casual way. Actually.
Yeah, especially in a marathon setting like this.
Yeah, for sure.
He's going for it. Setting it up.
Nice.
Nice, well done. Took a
Barman
little
also
time to set
netted
it
him.
up, but it paid off.
Barman also got himself a 28-second Grand Kill Larceny minigame on the shooting. Like 28 seconds remaining on the in-game timer.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, iframes barely saving people's ass there.
He's getting a little toasted by these guards.
Yeah, this section
He
is
opts
notoriously
to-
difficult, so...
Yeah, the guards can really mess you up. He does opt to put his crack shot on the guard on the left there to make it a bit easier for himself.
Yeah, that guard to the left of those... Yeah, up to the left of that crate that you blow up in order to shoot the switch. If your movement is a little bit off, he has the possibility of knocking you off into the water, so definitely going safe and taking him out is very respectable.
There's a different strat for the difficult jump that prevents that guard from spawning entirely, but it is... Some people find it to be considerably more difficult. I say that because I find it easier than what Vipa and Powerman both did, but I seem to be in the minority there.
Yeah, I've seen that jump in Remo's tutorial videos. I have not attempted it myself yet, so I can't say if I would prefer that tricky out-of-bounds movement compared to the jump we normally do.
I think if you're good at the normal jump, there's absolutely no reason to be going for it. I just had a lot of trouble with the normal jump when I was learning.
I can definitely see that.
Powerman is on to the operation. Having a little trouble, ooh, quite a bit of trouble with the barrels.
Yeah, having good guard control here is very important to avoid him from breaking the TNTs accidentally.
Pretty rough.
It took a while, but we got there.
I think there are some new strats in the upcoming Tennessee part that I'm not familiar with. Not
Yeah,
sure.
I'm actually not too familiar with them either.
Yeah, I'm not sure what Power Man's gonna do. Hopefully, he does something that I've seen before.
Yeah, I think
But
Power Man
it would
does
be
the old way still. The new way, I believe you trigger the checkpoint inside the second cart, but then you don't go in. You death abuse, and you do that in order to set up some spotlight cycles in a different manner. I'm pretty sure Beaver can give a more in-depth explanation.
Yeah, I've definitely seen him do it. Not sure how much time it saves.
I actually don't think it saves too much. But I do know that you need to manipulate the cycle by dying in order for it to save time. That's at least as far as my knowledge about that trick goes.
Beepa's now making his way to Grand Key Larceny. Makes it through the cutscene.
It's not hard luck.
Best hacks in the series?
Oh, that's a good question.
Man, I don't know. I don't think I particularly like any hack.
If the arcade machines in the safe houses count, then I would say the Spark Runner one in episode 3. If you play that one from start to finish, that is a very satisfying one to go through.
Arman misses the quick kill.
That's
really
unfortunate.
In this one, it's a lot of time lost.
Yeah, this is the worst quick kill you can miss as well, because you have a very long attack cycle. You have to wait here.
And Vipa's going in to fight the bull. Do you have a name, the bull?
He's called a Wild Man.
Really? Vipa's on to the rolling section. Mostly an auto-scroller, but there are certainly some points where you can get really screwed up.
Yeah, it's incredibly easy to die, actually, in this section. Both to the dynamites that the jackalopes toss in the latter half, and to the laser cycles when you get to the barn.
You'll also end up with these lizards that you'll bump into, and they'll like push you one way or another.
Yeah, for some reason the geckos around this corner specifically have hitboxes, so if you hit them, you can bonk off them in the ever so slightly wrong way. And if there's a TNT barrel conveniently next to you, you may die.
Our man is not going for the death abuse, as expected. He does destroy both of those boxes with one crack shot. I don't know if I've just been doing it wrong forever, or if that's not normal. But it certainly seemed faster, so I suppose I've just been doing it wrong.
I don't know, actually. It seemed like it took quite some time to lock onto the other
It did,
boxes.
but the alternative is that you wait for it to recharge.
If anything, it probably would save like minor time, like 2-3 seconds maybe. That's what I would bet.
I didn't see the number on Vipa shooting there, but it felt good.
Vipa got a 26, I believe.
Powerman's was 23?
28.
28.
So they were both were below average.
Fortunate.
Like in order to get those really top times in there, like 33s and 34s and such, you need good RNG on the ones that are worth 5 to spawn in the backer lane so you can shoot them early and also not have any friendly targets in front of them.
Powerman takes a hit. Getting to the getting a toothpick there.
Two, 3 seconds is massively in Sly 4. You know what? That's true. That's true. But when you look at it from a total perspective, it is still a minuscule amount.
Эти торнадо лучше обойти стороной.
Both runners are now in the same job. I don't think we've seen that for a little while now.
Yeah, not for long though. Not for long. Our man is now in the last phase of Toothpick, and then he'll be moving on to episode 3. Easily one of the 5 best episodes of the game.
I feel like EP3 doesn't get a lot of flack actually. Like it's definitely not one of the best, but it has some things going for it, honestly, in the speedrun
It
perspective.
absolutely does have some really quality jobs. I mean, I think Ice Bentley is pretty good.
Yeah, Ice Bentley is one of the highlights of Sly 4 speedrunning in my opinion, because it's a platforming section with Bentley, which is not the type of job we see a lot in any of the games.
And then Unexpected Ties. I mean, that's just platforming.
Yeah, one of the few jobs where you also use the Sabretooth costume. Honestly, a very underrated costume because we don't see it that much.
Best looking map. I really like the look of Sly 4 Episode 5.
Yeah, Sly 4 Episode 5 is very, very beautiful, especially the water. Because the quality on the water is so smooth. As a whole, I would probably say I prefer Episode 1 more.
Yeah, that was definitely my second. They're both really nice.
Like I would say Episode 2 is also a very beautiful map, but it also feels a lot more barren because of the desert-like aspect of it.
Yeah, I agree.
Я знала, что так будет. Лучше бы отослали меня обратно в Париж. Ох, поверить не могу, что это конец.
Да что они там вытворяют? А я-то думал, куда же золото делать? Извини, Мюррей, выбора у нас нет. Эй, моя цепочка! Все, будь что будет.
And with that, Power Man is into episode 3.
To Stone Age Recon we go.
Okay, Beaver, I don't think anybody asked you If you want to be asked questions, you're gonna have to come commentate. Vipa's coming up on the quick kill here.
Бентли, от Кармелиты ничего не слышно?
He nails it. There's some good times
Very
if
good
compared to
there.
Powerman.
Yeah, absolutely.
Я знаю, старина.
I don't know if it's
Ибо
just
ее
me, but
непременно
I
вернем.
think that one is especially difficult for some reason. Which
Yeah, it's kind
doesn't-
of it's kind of weird how that one feels tough.
Yeah.
When you also have the quick kill in Chain Swipe, which is harder to set up because the camera's scrolling upwards instead of horizontally. And then there's also the one in Up in Smoke, which is the only hack drone that you have to kill where the camera scrolls to the left rather than to the right.
Да. Вернемся, когда я буду
It could just be
выглядеть
like
не
a
так аппетитно.
placebo because I know it loses more time, you know.
Yeah, that could also
Feel
be a secondary cause, yeah.
Vipa gets through the first car there without any problems. If you're not careful, you can end up losing quite a bit of time in this Tennessee section.
Явно не из каменного века.
I think in episode 2 operation overall, it's very easy to lose time.
Yeah, there's just a lot of stuff. Vipa's going for some alternative strategies. Unfortunate. Decides not to go for it again.
He's taking it slow and safe now, which is respectable, because I do believe that jump is actually rather precise. Because you need to swipe your cane in the middle of the air in order to make that jump.
Armin got a little stuck on the I guess those are mushrooms, the little mushrooms there. It's holding the wrong direction coming out of the safe house.
Класс. Может, у них рок-концерт? Ты понял, камерный. То есть пещерный. И на барахолку не похоже. Я займусь, Бентли. От Кармелиты нет известий, Бентли?
Не волнуйся, Слай. Я уверен, она скоро с нами свяжется.
A lot of platforming and unexpected ties here. I don't think
Yeah, a
there's
lot of very
anything that's especially challenging. But also it's not easy.
Yeah, there definitely are some trickier sections involved there, like the jump that Powerman just did. It's not particularly hard to miss, but if you do miss it, it doesn't feel good.
Yeah, you do have to go back and do it again. Which ancestor would you delete? Easily Bob. Bob is gone. Don't even have to think about it.
Like any of the other ancestors that took place in Gauntlet would have been a better substitute for Bob, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree. Powerman has picked up the tiger skin suit. It's got a name, right? I don't know what the name is.
Dead Tiger acquired.
I was gonna say fursuit, but that's certainly not it.
A fur coat, if anything.
Yeah. He does opt for 3 cane jumps off of that rope thing. You do only need 2.
Opts to go for the paraclimb rather than the leap across, which even though SlyGolds is a respectable choice.
And this section, he's got to be careful not to get hit by any of these lava bubbles. But the cycle should line up so that he doesn't.
What new map location would we add? To this game, I probably would have really liked to have seen an episode with Henriette, the pirate Cooper. Then again, in Sly 3 we already had a pirate section, so having 2 pirate-themed episodes 2 games in a row probably could have been a bit too much. But at the same time, it's also the only female Cooper ancestor, and so seeing that, it would have been fun seeing that kind of dynamic between Sly, Henriette, and Carmelita.
Нет, мы не знакомы. Но один надежный источник утверждает, что мы с тобой родственники. Не знаю, что и сказать. Я очень рад нашей встрече. А как тебя зовут?
I never thought I would see they both Sly Forerunners in lengthy cutscenes that are unskippable.
Doesn't happen often.
Indeed.
Ясно. Тогда я буду звать тебя Боб.
Он прав, Слай. Вам стоит уйти, пока не прибежали охранники.
Давай, за мной. Ну ладно, сделаем по-твоему.
Power Man now heading into Getting Stronger. We're expecting the music to stay with us due to that hard lock.
Indeed. Prep the sour pleases. We'll also see how many ICSS's Powerman is going to get. I would assume he's going to get most, if not all of them, because the window for them is isn't that tight. It's like 2-3 frames.
If you're not aware, in this job there's a bunch of mini games, and you have to start by going around and watching a little cutscene for each one to see how they work, and then playing them. But if you do an ICSS, which is where you pause to skip the cutscene frame perfectly, or roughly frame perfectly, then you can skip those cutscenes. Otherwise, they're unskippable. But once you fail one of them, you can't do any more of them. So if he fails the first one that he does, he's going to lose a lot of time because he's going to have to watch them all.
Indeed. It's also very interesting how if you fail one, you can't attempt any cutscene skip after. It's actually very weird. I think it's the only time in the game where you'd have multiple instant cutscene skips in a row, where if you miss one, you can't go for the rest.
Certainly doesn't make a lot of sense, but that's the way it is. Powerman did miss the first one, but he just paused early so he could just give it another go.
Yeah, he missed it in a good way. One more to go.
And he got them all.
love to see that. Vipa now heading into unexpected ties himself. All in all, it's kind of cool how Vipa has been able to keep up with Powerman.
Yeah, he definitely took a big hit at the beginning of the game, but he's been playing overall very well. Did forget which way to go there, but so did Powerman.
Yeah, Vipa, I believe, has been focusing a bit more on Spire as a reason, so it's probably been a while for him since he's played this game.
And he's doing very well considering that.
For sure.
Powerman doesn't miss a single slingshot. And now I've watched a lot of Beaver playing this game, and based on that, it seemed that hitting those slingshots were really difficult, and so it's incredibly impressive that Powerman was able to hit them all, because Beaver certainly isn't.
I would say at least in the montage they're easier to hit because you don't really have a good warning that you're supposed to do the slingshotting, and
That's true, that's
targets
true.
come in rather quick.
It does just sneak up on you. I know that Beaver's supposed to commentate the second half of this game, which means he should be popping in sometime during this episode. So I'm really
Yeah, I would be expecting a Beaver to pop in around duty calls or something.
Oh, he's got to be here for duty calls. Even if he shows up before Starving Hippo, I'm still gonna stay for Starving Hippo.
Yeah, you have to stay
my
for
favorite
Starving Hippo as the local stat man.
Yeah. It was I actually really enjoyed doing the math required to figure out when it's worth restarting checkpoint, when it's not.
Yeah, it certainly must have been a very extensive project.
Yeah, I mean it was. Explain the math? Well, without getting into it too much, you sort of have to... You have to consider, if I do this, if I restart checkpoint for instance, then what are the possible things that can happen? And then for each of those possible things, you have to figure out how much time that'll take on average, which is based on another like instance of randomness, and it compounds.
Yeah, it's definitely a good thing that we have those stats now, because I remember back in the day when we'd restart checkpoint incredibly randomly and would opt to run towards very unoptimal penguins. So having those stats now is a very reassuring.
Our man is in the rock montage. He does miss the target. There are actually some of these little mini games where it is faster to fail them. I think he failed one of them already.
Yeah, I believe he failed a 5-segment baseball segment. And then he also failed the egg balance. Now that's the one we always at least want to skip in the first half.
Yeah. This one normally you would skip this one if it were the second of the two, but not if it's the first one of the two. And I wasn't involved in figuring out why that is, but I just think that's neat that we know that.
Yeah, I still don't quite know how it works, if which ones are faster to skip, if they're either the first option or the second option, or if it doesn't matter. And all in all, it seemed like Powerman has some good RNG. He only got one sumo.
Yeah, that's good. Sumo
Like
does take quite a while.
I know me, I usually get like 2.
Yeah, 1 is pretty good. Although it's not over. Okay, now it's over. It's not over yet. Yes, it is.
Yeah, the final 4 mini games are always the same. It's random where they're placed.
Oh yeah, I didn't know that.
Yeah, the final 4, it's always one target you have to hit with the slingshot. It's 2 penguins you have to hit in both the whack-a-mole and the baseball section, and then it's a 15-second / penguins egg balance. And those you have to complete. You can't fail them, otherwise you have to do them over.
Vipa is now on his way to getting stronger. He's about 1 getting stronger behind. Just like 5 minutes?
It's around 8 minutes.
I actually have no idea.
The community goal for getting stronger is 8:08, I believe.
Yeah, so basically it's nowhere near 5 minutes. So don't listen to me.
But there were some loading screens involved as well, so it probably would be closer to 7.
Yeah. Oh man, it's taking a beating here.
This Dodo section can be very scuffed with when you have many unnecessary guards around, like Powerman just had.
We're looking at
Unfortunately, there's no.
now.
Unfortunately, there's no guard spawn manipulation in Sly 4, so there's nothing we can do to prevent unwanted guards from spawning.
Because they're always spawned. They don't spawn as you go around and then despawn behind you. They just exist on the map.
Mm-hmm.
Taking a few pauses to get these, but it's certainly better than watching any of the cutscenes.
And Vipa as well, getting all of the ICSSs.
Nice, very good.
Powerman and going up, this is a rather straightforward climbing section actually, once you know what kind of movement you have to do here and there. But it can still be tight if you mess up a little bit here and there. There's also a few cycles here and there involved too, which kind of limits how fast you can go.
Fireman going into the last climbing section. misses a target. Oh, second target missed. Just a little bit of time lost there.
Yeah, sometimes it's a little bit hard to mentally calculate whether you're gonna hit or barely scrape the targets there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Alright, Parman done with going up, and he's now heading into Starving Hippo.
Now this is an exciting split, ladies and gentlemen.
Second shortest split of the episode, but also the most random for sure.
Yep. It is nearly entirely RNG. There's definitely some skill involved in cornering those penguins quickly. But the spawns you get, they are not up to you. And all you can do is restart checkpoint in the right situations to maximize your chances.
Yeah, you look at what you get and you work with what you got. First spawn here is always guaranteed. And then from here we see.
I didn't actually see what spawn he got, but
he got a 4 or a 5.
Yeah, he seemed to be confident. So
I got a 2.
Take 2s.
Oh, so he's gonna go in the 5 loop here. So after this spawn, they're gonna spawn in 5, and then it's on average faster to restart checkpoint, I believe. And then you usually get either spawn 1 or spawn 2. So this might actually be a good 2 again.
What do these numbers mean? We've labeled each of the spots that the penguin can spawn with numbers.
True,
on how
right?
close they are
So
to the initial spawn point.
yeah, so the spawns are numbered based on how far away they are from your spawning location. So 1 is spawn, which is the one that Parman just now got. 2 is the crossroads, which is the one Parman got the 2 times prior. 3 is the ice caverns, which is where the Bentley job trigger is for the next mission. Which is where the penguin's probably gonna spawn next. Never mind. Spawn at 4 or 5, which is either the tar pit below the statue or the actual statue.
Not a bad starving hippo, I think. Got a
Yeah,
lot
that
of
actually was
views.
rather good. There was 1, 2, 2, 1, an extra restart checkpoint, and then 2.
Good stuff.
Very good stuff. I think what could have made it be better is after the second spawn at 2. If Bauman got a third spawn at 2, then he could have, instead of restarting checkpoint after, he could have ran to spawn 5 to the statue. Because that's a scenario you don't see often.
That is true. It's because if you go to 5 and actually pick up the penguins at 5, you're gonna get a bad spawn after that. There aren't really any good options. But if that's your last one, you don't really care what comes after that because nothing comes out after that.
Yeah, exactly. And Now, Ice Bentley, this is probably the hardest job of episode 3 in terms of pure performance, I would say.
Yeah. There are definitely places in this job where you can lose a reasonable amount of time if you aren't careful.
Yeah, you can mess up the slope jump at the beginning, you can die in the ice tunnels to the eggs or your own bombs, and then there's the pickpocketing section with the guards. You can very easily bonk into them accidentally and fail the job by being spotted, meaning you have to do everything over again. Everything has an in the pickpocketing section. You don't have to restart the job right from the start. That would be incredibly punishing if that were the case.
Vipa now going into starving hippo. Or sorry, no, going into going up. My bad.
Going into going up, that's an interesting going.
Yeah, he's going up. Our man got the slope jump without even needing to hover up it.
Yeah, it's interesting how sometimes you can just hop up that slope. I've had that a few times in practice, and I honestly can't explain how that works.
I had a situation once where one of the rat guards got stuck in the ledge, so I couldn't slope jump up it.
Oh, really? That's interesting.
Powerman does take a fall there.
Yeah, he got hit by the bomb as well, I believe, because of his health.
Playing it quite safe. Ducking back in there, you don't want to die. He is not at a very good health total.
Yeah, thankfully restarting checkpoint here resets his health, so we can afford to be risky in the next section. However, the pickpocketing, you have to play slow and safe. Opts to go for the top guy first. I think I would have taken the bottom guard first if I were in the situation.
The top guy was in a pretty bad cycle when he got to him. He's gonna squeeze past here. Yes, no problem. No problem.
Not even a sweat.
Эй, не забудь, завтрак — это самый важный прием пищи. Я лучше посплю подольше.
This is a pretty good Ice Bentley. He did take a fall early on, but other than that,
yeah, it's been very clean so far. Powerman has actually been crushing this entire run so far. It's really good, really cool to see.
I wonder how he's doing compared to his PB. The hard lock certainly didn't help at all.
Yeah, that's right. The hard lock definitely for a small range of things, I would imagine.
День придет, и этот гад заплатит. Грис под лица расколошматит.
Hello.
Hello,
Hello,
everybody.
hello, Nave and Beaver.
We have arrived.
You taking over?
You can stick around until like maybe the end of episode 3 if you want. It's up to you.
Yeah, I think I want to stick around a little bit longer because there's some stuff in episode 4 I would love to see.
Okay.
I'm gonna watch Vipa play Starving Hippo, and then I'm gonna go.
Good. I'm just glad we made it just in time for the best job in episode 3.
The best job in the entire game, some would
True.
argue.
That's true.
Who would be arguing that? Is it just you?
You know, Phobos, if he's awake, also could argue it, but
If he's awake.
I doubt he is. Now Powerman's going to duty calls, which is a very long auto-scroller segment where he'll trail Grizz in an attempt to get the codes for Bentley. But within this auto-scroller, he'll also try to loot guards and get as many coins as he can to basically buy whatever he can after the job. The coin route in Sly 4 is not set in stone at this point. We'll just try to maximize his coins and then buy from a handful of gadgets that'll save time, whatever he can afford from those.
Yeah, that's a really interesting difference in comparison to Sly 2, for example, which has a much more, I wouldn't say strict, but more defined gadget route.
Definitely.
Yeah, even Sly 3 is a little bit fluid in that sense, as we saw with Bakerman and Knuti.
Yeah, for sure. I think right now, Powerman, what gadget does he have? He has just Adrenaline Burst and Paraglider?
He has Adrenaline Burst and Paraglider. So the priority gadget for Powerman will be Trigger Bomb, which is 600 coins. And then after that, it would be Rail Sprint for an additional 400 coins.
I think he's sitting pretty at about 200, so we have a ways to go.
Yeah. I think he should be able to get to Trigger Bomb if he is able to get any loot from these guards, but unfortunately that's entirely luck based. However, there is like a large sample of guards to choose from.
And there's like 24 guards, I believe, throughout the entire mission.
Yeah. And now here we're coming up on the second dialogue which Grizz will have, which is the first skippable one.
Oh, really, Beaver? So speaking of luck-based things, can you tell us more about these skips?
Yeah, so these skips, now, they might not be entirely luck-based, but we do not understand how they work.
Basically.
So, with current knowledge, they are basically luck. So here, Grizz talked, which means Powerman did not get lucky. However, because the dialogue's playing, he can freely loot, because looting during this dialogue does not lose any time, because Grizz will continue to talk in the background.
Yeah,
basically, there are 4 dialogues in this job, and the final 3 are skippable, and we don't know why, so we basically just have to pray. There are some ways in which we try to force it, such as like introducing lag by opening the Banaku-Com, or by trying to slow down the game clock, but there's no consistent methods. Completely consistent methods.
Was it found to be consistent if you had the thief costume?
Yes. So in NG Plus settings, like in all jobs, you can use the thief costume, which is unlocked in episode 5, to slow down the game clock, and you can do that for a very lengthy amount of time. And if you do it for several seconds before Grizz begins talking, then it will consistently result in a dialogue skip, which is very interesting. But at the moment, we can't replicate something like that in a normal RTA setting.
Pretty wild. Also, it seems that chat, the fans, they're begging all of us here in call, give us their best Terve.
Oh boy. Terve.
Terve. I'm not gonna be the best at
Here's
that.
mine. Vipa got 2-2-2-5. He actually went to the 5 for the last one rather than restart checkpointing.
Yeah, I did note that.
Yeah. I'm gonna leave now. Bye everybody. Have fun with the rest of the run.
Bye Gandhi, thank you for your
Gandhi.
assistance. We love Gandhi.
In this house, we stand Gandhi.
I miss him already.
Copium.
People come back.
So far, Powerman has not gotten dialogue 2 or 3. We might get 4. That's the most consistent one that we can skip.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So getting 2 and 3 is not not getting 2 or 3 is not surprising at all.
Yeah,
4
especially
is usually
3.
the one you hope for.
Yeah, 4 is usually considered the easiest because we can, if you correctly time stealth slamming this dodo guard, that will usually cause some of the in-game lag that we need to get the dialogue skip. And I think recently there's also been found a new skip after this 4th one. You have any information on
And
that,
he didn't
Peter?
get it. Sorry. Say it again. I was watching the dialogue skip.
Yeah, unfortunately it looks like
Which
we
he
missed
did not
it.
get.
But I was saying after the 4th skip, there somewhat recently has been found another skip, a 5th skip you could say, but with a unique name. Could you tell us about that?
You're referring to the Banaki-com
Yeah.
skip?
Yeah.
Yeah, so at the end of this auto-scroller segment, there's a long, unskippable cutscene.
Featuring Carmelita's butt.
Correct, yeah. But with a, like, well-timed Banaki-com opening animation, the game will skip about 11 seconds of that cutscene, using the Banaki-com cutscene cancel
Yeah. Like you had
tech, I
seen
guess you would say.
in some episode 2 jobs, they had some of those, probably some others I'm not remembering right now.
Yeah, there were some in Jailhouse Blues and one in Saloon Bug that we saw.
Yeah. And
So within this cutscene of Power Men's, we'll see some really awkwardly synced dialogue and weird camera angles because the game is basically trying to play all the dialogue from the entire cutscene when it's just missing 11 seconds of footage. So it's all overlapped with each other and strange.
Yeah. Did he get it? Looks like he did.
He did.
Yeah.
Poggers. Alright, so if
this
you...
is also a unique but not cancel in terms of it doesn't apply immediately. So generally, they'll just skip the cutscene entirely, or they'll skip the first opening segment of it. In the case of Shell-Shocked Heart, which we'll see later, and that was actually the first but not cancel found. But in the case of this one, we watched like 15 seconds of the cutscene before there are any differences.
Yeah.
Which is really interesting.
So if you boys don't mind, I'm going to actually reset our little Discord stream here. Wait, it should take like 2 seconds.
Vipa's actually stuck
in
the
no,
wall in
Vipa.
the tunnel. I have
Vipa
never
frozen
seen that.
solid.
That was really unfortunate.
That's incredibly unfortunate.
So Power Man is now buying Trigger Bomb, it looks like.
TB and TB only.
Well, he does have
Trigger Bomb will save time.
TB and AB.
Yeah, well,
Trigger Bomb will save time in this next section in the operation quite
Yeah.
a bit, actually.
I think
What I
that
was gonna say is we buy AB earlier, so it's usually already in the route almost.
Right.
Yeah.
I think that point at which he bought it is like pretty much your last opportunity to get it in at a point where it will still save time.
I think you can buy it before Shell-Shocked Heart.
Can you?
Yeah, Shell-Shocked Heart is the final point in the run where buying Trigger Bomb will still save time.
Gotcha.
Trigger Bomb, in terms of base time save, is definitely the strongest gadget in Sly 4 by a very wide margin.
Outside of Paraglider, obviously.
Yes, yeah, outside of Paraglider. However, that I have not looked at the numbers and tried to adjust them at all, but because of some new strats in Juggling Act, you can, with Rail Sprint, get an even earlier cycle than what was previously known to be possible. But that isn't the most reliable time save. So I think Trigger Bomb definitely still is the strongest gadget in this game for speedrunning.
Super G.
And here we're coming up on the Trigger Bomb time save for Power Man. Now these egg lifts are, what are these ones? Air things? I don't know, but they're on like a cycle. And when you are able to immediately detonate them with Trigger Bomb, you can get them to lift up sooner.
So Misu asks, what is the best / funniest skip? Put a little thought into that. What do you guys? What would you guys say?
Funniest skip.
I would say maybe the best is probably getting the. Well, I guess you could call this a skip. Really not, but getting the quick kill on El Jefe is pretty hype. Whenever you're able to pull it off, just because it's a pretty tight window. I'm not sure.
Yeah, for sure.
Not sure if it classifies as a skip, but it's pretty hype.
The funniest, if you can define it as a skip, is Swedish Dialogue 1 in Duty Calls. The dubbing error that made Swedish competitive in terms of language time save for this game.
Yeah, it's super interesting.
I'm not really sure what would be the. I like the one in Saloon Bug, the but not cancel in Saloon Bug. That's a very satisfying one to get.
Yeah, agreed.
But conversely, it's also a very painful one to miss. Now Vipa's coming up on Dialogue 2. We'll see if he's able to get the skip. Unfortunately, can't hear him, so we'll have to just read what he's doing. But
yeah, we'll have to hope.
I guess there just aren't any funny skips. Sly 4 is just a 4 weird business, no fun, only run type game.
It definitely is not that compared to 2 and 3. It definitely and all the games actually. It's just more goofy in a lot of ways.
Yeah, for sure.
Which some people don't like about it.
3 is just the most brutal in terms of its skips.
Yeah, because with the cutscene skips, you generally only have 1 attempt, maybe 2. Skip them and save time.
But obviously I'm joking. Sly 4, if you haven't run it before, surprisingly a lot more fun of a run than you might be expecting. Really cool. I would highly recommend it.
For sure.
Yeah, I
back
love
in
running Sly 4.
Back in 2020, when the first Stitchery started, I was obviously deep into Sly 3. So then I was looking forward to giving it a little break with Sly 4, and I really enjoyed it. Like going from a game that generally has a lot of cutscenes and punishing skips, as they've mentioned, to a game that has less punishment and a lot more gameplay comparatively was an absolute blast. And the movement too at top level is incredibly satisfying to perform.
Yeah, the movement's pretty awesome, and you know, probably my favorite quote about the movement in Sly 4 comes from Frizz, who said that Sly 4 is just pressing the circle button competitively.
Yeah.
That's pretty good. I would agree.
That's a very accurate quote.
Yeah, I don't know how much you and Gandhi touched on this, but Sly 4 is just heavily revolved around circle boosting.
Yeah, I don't think we quite touched the subject now.
I would say circle boosting primarily, and then paraglide boosting as well. Like those two things, you just kind of do that everywhere.
Yeah, like if you look at every game and kind of try to pick apart what's the most iconic movement for Sly 1, I want to say cane jumps is very iconic.
Yeah.
For Sly 2, it's either the glitch high jump or the square boost. Both are kind of the same tier. Sly 3, disguise jump, and then for Sly 4, it's the circle boost.
Yeah, I think that's a perfect list. Agreed. So...
Yeah, what draws me to running Sly 4 is definitely the movement. I really enjoy it, and it's very, very satisfying.
It also, since, you know, we were mentioning earlier, gadget routes aren't necessarily set in stone, you can sort of have a unique run almost every time you play. It's not it's not so mundane each and every time necessarily. And it looks
Vipa
like
got skip 4 here.
Yeah, it looks like
Vipa
Vipa
got
got
skip
skip
4,
4.
yeah.
Poggers. I'm not sure if he got any other skips, but I don't think he did.
He didn't.
I
Not
at
too
least saw
surprising,
him
though.
didn't get 2, but I wasn't paying attention for 3.
Yeah, 2 and I mean, especially 3 is really hard to get. 2 and
Yeah,
3
so we
is
didn't
just-
mention this specifically, but dialogue skip 3 is incredibly rare.
Yeah.
Like it's been recorded like less than 20 times, kind of rare.
I count on my hands and toes the number of skip 3s we have.
I think it's been recorded and happened a lot more recently compared to when the tutorial series first was released. Because like I have gotten it twice since, and Remo's gotten it a couple of times. Beaver has gotten it like once or twice.
Mm-hmm.
So I wouldn't be surprised if it's up in the 30s at least now.
And I missed Vipa's input, but I would assume he got Karm Butt Skip.
No, he did not.
He did not.
You get some
Unfortunate.
more Karm, but on the screen.
Well, I mean, we had to, you know, I'm almost glad that at least one of our runners got it, just so you guys can see what it looks like without.
Difference.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Why we call
That
it
is the
Karm Butt Skip.
Yeah, and that is the cutscene why the Karmbat emote is a thing.
Yeah.
For those that don't know the lore, I asked Frizz if he could make a Karmbat emote, and we made a deal where he would make it if I were to add Yep to my FFZ list.
Yep.
And so it became into fruition.
The lore of Karm Butt.
That and furries.
True.
Now Powerman is engaged in an epic battle with the Grizz, who really just wants to be an ice skater. He doesn't want to fight, but he's gotta, because Murray's attacking him. Now this fight is notorious for being long and not that interesting, but so far Powerman's done a good job at hitting the little ice pieces as quickly as he can while still avoiding Grizz's attacks.
Yeah,
Because
the
you
main
can
form-
surprisingly lose a fair amount of time in this
Yeah, for
boss fight
sure.
section, so you do have
Yeah.
to pay attention.
The main form of how you can lose and or gain time is when Grizz does the G-Train attacks like it does here, and here comes the Grizz attack that it does here, by trying to stay as close as possible so that he minimizes travel time. And then during the sections where he has the walls around him, you want to try and multi-hit the ice blocks and also ideally avoid getting frozen on the bot.
Yeah, certainly not the most popular boss fight in the entire series, but that's the Grizz for you, I suppose.
Mhm.
He's
I would probably-
very he can really divide the community on how people feel about him. But so I'm not sure also if you and Gandhi touched on this. Since both of our runners are not playing in English, that means that whenever they go into the hack in this operation, there's like an extra animation at the end. Isn't that something like that?
Yeah.
Yes. However, there is the ability now in the last year on certain hacks, which generally will have a hack complete screen in non-English languages, where if you pause the game on the same frame that you interact with the hack, the game will lose sound, and the lack of sound will cause the hack complete animation to not play.
Yeah, I do believe Powerman actually got that in his run.
He did, yeah.
Nice. We'll be on the lookout to see if Vipa can do the same.
So
If he's
that
aware of it.
strat, although it makes it more, it provides you more to do and more to mess up, but technically it does even up this operation in terms of the language time save.
Yeah, they're.
It is also worth noting that the extra hack end screen is only applicable to the Spark Runner hacks specifically.
Powerman.
So it'll be this
Oh.
hack right here that Viva's entering. Missed it first try, got it second try.
Very nice.
So although we can't hear it, his game will have no audio until he opens the pause menu again, which will be, if everything goes to plan, after he completes the hack in the loading screen.
What's your favorite type of hack, fellas?
I would say the system cracker hack, which is like the standard one in the style of Sly 2 and 3. Because I think it feels the most refined in terms of mechanics.
Yeah, it also feels the most true to the game as a whole.
Yeah.
However, the Spark Runner arcade hack in EP3, that is also very, very intense.
Yeah, I think I would agree with Beaver, and I really like the system cracker. Just the fact that they like really expanded on that, and added new like tank types and everything is really cool. But I will say that casually when I played this, I thought Alter Ego was pretty cool. But honestly, like, it's overdone, especially in like EP4 when there's like 26 Alter Ego hacks. Just too much.
There's only 2.
Yeah, the
but,
late game,
yeah.
the late game in general, paired with episode 5, has a lot.
Is it episode 5 I'm thinking of then? Yeah.
It's probably the combination of the two that you're
Probably.
thinking of.
There's just a lot towards the end.
Yeah, EP5 has 1, 2.
Really feels like padding.
Has five hacks, and EP5 has 4.
That's just so much.
Now, Powerman here is into episode 4, which is probably, in terms of pure skill, the most difficult episode in this game, in my opinion. Because there really is a lot of very difficult segments in episode 4.
Yeah, already starting off a shopping spree, we have the tavern skip in the tavern here.
Oh yeah.
Obviously, it's not the tavern skip in the shoemakers. Why would you skip the tavern in the shoemaker?
Shopping spree for episode runs is definitely a huge reset point. Very easy to lose a lot of time. But I would say both casually and speedrunning, episode 1 and 4 are my favorites. I think they're a lot of fun. Partially because of the challenge, partially because of the environment and setting. It's just really cool.
Yeah, I feel like both episodes 1 and 4 are 2 of the episodes that challenge your movement the most, which is also why I personally love running them the most.
So
as well.
Powerman here. It looks good to me.
Oh,
Oh, no, he didn't quite make it. But he's got the backup, different strat here.
The shelf backup is not the backup of choice I would pick, but Powerman nails it.
Nice. I don't think I've ever actually even seen that backup. Oh, and he was almost just on time for a decent cycle.
Yeah, it was barely off.
So Tavern Skip is interesting in terms of how many different ways there are to do it. So Powerman there initially tried to do the one which is generally favored by most runners, where you climb up on the rafters and with a good extended paraglide boost are able to reach it to the platform with the what is the collectible there? A piece of metal, I believe?
Yeah, a metal piece.
But because he missed it, he decided to go to the shelf, which is just a good backup there, but also just an entirely different setup that you could do on its own, but generally a non-popular one. And there's also another setup where you can, from a pillar in the center of the room, can try to do a slope jump circle boost up to the rail walk, which runs right next to the metal piece.
As Powerman is on his way to the second shop, Vipa's Grizz fight.
Powerman will enter a system cracker hack here.
The first hack of the episode.
Of many more to come.
Mm-hmm. This also has an instance where it can lag the ever-living heck out of the game.
Seems like Powerman is surviving without the lag.
Yeah.
It seems to be rare in my experiences, but not completely unexpected.
Yeah, I wonder
what
if it's
happened
because
we
of
lost a
the.
while.
I wonder if it's because of the hard lock that, because the game hasn't been running for so long that it was nicer on the frames.
That is a possibility, and that also explains why Power Man has music, because this game is also notorious in speedrunning for losing music basically 100% of the time after a certain point in the run, which generally will be in episode 2 or 3.
Yeah,
What
the most
happens with Sly 4 is that when you skip all the cutscenes and play for a lengthy period of time, the game will just stop loading the music, and
You're
you have to
just
play in
constantly
silence.
resetting checkpoints and stuff. It just gives up after a while.
Which is very unfortunate because the music in this game is really awesome. So it's nice that,
Yeah, I would
although the
say.
hard lock is unfortunate, we'll get to keep
Yeah.
music here for at least for longer, and might even be able
F4
to have
has some
the
of the
whole
best
run.
music in the series, you could say, and I really enjoy some of the remixes that it made from earlier games.
Yeah, the alter ego hacks specifically. With
Yeah, that one's so good.
What's your favorite piece of music from Sly 4?
Hmm. I don't want to be a
As a
cop-out.
casual player, it was the El Jefe boss fight.
Solid.
But I think in recent times, from running 100%, it's become the song which plays in Under Arrest when you run around for a while. It doesn't play in any percent in the same way, but in 100% during Under Arrest, when you do a lot of things, getting bottles and treasures and everything, you get to a piece of music that's really, really amazing.
Yeah, that piece of music is very very good, and it's unfortunately not in the official OST playlist, which is very unfortunate because it's literally the best piece of music from the game, and it's not in there. It's so sad.
As much as I hate episode 2, I would have to agree that it does have some pretty good music. And Slink makes a good point. Episode 4 Hub is pretty nice. But I have to agree with Baseman, I think, actually, now that he's brought it to my attention. The Heavy Metal Meltdown song, especially if he's talking about the piano one, I actually enjoy that a lot.
Yeah, the piano one is so chill.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Like I would not mind a 1 hour ambience version of that.
Yeah,
just
right.
to have on in the background.
Yeah, Bass Fella meant the other song, as in the
one
heavy
that,
metal song.
The one that Miss Decibel hates. The metal cover slaps. I mean, yeah, it's pretty solid too, but I enjoy the piano one more, I would say.
Farman
Now,
opting
Powerman
not
here.
to go for going nuts for a crawl skip.
Sag.
Yeah, so there's a very, very difficult skip there where you can paraglide over the crawl space and land on a little metal hand that's on top of the lasers. But it's pretty precise, and if you mess it up at all, you'll die 100% of the time, because everything around that hand is a one-shot kill, and there's no way to save it. So Powerman goes for safety and just crawls, which will lose a few seconds, but gets out of there cleanly.
Yeah, the developers went kind of wild, just throwing one-hit kills all over the place in the game.
I think Vipa should be wrapping up the Grizz fight now.
I think this is
Yeah, I
his
think
last.
this is the final.
Yeah.
Now, Vipa doesn't punch the Grizz at all
Oh,
there
punch him!
because
Got him.
a
Oh.
weird mechanic in the Grizz fight is that on the final phase, you actually don't have to hit him at all, and the game will just finish him off in a single scripted punch at the end of the time you have allowed, without any inputs.
I think it
Which
works
is
in
kind of
this.
a fun thing to mess
I think it
around
works in the first and the second phase as well, but it would generally be faster to mash to hit him there.
It ends up being the same, doesn't it?
Being the same or faster. I don't actually remember.
They're definitely exactly even on the last phase, but I'm not knowledgeable in the doing it earlier if you can.
So here Bentley is explaining that he built a archer costume with the parts we gathered on our shopping spree. And he's telling us how to fire a bow and arrow. We have to wait on him, that we can do our inputs. He won't stop talking. That's kind of the story of Sly 4. Bentley never shuts up.
Could say that's even the story of the series.
Yeah, that's true.
Bentley talks a lot.
Especially in this game where his dialogue lines sometimes love to overlap as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
So
the archer
Powerman now will
costume,
enter this circus tent,
Oh,
which
yeah.
is probably the most difficult, isolated section of platforming in Sly 4, I would say. Now there have been some new strats found in this job, which allow you to meet earlier cycles, but I believe Powerman will just be shooting the arrows across to opt for safety and more reliable, consistent strats. But these metal rings, which he's jumping past right now, you can actually land on those with very precise jumps, which eventually, at the end of the platforming section, allows you to meet an earlier cycle to reach Galeth.
Yeah, essentially this entire job is locked behind the cycle of the final arrow shooting target. So you can only go as fast as increments of, I think it's 11 seconds?
12.
12, yeah. So yeah, you can only go as fast as the fastest cycle you're able to make.
Now, because he doesn't have rail sprint, because the coins weren't very nice to him today, Powerman's gonna just circle boost through all of these obstacles. With rail sprint, you can just run past these flaming cannonballs, but with circle boosting, you gotta just dodge them a little bit.
Just run
more
forward.
consciously.
It is incredibly satisfying when you have a rail sprint and you're just able to run through and not even care about the cycles of the cannonballs and all.
Yeah, for sure. Here's a sequence break, which we...
Oh, he missed. He missed.
Ooh.
It's a
Just-
little bit too far left.
Yeah, just a little bit.
But he gets the paraclimb off of the
we go.
spinning dragon thing, which is clever. So he actually gets a little upwards boost to give him enough height to reach the trigger area and then just fall, so the game will respawn him back at the next checkpoint. And then Vipa, meanwhile, is attempting Tavern Skip. I believe he missed it the first try. Oh, just doesn't quite make it. That was so close.
Very.
Opts to restart checkpoint as well.
This
Probably
is
not
perhaps
comfortable with the backups.
one of the more crucial skips in the entire game. Some refer to it
But he gets
as
there, nice.
Fortnite skip. Whenever you play in a language that is not English, you can actually skip Galeth saying the word Fortnite.
Now, what's interesting about this game is that episode 4 and 5, when they're played on their own, like in episode runs, are optimally played in English,
Yeah.
which is unique in terms of the later Sly games between 2, 3, and 4. We don't hear a lot of English, but in this game you do get to hear some.
Which is
But in full game runs, generally you don't get to hear the Fortnite, which is
Yeah.
either fortunate or unfortunate, depending on your opinion. But
It's very fortunate that episode 5 is actually fastest in English because, you know, we all get to hear the Kevin Miller that we know and love, but more importantly, we get to hear Kevin Miller's just amazingly refined Italian accent.
very true.
Indeed. It's a Mia, the delivery boy.
Yeah. I believe, Beaver, don't you have like some kind of alert that has that?
Yes, my sub sound is.
Yeah, it's really good. but it looks like Deep is now entering the first hack of episode 4.
And Powerman is on his way to the second hack of episode 4.
Yeah.
So Powerman is on his way to Cane Swipe, which is a short little job where he'll take a picture of the Black Knight and Gallus Cane. And then Bentley will attempt to hack the case which the cane is in order to free it. Now, this job had a little revolution in Tituary because Mr. It's Bites found a strat which allows you to kill the second guard faster than we thought was possible before. So Powerman will attempt it here. We'll see if he gets it. So yeah, he does. He gets the instant kill there
Very
on
nice.
that second guard. So what we used to do was you would have to avoid the guard while he turned around, and then just wait behind him and spam triangle. And Sly is supposed to be able to kill the guard as soon as he's no longer looking for Sly. That's kind of the guard mechanic in this game in general. But for whatever reason, with some good movement and timing, you're able to just instantly kill that guard as he's turning around instead of waiting, which saves a good amount of time and also has made this job more consistent.
Yeah, it's probably because in that moment of time when the guard is turning around, it kind of counts as him not spotting you. So that's probably why it works.
It can seem like such a minor thing if you don't understand what's sort of going on, but it's actually so much time save in so many ways, because it means the Black Knight hasn't walked further away from you, so you don't have to chase him as far, and you don't have as long on killing the guard. It's just a really good strat. But this is the this alter ego theme is the Sly 1 hack theme remixed. It's one of my favorites of the game. Sounds really good.
Yeah,
It's definitely a very nice touch to call back to Sly 1 in that way. It's one of the things I appreciate about Sly 4 is that it calls back to Sly 1 more than I think 2 or 3 do.
Yeah, I think that was one of the things that Nazar aimed to do with making Sly 4 is making callbacks to all the previous Sly games. Which you kind of can get the feel for in a boss fight as well, because they're, instead of traditional...
Oh, nice.
You fight the boss while dodging the attacks.
So
you,
oh, sorry.
Yeah, so instead of the traditional fights in 2 and 3 where you're fighting the final boss simultaneously and dodging their attacks, you have to dodge the attacks first and then wait for an opening to happen before you can attack them.
Right. So Power Man at the end of that hack there, he got the quick kill, and that's probably one of, maybe the hardest quick kill of an alter ego hack in the game.
I would say it's the hardest, yeah, because of the way the screen scrolls upwards instead of horizontally.
Yeah. It's just really awkward to manage. And he did manage.
Yeah, so the hack quick kills are all pretty much exactly the same in terms of how they work, but they vary in difficulty because of how like the screen is scrolling and where the boss is in relation to like the map and where you're coming from. So that one is especially hard because you're coming from below and you have a limited amount of time to get ready for it before the window.
Very nice. And he did the knave strats for crawl skip. Let's go. First try.
So Knave in Tituary found a strat where you can land on the little fence that's next to the crawl space, so you have a little bit more height, and so it makes it a bit easier to land on top of that hand.
Yeah, with a proper paraglide boost, pretty free.
If a certain sound got through my mic, I was pouring in tea instead of something else.
I didn't hear anything.
I didn't hear it either, but you know, I'm not surprised. Avatar's got some tea. I don't think anyone's surprised.
I hear Power Man's playing as Galeth for the first time. in Eye in the Sky, which is a very fun job because
like
it's
this
just
one.
exclusively movement and it's pretty quick. So Powerman will climb 3 different towers as Galeth. And this job has 2 different cycles on the 2nd tower and the 3rd tower, which will lose a lot of time if you miss them, but it looks like here on Tower 2, Powerman nails it with good movement. So he's able to just fly straight to the top.
Here, we actually use some lag that we generate in the game to help with the cycle. Final tower, if I'm not mistaken.
It's the first tower where we take the bad landing to.
Oh, you're
slow
right.
down
You're
time.
right. The spiral is just so we don't that actually.
Correct. So when you jump from a high
Opposite.
place in Sly 4 and the character lands, they have like a superhero landing. Like they pound the ground and the game clock like slows down. There's a nice like slow down effect. But you can cancel that slowdown with a spiral dive. Now it's basically exactly even for to spiral dive to cancel it or to take the bad landing, but they do differ in terms of how they affect everything around the character. So in that job where we're relying heavily on meeting cycles, on one of the towers we opt to take the bad landing in order to slow down the cycle, and on the other one we opt to get rid of it, so that the cycle continues to move so that it's on the correct spot when we finally reach the tower on the other side of the map.
Those landings are kind of cool casually, kind of annoying for speedrunning, unless you're using it to your advantage. But if it's an accident, then it's annoying.
Yeah, I would say that when they happen accidentally, they are annoying, but one thing that they do is they really make this game's movement unique in terms of speedrunning, where you have to be conscious about where you are vertically.
That's
and where
true.
you're falling to.
Adds a lot
So
more
it creates
depth.
an interesting depth in terms of falling in the game and trying to do that optimally.
Especially compared to Sly 2 and 3, where you don't get those slowdowns on the bad landings. And instead can just keep on running.
While Vipa's going through the circus, Powerman is going to one of the cooler jobs in terms of movement. If you can climb the tower optimally, pretty clean.
Yeah, I want to say out of all the ancestors, Galef is probably my my guilty pleasure ancestor, because I love to run around the hub on the occasion and just Galef just wreak havoc on the guards and stuff, and love the climbing stuff with Galef in general as a whole.
I think he's a lot cooler than some people give him credit for.
Vipa does the paraclimb as well.
First try.
Juggling act to make it to the checkpoint there. And it looks like he'll just barely make this cycle.
Yeah, I was about to say if he had rail sprint he would, but it looks like he still did anyway, so very, very awesome.
So if he was a little bit slower there, he would have lost a full 12 seconds waiting for that cycle, which is pretty brutal.
Yeah.
But a lot of the difficult sections in Sly 4 are due to cycles. This game has a lot of intense cycles to meet that are pretty punishing to miss. And so it adds at least an interesting dynamic to these platforming sections.
Yeah, speaking of cycles, Powerman had to wait a little while there in order to make one.
Yeah, Mechanical Menace,
See
like
if
I
he's
was
able
saying.
to avoid the fire here,
Oh,
just barely.
Oh,
Wow.
that was close. Mechanical Menace tower climb is really satisfying optimally, but it can also be very punishing if you miss anything. And he opted to skip the circle boost to that rope and instead went on the dragon snap. We'll have to wait and see what Vipa does in that case.
Yeah, no, Powerman typically struggles a little bit with that jump. I mean, not the circle boost specifically, but also landing on the edge, because it's like a very
Yeah.
narrow point where you actually can land on.
It's very narrow, and some people I think get really tripped up because you have to walk on some invisible parts, not really being able to see what you're stepping on and where it ends. A little intimidating.
One thing I was hoping for, at least one of our runners doing today, was being able to acquire charged shot. Because what you can do here with charged shot is you can one-shot the dragon mouths when they come in to spew the fire. It's incredibly satisfying when you do it.
Now this Carmelita section is essentially an auto-scroller where you try to just not lose any time. So each of these 3 dragon heads come down, give you an opportunity to shoot them, and they'll go through 2 phases of that. So Power Man's in the second phase here, where all the heads come back. We gotta just do it again with a few more fireballs coming at us. Generally in speedruns, this fight shouldn't be a problem, but I actually, I'll admit it, last few days ago in 90% run had a little disaster here. Ended up having to wait an extra 20 seconds or something for a dragon head to come back. So I can shoot it again.
Unfortunate Pobis meltdown.
Yeah. Definitely something that should not happen to anybody, but it happened to me, so.
I mean, it happened to me as well, and I think it even happened to my old boss's PB, so it's all fair.
And you know, Beaver, speaking things that relate directly to you, Rude redeemed 400 channel points for an AMA. He said, "How are you doing, Beaver GG?"
Yeah, I did answer it in chat, but I
you did.
Can repeat it.
I
said I'm good. So I'm good. I'm having fun. Glad to be a part of this. I was, I'll be honest, I was nervous. I haven't commentated for anything before, but I'm having fun. This is fun.
I feel like that meme of the first time, because I felt the same way for Sly 1 when it was starting. But man, that was so much fun, and I'm having fun again for the second time today. Now here in Sly 4 towards the end of the entire event. It's crazy. We're getting close, guys.
Well, and when when you're a speedrunner and you stream, one of the ways in which you can entertain yourself and the audience in the middle of runs is just by talking about the game. And I really like talking about the games that I run, mainly 2 and 4, Sly 2 and 4. But in a setting like this, it's just just talk about the game and just keep talking about the game. So it's fun.
Yeah, I definitely was a little bit nervous as well going into the commentating section as well. And I think honestly we've had a lot of good commentators throughout the entire thing. I know Jake and Riley killed it on the early Sly 2 portion, and then Gniss and Oggy killed it on the second Sly 2 portion.
HD was pretty good. The other guy was alright, I guess.
Hey!
I'm talking about for Sly 1.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah. No, HD did good for Sly 1 and Sly 3. His partner in Sly 3 was phenomenal, as always.
I tip me hat to you.
Log your gamer moment.
Yeah, I gotta say one of the reasons why I felt nervous is because of the follow-up after Gniss and Oggy, because I think they killed it on the commentary, and because they had a good mixture of both entertaining and informative. And I was a little bit nervous to follow it up because I don't know. I feel like I always commentate on more so on the informative side, and would have liked to have a mixture of both. Like, I don't know. I view my own commentary with very high self-critique.
I totally understand. I feel like NIST is really good at balancing that, because when I think of commentators, he's usually one of the first that comes to my mind. particularly his Fecta environment, because usually you start those super early in the morning, so you're very tired, so you're just, as Beaver said, blabbering on about the game just to sort of entertain yourself, keep yourself awake in those early hours. And so having that informative side alongside the entertainment, it's a good skill to have.
Now, Power Man is in short supply in the tavern sequence, where he'll try to throw these porcupines and the rat guard into these vats in order to shut down the tavern, to shut down the Black Knight's bases of operation. So far, it seems like it's been smooth for him, but this tavern section can be extremely punishing. If you happen to mishandle the guards, you can end up losing a huge amount of time.
For sure, and
That
I think
actually
the
looks like a
guard
very
spawns are
delicate
random.
section.
The
Not
first
mistake.
4 are rather consistent. It's just the last 2 that are a little bit tricky at times to account for.
Ooh, Viva got that
Powerman
nice
got
cycle.
2 very good. Yeah, Powerman got 2 very good final guards there, so I would not be surprised if there was a 2:15-ish on the second timer.
Yeah, that sounds right to me as well. So the tavern is definitely a pretty scary section for a runner, I would say, because it's just very delicate. One little thing goes wrong, and suddenly you could have a situation where you're losing 10 or more seconds. But thankfully, we had it smoothly there.
So the shoemaker's shop that he's in now, I have made the grave mistake of missing an all-important trigger that's absolutely necessary to be able to go into the hack at the end. And you miss it, you'll waste a lot of time, but luckily it looks like
This
Powerman
is the
has
one
not
trigger.
forgotten.
Yeah, this is the one trigger in Sly 4 that I feel like is the easiest to forget.
Yeah, I remember I spent like 3 minutes paragliding into this corner, not figuring out why I couldn't get into the hack.
So what we do in that room there is we can skip the entire thing really easily, but we have to make sure that we get an invisible trigger, which is located in the center of the room, which you will always automatically hit when you play the game as intended. And Sly, I'm sure it's been talked about, but Sly 2 through 4 have like chain triggers, where all of the triggers which help you to progress through the game are reliant on the previous ones, so you have to go in order and make sure that you hit all of them. And Sly 4 has that arguably the most significantly, because of the amount of checkpoints that this game has, because it's more modern than the other ones. So you can't skip things on a smaller scale quite as easily, or at the very least you have to make sure you run by and get the trigger
Is the
before
only
moving
time
on.
that's not really the case in Sly 2 through 4 pretty much Cairo? Or is there anything in Sly 3 that's like that?
Cairo does not have any, or well, it does have midway triggers, but it always has the end trigger loaded, so you can.
Right, you can
that's why you
skip
can rush to.
everything.
Yeah, but you
Unlike
do need
the
to hit
entire
every
rest of the
trigger.
game.
You do need to hit every trigger in Cairo in order to get the percent, which is why we don't do the full Cairo skip in 100%.
Edge.
Yeah. So
Flash.
Cairo's end trigger, for whatever reason, is just always present, which allows you to skip the whole thing. But if you want to watch any cutscene that's during Cairo, you have to make sure you hit all of the triggers before that. So the chain trigger system is still in play.
Yeah, and the same thing is in the epilogue here, where in the Bob section we can skip to the cane right away, but we have to hit one of the middle triggers in order to load the cutscene, so then we can progress in the mission. So it's interesting how we can hit those 2 triggers in the opposite order, but we still have to hit both. It looked like a clean ending from Powerman there.
Yeah, pretty good short supply by Powerman, which is very nice. It's not the easiest split to have consistent segment times for, so very
Yeah,
nice.
and I know Powerman struggled a lot with that job back in the day, specifically with that gallop section. So it's cool to see that he has finally been able to figure out how to do that consistently.
Now Vipa got hit by a fireball right as he reached the top. Got hit by one of the more punishing checkpoints in all of Sly 4, so he had to climb back up a small chunk of the tower. It looks like he'll opt, just like Powerman, to go to the right for a safer and easier method of getting to this rope here for the end that'll lead him into the Carmelita fight. And then Powerman is on his way to Shell-Shocked Heart. We'll have a auto-scroller with Black Knight. But Shell-Shocked Heart is a weird job in terms of pacing because it has 2 long auto-scroller segments, but at the same time has some of the most intense Bentley platforming in the entire game.
With trigger
So
bomb
it's
and
a very
adrenaline burst, it's very
interesting
cool.
job.
Would you say this platforming section is trickier than the ones in Ice Ice Bentley?
I would say so, just because if you fall, you're instantly caught and fail. Whereas in Ice Ice Bentley, you can take damage, but it won't necessarily insta-fail you. Except for a few locations, like whenever you're pickpocketing the guards.
So I would say in terms of platforming, Shell-Shocked Heart definitely is. Ice Ice Bentley, however, has that section with the guards where you have to pickpocket the 3 gems. And that section, I would say, might cause it to be more difficult than Shell-Shocked Heart. But Shell-Shocked Heart has pretty much guaranteed an 98% run to have Adrenaline Burst and Trigger Bomb, unless you've had a complete disaster with the coin count. So the movement is more complex in terms of the amount of inputs and everything that's going on, in terms of managing the Bentley's gadget meter, and also the Trigger Bomb management. So we'll see how it goes for Powerman. Here we'll have another Banaki cutscene cancel, where you can skip a little cutscene that plays there without actually menuing to do it.
Yeah, I think that
Just
was
open the
found
Banaki-Con.
after this year's tituary, if I'm not mistaken. Not
Correct. Yeah, a few
Yeah,
months after.
I don't remember this being in the tutorial, at least.
Yeah, it was found a bit after Tituary.
I feel like
because
that...
I had not done it until I came back last month to the game. I had not done it before.
I feel like that particular Bannock skip is like a forehead moment, like, oh, why hadn't we been trying this before or something? If we already knew about the one like in Jailhouse Blues and everything, just kind of made sense once I heard about it. I was like, oh yeah, see that.
I mean, I was referring back all the way into episode 2 when we were in Jailhouse Blues in terms of the cutscene in the boiler room, because that has an incredibly long fade-in, right? So I don't know if that one has been tested for Banaki-Con cancel yet or not.
No idea.
Because honestly, if that is skippable like that, that probably would be a very big, like that would probably be the biggest one.
Sonic says that the one here in Shell-Shocked Heart was found after the Duty Calls Carmbutt skip. So I guess that's sort of a little bit of a chronology of some skips that were found after Tituary. Misu asks...
Now Misu asks...
Oh,
okay.
go ahead, Beaver.
Go ahead,
No,
Nick.
you take it. I want
Better.
you to ask
No,
this
no,
question.
no. Okay. So Misu asks us, all 3 of us, which game has the best / satisfying ending for you, in your opinion?
I would say
I'll let
Sly
Dave start. Okay, Avatar already has an answer.
I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. I feel bad for stealing Dave's question, is all.
I would personally, you know, this might, I'm not sure if this will be agreeable or not, but I might go with Sly 2. Because it's honestly the most emotional. Every time I see Murray holding a near lifeless Bentley in his arms crying, it brings a tear to my eye, and it's, you know, that sort of emotional power in a game. It says a lot about how attached we are to these characters and everything. So I think that's pretty cool.
So, in terms of satisfying, you could say that means like feeling like the story is wrapped up and complete. Or you could say that it more refers to like the most appropriate ending or like fulfilling ending for the story. And I would say that like I would more look at the latter. And because of that, I would say that Sly 2 has the best ending. Because Sly 3's ending really feels like just wrapping up the series and like sort of saying goodbye. Of course, you know, they ended up making another game. But Sly 2's ending, although there are loose ends and everything's sad and it's not, you know, the most happy ending, it does feel appropriate for the story that they told in Sly 2.
Yeah.
So that's why I would say that.
Yeah, I would say I would use the same reasoning, but for Sly 3 instead, because it creates a closure for not only the original trilogy, but also for every gang character that we've seen. Because Sly ends up happily with Carmelita, obviously lying about the entire amnesia thing. Bentley
Yeah, I
ends
remember
up
as a
together
kid,
with
that was just, I was like, oh my god, Sly, you're insane. As Bentley
then-
says, you sneaky devil.
Yeah, and then Bentley, of course, ending up with Penelope before she turned evil, obviously.
Wait, what? Huh?
Didn't you know she started doing aces again?
She went back to being the Black Baron?
Yeah.
Oh.
Is this in a comic?
That's probably like in Sly 5, I guess. I haven't played that game.
Yeah, it's some Sly 5 stuff. Yeah, I was not supposed to leak this. I'm sorry.
So you're the 4chan leaker.
I
But
will neither
anyway,
confirm
Power
nor
Man.
deny the
Anyway.
statement.
Power Man is hunting the Black Knight. He's in the alter ego hack. The Black Knight mentioned Penelope in the last section. If you didn't hear that, it means you probably don't know Russian, which is fine.
Yeah, all of us commentators do though, so don't worry about it.
Yeah. But the Black Knight knows something about Penelope, so we're gonna beat her up, or beat him up. I mean, my bad.
Beat
try
them
to
up.
find
We don't
out
really
where-
know much about the Black Knight.
Yeah. Try to find out where Penelope is.
I miss, you know, Bentley's GF. She made him happy, and he's just been really lonely. See if he's gonna get this quick kill. Not quite. But a quick follow-up.
But yeah, then finishing up with my ramble about the Sly 3 ending, then Murray obviously also going into the racing business, and then the other gang members also finding their true calling afterwards. It feels like a good ending point.
Yeah,
and then
I
it did
agree.
also leave. It
It's
did
very,
also leave with the time machine thing being constructed.
As a kid, the ending of Sly 3 just blew your mind, but I think Nist made a good point in chat when he said Sly 3's ending almost gets worse because of Sly 4 existing, because of kind of what they did to some characters and story arcs in Sly 4 was a bit unfortunate.
True, but if you look at the ending as a whole and don't look forward past that
Penelope.
point...
What? Speaking of ruined story arcs and characters...
Okay, if you're gonna bring it up, all right. There's a lot of people watching. I will just share my thoughts on this plot twist.
Tipo G.
I think it's completely fine. Penelope was the Black Baron in Sly 3. Tried to murder Sly on the wing of an airplane, but then she just becomes cutesy and nice, and it doesn't really make sense. So
Fair enough. I think on
So
a.
I think it's totally fine for her to be evil. However, I will say I think she's very overwritten in Sly 4. I think Sly 4 in general has a big overwriting problem. But
I do think design-wise, compared from Sly 3 to Sly 4, she's hotter in Sly 4.
I'm not going to comment on that, but it's a fair opinion.
I think I would almost go the
It's true.
opposite of you.
All the hot women are evil.
They might be onto something. But I think I would go the opposite of you, Beaver, and say they didn't do enough with Penelope in Sly 4. If they wanted to do the plot twist and they wanted to make her evil, she should have been like the big bad guy. Like, maybe instead of La Paradox, they have her as the whole evil mastermind behind the whole thing or something. I don't know. They could have done more, for sure.
I think
they definitely did not do enough with the Penelope plot twist. That is for sure.
They also, the ending is very much not completed. Obviously, like it has a cliffhanger. One of the loose ends is that Penelope's out there.
Yeah.
And it's implied that in a future Sly game, which ended up not happening, unfortunately, that she would play another role. So I think it could have ended up better had they been able to make more. But unfortunately, we're stuck with this for now, at least.
I think with some, I think when they were probably getting some constraints on maybe just time or budget or Sony, who knows? They probably just had to do what they could with what little they had.
Yeah. Yeah, I think in production of video games and movies and television, there's definitely a lot of unfortunately a lot of impacts on the storytelling when there's time and money limitations, and it's of course I don't know, but it's very possible that happened with Sly 4 as well.
At the very least, we know it didn't sell the best, which is a key indicator most people point to as to why Sly 5 hasn't been a thing.
Yeah, I feel like Sly 4 wasn't advertised well enough, and as a whole didn't perform as well compared to the rest of the games either, which is kind of sad.
Yeah, definitely very sad.
I was very curious to see if Power Man was going to attempt. There's an ICSS on this very last global that is, I believe, 21 frames after you launch from the hook, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that sounds correct to me.
Kind of tough to hit, but it does save just a little bit of time if you're able to hit it.
It saves like 7 seconds if you get it first try, but it is a 1 frame window.
Yeah, it's very tough.
So I think the math that Remo has performed, it's worth going for if you can get it every 4th try at minimum.
Interesting. Okay.
So every 4th attempt of a run or...
Now we're on to the archery minigame, which is actually on the Sly Cooper category extensions page on speedrun.com. Let's see what sort of time he gets here at the end, while Vipa is quite literally bird watching.
Bird watching.
I think he was looking for the clockwork Easter egg. Maybe.
Yeah, that's not until
I think
next
it's in Hard
job?
Target.
Oh, okay. Is it? Yeah. Not sure.
And there's 2 or 3 clockwork Easter eggs in episode 4. There's one in... I don't remember these too much out of my head, but there's one on top of the clock tower, and then there's one on the Penelope's castle's walls. I don't actually remember which jobs. I used to remember.
I think he got was it a 38 or 39? Pretty solid.
Yeah, so the Hard Target archery minigame is really cool in that it's a very skilled, isolated section that's fun to play on its own. But in a setting like this, is just a tiny component of the run, but you can just do that minigame for even hours if you really like it. But
I mentioned earlier that it's my favorite of the Sly 4 minigames.
Yeah, it's pretty fun. I would say I'm bad at it, so that's why I think a 38 is solid. But if you look at the category extension leaderboard, I think you can actually do like what's the world record in that? Really high.
So
right?
Remo has a 46.
46.
Remo has a 46. Yeah, which is very insane and was very unexpected when it happened as well. The
Mhm.
idea of an optimal hard target was, at least a realistic one, was a 45. But then Remo just blew it out of the water. Didn't even get a 45. He skipped 45. He
Went
had a
from
44
45 to 46. Insane.
44 to 46.
Oh, 44 to 46.
Kind of like how I skipped 33 on the Grand Larceny shooting. Because I had a 32 when I was grinding for it, and then I instantly go to a 34, almost a 35 even.
Nice. And now we are heading
Vipa's
into
in the
top.
Vipa's in the Shell Shocked Heart System Cracker hack, which is a scary hack in terms of those drones that will spawn and attempt to ruin your tether that you're building around the locks. So you have to be
Yeah.
very careful in terms of how quickly you kill them as they spawn, so that they don't have enough time to come back and ruin your day. Because you can get stuck in that hack for a long time.
Mm-hmm. You want to try and manipulate so that those hacker drones come in at a specific angle and then kill them all in very quick succession in order to have the best possible chance to tether the two hack blocks. I also want to know, we have music for this Penelope fight here, which is not often we see in a full game setting. And this is one of my favorite tracks in the game.
I hope we're able to keep music at least through Heavy Metal Meltdown, if not just for the rest of the game, because, like we've already said a number of times, the music's just really great.
My projection for when we'll lose music would be in the epilogue.
Yeah, I was thinking this. A first phase down in the operation for Power Man. I hope he's a laser proof.
Надо только направить стрелу в цель.
There's not much to say about this fight. It's literally the same thing twice until you get to the robotic brawling.
Mm-hmm. The only thing you really want to worry about here is having clean lines with your arrows.
Clean line with arrows and moving between the platforms is pretty much all you gotta worry about.
Yeah.
I mean, there is a little bit of nuance to dodging the attacks that she'll do as you're running, but it's
especially the
pretty
attack
simple.
coming up here.
Yeah.
You want to bait it to chase you down one way, and then you change your direction.
Yeah, it's all about the balance between baiting out the attack and still trying to remain on an optimal line. And then now we'll have the
Major
Bentley mech section of the boss fight. Now, this section we can just cheese the whole thing and just abuse her animations to attack her at the right time, so we can just keep her stunned for basically the whole fight.
And then we can finish her off a tad bit quicker by using our super attack right at the very end.
SlyGolds would like to announce that we do not condone fighting your ex-girlfriend in a giant fighting robot. So please do not take inspiration from Sly 4 in such matters.
Now Power Man will be off to episode 5.
This is a very rare case, the only one in the game where we can actually skip the cutscene at the end of a boss fight.
Yeah, so generally the logic for what cutscenes you can skip or which ones you can't in Sly 4 is that anything that leads into a loading screen, either directly or there's an unskippable cutscene and then a loading screen after that, like a job complete animation, you just won't be able to skip the cutscene prior, no matter what. Like even if you ICSS it. and pause on the first frame of the cutscene. But for some reason, after the Black Knight fight, you're able to just pause and skip cinematic, and then you'll just cut straight to the job complete animation, which is really the only time in this entire game that you'll see that.
Pretty funny. I think Ozzy was doing a casual playthrough of Sly 4 recently, and he actually sound locked or something at the end of the fight, and he had to. He was forced to skip the cutscene because otherwise he would have just been stuck there.
Interesting. Powerman is now in episode 5, and one of the more divided episodes, I would say, in terms of people liking it or disliking it.
I know he loves it. Favorite.
Yeah, this is definitely Powerman's favorite episode, and also his strongest, I would say, in terms of his skill at it. He's really put a lot of time into working on his episode 5.
Yeah, episode 5 is his gem almost.
Yeah. Gnist does not does not enjoy episode 5, as he's made clear in the chat.
In my opinion, episode 5 has one of the weaker plot points and executions also. Like, the whole episode feels a little bit more jumbled compared to the rest.
I don't know. Maybe it's just me. I think it's... I wouldn't say it's good. I wouldn't say it's bad. I would say it's alright, and I have just enough fun with it to keep me entertained.
Yeah, I remember from a speedrun perspective, at least, back in 2020 when I was actively running it, episode 5 was one of the episodes I liked the least.
Mm-hmm.
Because there were a lot of incredibly punishing sections to it. And now that I've matured as a speedrunner, when I get to this point again, maybe I'll like it more. Time will tell.
I think Base Fella's got a good take on it. Weaker writing, stronger gameplay, best visuals. I do really enjoy the vibrant colorfulness of episode 5. It's visually appealing.
Mm-hmm. The Walter in the episode is the best Walter in the entire series.
Yeah, in a speed run, you don't really get a lot of time to stop and look around, but sometimes in practice, I really just go in the episode 5 hub and just like look around, because it's just so great with the sunset and the water. It's so beautiful, I think.
Yeah, I do have to give EP5 its due dividends every once in a while and run through it. Just take in the scene. Will the load here be long? Almost instant.
Pretty
wow.
good one. Yeah, very good one. So that load, the fade out, and then it will fade back in as Sly enters the boat. For whatever reason, that transition screen has an incredibly varying length. It can be instantaneous or upwards of like 10 seconds.
I think the
which
longest
is just insane.
I think the longest that load has been observed to be is around 8 seconds, 8 or 9.
Yeah.
The
And
Ream is
something I
on a
noticed
boat?
while running 100% is that the instant load seems to be way more frequent in 100% than in
Interesting.
80%. So that's very interesting in terms. It might have to do with the restarting of checkpoints, which you do twice after like after you reach the section where you're able to enter the boat. You run around a lot more and restart checkpoint twice, so it might have to do with that.
Yeah,
That for
because there's
whatever reason,
usually
the game
a...
loads quicker.
Because Bentley usually has a dialogue that it needs to finish after you take the third picture in the hub, so it may be because you're skipping that dialogue that there's some kind of weird overlap or something.
Yeah, that would definitely make sense. Now Powerman's on his way to Open Sesame, which is a job in which we'll see more of those ICSSs where we will hit circle and start on the same frame in the attempt to skip the cutscene instantly. And these little animations where Sly will grab the gem are not supposed to be skippable, so they're only skippable with this technique. We'll see if Powerman can get this one. Looks like he nails the first one. Very nice. We got 3 of those. And this segment in any percent is basically entirely reliant on these ICSSs in terms of major time saver loss.
They save like 12 seconds around there each, right? The first one a little bit less than the other 2.
He gets the second one as well. Really quick. Got some bad guard spawns there, so he'll opt to take the long way around to avoid them. Because one thing about EP5 is that the flashlight guards are just brutal. And they never miss, like no matter what you try to do. And they fire instantly. So you can really easily get stuck if you happen to engage with a flashlight guard.
Beepa finishing off hard target with a solid 30-second archery minigame.
And now Powerman has unlocked the ability to slow down time with the thief outfit. So we'll use that in the intended way to make it underneath doors, which will fall too quickly in real time for Sly to get through. And then now we have an auto-scroller where we tail Paradox and Miss Decibel, who, in Miss Decibel's mind, are very close, but they aren't.
There's also, in this following sequence, Miss Decibel will sneeze randomly at times, and it's a... How much time loss is it per sneeze?
0.9.
0.9 seconds. Completely random, I believe.
There's only 2 or 3 instances where a sneeze is random, I think, and it's the first one and the 5th one, I believe. I know Killa
okay.
did some testing on that.
Interesting.
Yeah, she definitely has some scripted sneezes. I think what she says in the game is that the desert is very bad for her sinuses, which is definitely understandable. There's a lot of sand, dust. She's got a big nose, so makes sense that it gets stuck in there.
True. Her nose is quite literally plugged with a trumpet. So.
Yeah, that as well. That as well.
I wonder if the trumpet would add to the suction on the trunk.
Not sure.
Because like it's a smoother surface, I would imagine, than the trunk itself.
For those of you who are unaware and have no idea what we're talking about, Miss Decibel literally has a trumpet stuck in her trunk.
Yeah.
And that's why she's evil. 'Cause she, understandably doesn't like that the trumpet is stuck there. So she now hates the world.
Well, for some reason she can hypnotize people with whatever weird waves of sound it is that she sends out through them.
Yeah, I
So
guess
she must have some kind of fondness for it, at least.
I guess, a little bit similar to Ms. Ruby in that sense, where she has some sort of magical powers going on here. See here, in addition to being able to slow down time, you can also pull out a massive sword. Just wreck things with it. And if we were playing English, which is the most optimal English for episode 5, this is where Kevin Miller utilizes his amazingly refined Italian accent. I'm sure you all remember from your casual playthroughs.
Yeah, it's a nice little callback to Sly 3 episode 1 in Guard Duty, where Sly uses an Italian accent to pass as a guard for Octavio. But here he uses it to pass as a delivery boy for Miss Decibel's prisoners, which happen to be Salim's friends. Now, what's interesting is we are not in Italy. We we are in ancient Arabia. So basically, the dynamic in that cutscene there is just they have no idea why he sounds like that. And
You'd think
and
that
so s-
Paradox would be able to catch on because he's French, and French and Italian are rather close.
He's got bigger things
Yeah.
to worry about.
I mean, he does question it, but you know, when Sly says, "I've been talking like this my whole life," he just
yeah, so
bats it
Paradox straight
away
up
as if it's nothing.
Paradox straight up asks him, "Is there something wrong with your voice?" Because he talks so strangely.
I've been talking like this my whole life. Very good stuff. Alright, Vipa is going to be finishing up the episode 4 op very shortly, and we'll be following Power Man into episode 5. Very nice.
Okay, so let me think here. Episode 5 is roughly 50 minutes long. We've had around how many minutes of gameplay? 11?
Maybe I haven't. I wasn't really looking
Yeah,
at the timers, but yeah.
Yeah, so is there potential for Team 1 here to get sub 17?
It might be really close. Might be really close, but I wouldn't say it's out of the question necessarily.
Yeah, if anything, it would definitely be cutting it really close, like on the seconds.
Yeah, I'm thinking like 16, 59, 59.
Yeah,
and
I don't
like
think so.
59 out of 60 frames.
Thinking it through in my head. Because one thing you gotta account for is the epilogue.
Yeah.
Which can be longer than you might expect.
And Avatar, you
got
gotta also
you got the
take
long
in.
cutscene as well at the beginning.
We've got to also take into consideration Team 1 right now. Power Man here is playing on HDD, so that could also
That is
influence.
true.
But we do have information from Augie that Nave messed up on the timer, so we can't trust the timer.
Yeah, the timer is pretty inaccurate, but you know, 16 and a half hours later, everybody forgot until Augie had to bring it back up. So I'm just gonna slash ban Augie Reno.
Sounds fair.
Next time we do this, he's not invited. Kappa.
Well, I mean, think about it this way. If he wasn't invited today, then we would still getting timed out by Nightbot all day.
True. That's true.
And if it wasn't for Augie, we wouldn't have solved most of the tech issues
Yeah,
as well.
Augie was a
with regards
huge
to setting the entire thing up.
Yeah, he was a huge driving force in our tech setup and allowing us to use our restream accounts. We really appreciate the assistance.
We love Augie in the Sly community, but we also love giving him crap. So
Yeah.
it's a good relationship we have.
I think that's the thing in every community. Like, we're all appreciative of every members, but at the same time, we also love giving them crap for it. It's just human nature.
Indeed. Now, Power Man is in Rugrats, which is a really fun but also intense platforming section with Salim here.
Oh, I got
where
good
we
RNG
utilized-
on both of the guards,
Nice.
too.
Utilize his fast climbing ability, the Cobra Climb, which is a nice little ability with a lot of vertical speed.
Yeah, the movement in this job, especially when done optimally, but even when not, it can be pretty tough, especially with some specific jumps that you can do to skip very small sections. They're really risky, and they don't save that much time, so you can see here Powerman's opting to skip one of those now. But he's made it to the top with no problems. That's awesome.
Yeah, very, very clean Rugrats, which is not something you can say that you get everyone. Because that climb is way more trickier than it looks.
Yeah, it
many,
really is.
so many simple things that can go wrong.
And one factor in a lot of things in Sly 4 is anytime you interact with guards, you have an element of randomness in terms of when they fall asleep and like will drop their light to look away. or when they're looking at you and you're unable to progress. And there is 2 sections of Rugrats where that's pretty significant. Because on the first one, you can skip the guard's light, but it's very difficult and very risky. But if he happens to like scratch his back and look away at that time, then you can just carry on through. So unfortunately, there's some randomness there, but it also creates a situation where you have to like really pay attention and read the guards to try to get through quickly.
So as per the usual, we've now finished the hack, the end of the job in order to save one of Salim's friends, and that will occur twice more, I believe.
Yeah, we have 2 more friends to save, one in Copycats and one in Up in Smoke.
I love the these little rats voices. They're pretty entertaining.
Yeah, they're great.
There's one with just
they
a
have
really
very
squeaky
brief
voice.
screen time.
Yeah.
Very brief screen time, but they're very memorable. They're just
Yeah, especially the one in Copycats, I think, is very memorable because of his low, squeaky voice.
I really like the one at the end of Up in Smoke.
Oh yeah, who is this insolent pup?
Yeah, that's iconic to me. I love that one. Speaking of Up in Smoke, there's actually, I think at that section of the run, you can actually do a little bit of a divergence in your route, if I'm not mistaken. It's been a little while.
Yeah, this is the first time since episode 1 where we have the option to pick between 2 different jobs to do. And as far as I know, at least, there's a lot of variance on people who do Up in Smoke first versus those who do Copycats first. Because I know back in my day, we used to do Up in Smoke first and then Copycats, but ever since Remo started running, there's been an increase in people who do Copycats first.
I think especially in the case of episode runs, doing Copycats first isn't a bad call because it feels a little bit more, it seems like a split that you might have a higher chance of doing a reset on.
For sure, yeah, the split is way more technical than Up in Smoke is.
What were you gonna say, Beaver?
And one interesting thing also is just the way in which people learn Sly 4 has changed with like Remo's tutorial, and also like the recent wave of Remo runs in which he did do Up in Smoke first. So in Tituary, I think that was the most common route, doing Up in Smoke first for the newer runners to do.
Yeah, because in the tutorial, Remo also did the Up in Smoke in the first part of the EP5.
Yeah,
and
so
Copycats in the
Remo
other.
before, like when he ran 100% and then did his first wave of any percent runs, I believe he did do Copycats first, but now, like on SlyGolds, and I think the route in the community's mind is that Up in Smoke goes first, generally. I actually just recently switched to doing Copycats first because I prefer it. Just getting it out of the way because it's so much harder than Up in Smoke.
Yeah.
I like the pacing of doing that first a lot better. And I think Power Man, I have not talked to Power Man about this at all, but I do know that he has done a lot of episode grinding, and so I think he put Copycats first because it makes it a lot better for episode run resets if you happen to mess up in Copycats.
Right.
To have it earlier.
I'm not sure if you fellers noticed, but Vipa did miss that final ICSS before giving the jewels to the thief to get the thief costume. So he did end up having to watch that, but then since it's the last one, you can just do a restart checkpoint and spawn basically right next to where you need to be anyway. Now he's on his way to become a delivery boy.
Sonic saying that the Vipa missed 2 ICSSs actually.
missed
I
2,
don't know if he missed the first or the second as well. If he missed the first, then the ultimate play there was to run to the second instead of restarting checkpoints. But if he got
missed
the
2 and
first and missed the
3.
second. 2 and 3. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, those particular ICSSs can be kind of tricky.
Yeah, because those are closer to frame perfect than the ones in getting stronger are.
Right. Exactly. Misu asks, what is the coolest cane in the Sly series? Sly's cane is not an option for us to choose. What would you guys say?
Salim.
Really?
In Sly 4, yeah, Salim.
Very interesting choice.
It's a very cool, clean cane with like very cool like grooves and edges that are unique. But one interesting thing about like Sly 4 and like the portrayal of the ancestors is that although the ancestors were shown in basically only drawings in the previous games, they definitely approached like character design for the ancestors from like a clean slate, you know, and just tried to create unique characters. So Salim ends up being the most different from how we saw him in the previous games.
Yeah, I was
including his
actually
name.
really thinking about mentioning that, but was deciding against it. But you know, since you brought it up, I would like to talk about that particular topic. In Sly 3, if I remember correctly, Salim is portrayed in a drawing as like this big buff dude, right? And then in Sly 4, he's like this skinny, old, lazy man. And when I first played Sly 4, I thought, well, this is really different. I don't like what they did. But thinking about it, it kind of seems in Salim's character to try to portray himself as something much bigger and cooler than he actually is, and he gives himself way more credit than he deserves.
It absolutely is, and that's been my sort of fan theory.
Yeah.
Since I was 13 when the game came out, in terms of explaining the difference between his Sly 3 portrayal in the Cooper Vault and the animated cutscenes, to his like Sly 4 in-game portrayal. Now, something we missed while talking was that Power Man on that section with the guards. Generally, the strat is to get past them in a variety of ways. By using the thief costume to slow down time while they're looking away and then just run past, which is the intended strat. But you can also distract the guard with by running up to them, and then you can, with a precise double jump and paraglide, you can jump past them, sort of. But Power Man actually found a strat where you can just run up behind, or carefully go up behind the guard and just stealth slam them. So that's the Power Man strat.
Interesting. I
So
didn't
he's
know
going
he
with
actually
his
found
own
that.
strat.
Yeah, it's
Going with his
interesting
own
too.
strat, which
That's
is nice.
It's interesting too because the first guard had his light down, so Barman could have passed him if he wanted to, but he still opted for the safety of killing the guard instead.
Right.
Which is fair because he could have maybe attempted to run past, and then the guard would preemptively put his light back up. So
Yeah, those
good
guards
safety
there can
strats.
be scary. Good night, Oskeg. Thank you for all your support today.
Now back to the topic of the canes. If I were to say which cane is my favorite, like I like Ryuichi's canes in Sly 4 because they're very primitive, because they're made out of bamboo, and it's also cool how he can split them up into two, which we don't really see that much. Only really when we do the combo move.
Yeah, I was thinking the same, just
And
for the
once in a
ability to
cutscene, I
split into
think.
two. Yeah,
I think in Sushio's startup in a cutscene, he also does it. It's like sort of his
Yeah.
introduction,
Yeah.
almost, when he drops in. Because I think that is the first time you get to play as him.
Mhm.
So although he was seen in Breakout, he's more of just like he's passively sitting there. So that's more of his
He also splits his
introduction
cane into
in
two
action.
whenever you stealth slam a guard.
Yeah, that's right. When you
True. Yeah.
True. I guess I would probably also say Ryuichi, though. Just because, I mean, Bob's is literally just a giant stick with a bone on it.
Well, he has a cane.
He does,
His cane
yeah.
got stolen. That's why he uses the bone.
I didn't say he didn't have one. I just said it's just a crude stick with a bone like wrapped onto it with some twine or something.
But the bone is carved into the shape of a hook, like the classic Cooper cane.
It's what started the trend for sure. I mean, Tennessee's is kind of cool in that it's a gun, but I don't like Tennessee, so I'm not gonna go for that.
Really, you got some prejudice against him?
I do. I just don't like him.
I think Tennessee's
Any
is cool.
particular reason why?
I think he's just annoying. He sounds really whiny, and he's just annoying.
Wow.
I would just vote Ryuichi's. You know, just how it is sometimes.
Another interesting Cooper cane, though, is Henriette's, because it's, I believe, according to the lore, it started out as a knife. Because when you see in the Sly 3 intro cutscene after Cane Island, when you see all the ancestors get past, I believe Henriette is the first ancestor that gets shown, in which she's holding a knife where the handle is the Cooper cane.
She's an ancestor that I really wish we saw more of.
Yeah. And then the part of the lore is that I think at some point she loses her arm or her hand, and then she replaces it with a Cooper hook.
Yeah, I think you're right.
So Viva right there tried to do the very extended and very precise circle boost past the guard's light while he's attentive and looking forward, which is very hard. Unfortunately, didn't make it there, so the guard spotted him.
Barely misses out on the cycle there as well. That's unfortunate.
Saved himself.
Thankfully,
on
the RNG is.
So, Beaver, do you want to speak on Power Man's up in smoke? Does it really matter what order you do these targets in? Is there anything to say about that?
Yes. So this job, although you just, it seems to the casual eye, like you just fly around and drop bombs, this is a very carefully routed job. With some very precise movement if you want to do it optimally. One of the fears in Up in Smoke is that you kind of can get stuck in a loop of repeatedly missing targets. If you get a little bit off timing, you can end up having a bomb hit a tree or a nearby building, because they don't descend in a directly straight line, like they kind of curl towards the ground.
Vipa gets shot
rolls
out
off
from
there,
there.
unfortunately. But this last section, which Power Man's currently in, is definitely the most difficult in terms of trying to do it cleanly and quickly.
Actually, this one
trying
right
to get all
here
of the bombs to land properly.
that he hit. All right. The fifth target in the final smoke bomb section is probably the most difficult, in my opinion.
Power Man seems to have ICSS'd that.
Nice.
Last one, so
it's interesting
we'll
when
see
you
if
get that frame.
if he gets the lock here. Because when you ICSS that last thing and Up in Smoke, you can get stuck for like 20 seconds, but he got lucky there. It didn't happen, so you can just carry on.
Yeah, that'd be pretty scary. Much like the end of the
Vipa
Black
struggling
Knight,
getting
right?
in the lock there.
Oh yeah, those gyro controls, man. But much like at the during the Black Knight fight, whenever you're shooting the heart of that giant robot, there's a lot of lag produced whenever you hit the final smoke bomb. So you have to just be a little bit wary of that.
Yeah, the same thing is the same thing goes for the key door in Breakout.
Mm-hmm.
So as Vipa wraps up, Rugrats will see what job order he prefers. My guess is that he will do Up in Smoke because he was part of the newest group of runners who joined Tituary and learned from Remo's tutorial. So
Yeah, it's a good point. That's probably what he'll do. Other than that, we just have an alter ego hack, which is essentially an auto-scroller, not much to say about it.
Well,
But
this one
after...
you can actually lose time on because of the lasers. If you hit those prematurely, then it slows down the auto-scrolling.
True, yeah.
this alter ego hack in any percent is definitely the most difficult one in terms of keeping up and avoiding the obstacles. There have been times when I've gotten just kicked around in this hack. Then you're halfway through and you really have bad levels. And the thing about the alter ego hacks is that you want to try to maximize your level as early as you can, because if you get behind and get hit a few times and you're stuck at level 1, it's really hard to pull your way back quickly, because the intensity of the hack really like steps up, and then you just will continue to get hit. It's kind of a circle, like you'll just kind of be stuck almost.
Very true. I mean, every little ionic bit helps.
Indeed.
I believe there's actually a trophy to complete a hack only as level 1, not collecting.
Yeah, there is.
Yeah.
The first alter ego hack
we'll
in.
see.
Maybe one day in a platinum trophy run, eyes emoji.
Hey yo, shooting 40 penguins in the EP3 hub as Carmelita. What?
Oh, so close to the quick kill.
I think Parman got 2 out of 5 quick kills on the hacks this this run.
Yeah, those hack quick kills are really weird because they're not the most, difficult thing in the game, but they're very missable. Like it's very understandable to miss them.
For sure.
Because they can be a little bit tricky.
At least he got the most difficult one in Cane Swipe. That was pretty cool.
Oh yeah, for sure.
And it's only a difference of a few seconds on most of them, but they feel bad to miss.
Yeah.
Like it's a big bummer.
The EP2 one is the most annoying to miss though, because that one has the longer attack cycle if you miss that.
So this is the guy with the best line when he asks Salim, "Who is this insolent pup?" And then starts sour pleasing.
It's quite bouncy for an old man, that rat.
Yeah. Rat jam. How long would a plat trophy run take, rough estimate? I have no idea, honestly. You guys got any ideas?
It would essentially be a 100% run, and a few things you have to do in addition is, I think here.
I think someone once estimated like 7, maybe 8 hours. I'm not sure how accurate that would be.
Well, it would be more about how much time it would lose to 100% in terms of trying to figure that out. And the only substantial time loss I can think of would be the Carmelita shooting the penguins, but I'm sure there's more than that. When I looked at the trophy list about like a few weeks ago, I was surprised how many you would naturally unlock through the course of a normal 100% run. And then a few more trophies that would just be essentially free in terms of the time loss, but it would be a nuisance for runners in terms of messing up. Like there's one where you have to have a perfect getting stronger montage.
Yeah.
And that would probably not lose that much time to any percent. It obviously would lose some because we do some fail abusing there. But
I think an underrated trophy. Oh, go ahead. I think you're about to say the same thing.
Yeah, there's also the one where you have to open every single map in the game. You
Yep.
have to make sure you press select when you go through essentially every area.
Yeah, I was about to say that's a pretty underrated trophy that, you know, you might only lose a couple seconds for each individual time, but that'll really add up over several hours.
And then there's also the ones that are safe house minigame related. So there's the beating a high score of one arcade hack, and then of all of them. Thankfully, you only have to beat the high score and not actually make it to the end. So, assuming you can just rank up the high score quickly and then die so that the score registers, and that's fine. And then there's also the one where you have to do ping pong.
Yeah, I did
where,
not think about the mini games. That would lose a lot. Yeah.
Oh, Power Man.
Because the ping pongs, I believe you don't have to win, but you only have to do a series of 20 consecutive hits in each safe house.
Which is tougher than it sounds.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Relies a lot on Bentley as well.
Yeah.
Bentley's gotta make sure he's playing well.
Power Man's going through what might be my favorite split in episode 5, Heavy Metal Meltdown, despite the fact that I have a terrible, horrible, calm mold. I do really enjoy this job. It's pretty cool.
Barely misses
Missed
the
the
ICSS.
here.
That is also the last ICSS of the run, I believe.
Yes, it should be.
Oh yeah, Slink brings up a good point, and Bentley has to put bombs in 40 pockets, and Murray has to slam one on the guards. And then I think Sly also has a stealth slam, a specific amount of guards.
So those would be something that you would do on the way to job triggers, I assume. Just
Yeah, and on guards that you automatically pickpocket, like the guards in Breakout as Sly, you would obviously stealth slam those before continuing on the restarting checkpoint, I would assume.
Надо быть осторожным. Децибел рядом.
So we're approaching the final object that we need to plant a dart on so that Bentley can overtake Ms. Decibel's music system and just completely destroy her ears with some heavy metal.
Bentley's officially in Ms. Decibel's Bluetooth network.
Yeah. Hacker voice, I'm in.
And we do have music. Don't get to hear this all the time.
We don't get to hear it for that long as well, sadly.
Power, please. Yeah, it's unfortunately really easy and really fast to just get to the end objective here. So we miss out on some of the music, but nice performance from Power Man overall. A couple falls I noticed, but he recovered pretty quickly.
Now Power Man will be heading into the operation, which will then bring us to the end of the run after that, but I think Vipa is doing copycats now.
Yep.
Did he already do Up in Smoke?
Yes, he did.
He did, yes.
Okay, I must have just totally...
Of course, we have the Carmelita Belly Dance coming up, which is both a fan favorite and a fan least favorite simultaneously.
If this
Very
wasn't such
polarizing
a
segment.
if this wasn't such a brand new channel, I would expect a raid during the Carmelita Belly Dance segment. That seems to be where it always happens.
Yeah,
it's basically
the Carmelita Belly Dance raid is a mystery of the universe. It's incredibly common for a runner to get raided by a stream during the Carmelita Belly Dance, and then you just kind of awkwardly have to sit there while
it's basically
belly
akin
dancing.
to watching anime that's totally normal until your mom walks in, and then it's like a shot of anime boobs on screen or something at like the worst possible time.
Now the question is, will Powerman shake the butts?
I hope not.
Yeah, I think Powerman is a shaker.
Oh, is he?
I think he is one of the runners that shakes. Yeah.
Isn't shaking time loss though?
No, they're completely even.
It
It's
doesn't matter, yeah.
It doesn't
It's a sign
feel like
of
it.
You know what
like
would be
it's
weird
a
if it would be
immense
weird
runner
if the
personality moment.
it would be weird if the last shake would depend like on whether a certain part of the animation is shorter than the other.
This is also the part where you're likely to get a YouTube copyright claim when you upload this. For whatever reason.
Yeah,
Oh,
there are
he's a
quite
shaker!
few
Oh, let's go. Or let's not go. Depends on your perspective, I guess.
And yeah, regarding the copyright music and all, there definitely are quite a few instances in this game where YouTube loves to catch some songs in its algorithm, I guess. It was, and just one thing that I found out recently that's kind of annoying is the one in Breakout. Even if you're playing on music volume 0, that music still plays.
They just force it on you.
Yeah, since they are literally making you get copyright strikes.
Yeah. Vipa's making his way through Copycat's gonna be shooting down some of these turrets. I did kind of enjoy in Copycats the dynamic of switching between characters during different segments was kind of neat.
Yeah, it's definitely cool the switching between Sly and Murray, and whenever you make progress with one, you enable progress to be made on the second character. I wish more jobs had this sort of intertwined dynamic.
Like, the only other time I can really think of that happening is in episode 8 of Sly 2. But it didn't happen as frequently. Like, it was one switch, whereas in this one it's multiple. We're getting close to that 17-hour mark. I definitely at this point think the sub 17 is definitely not doable. The epilogue just takes too much time. This fight alone is going to push us over the 17-hour mark because the Decibel fight is pretty lengthy. This whole operation is lengthy.
What's the segment timer usually at when you're at this point? 4 or 5 minutes?
I have no idea. Nothing happened, so I never look at it.
Yeah, it's literally just
like there's
way
no
too
reason to
long of a
look at it.
dance.
I know it's usually around the 8:50 mark when you enter the hack lock. Like I don't want to jinx it, but
oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I think Power Man can have PB potential here. In that case.
I pulled up my speedrun.com tab just to see what they had. He has a... Well, I forgot. He actually has a new PB that's currently pending verification, so I don't remember what his PB was.
It's a 4:44:02. It's an Albi tie.
Nice.
I thought he got another PB.
Yeah, I thought he got a 4:42.
Yeah, I thought he got a 4:42 as well.
No, 4:42 is his end goal, I believe.
Oh. Gee.
Anybody in the chat know what Power Man's PB is? It's a lot of numbers with no colons there, Sonic. 4:44:02. Okay.
Yeah, the thing about Power Man is he has PB'd in his life for any percent a few times over the course of this week. Once a disc PB and then 2 actual PBs since.
I didn't realize one of them was a disc.
Yeah, he got a 5:10.
That makes sense because I think disc loses like 20 minutes.
27.
Jesus Christ, it's insanely.
Yeah, it's a funny thing because he did the disc run first, and that 5:10 on disc beat out his former 4:48 in performance, I believe.
Wow.
So at that point, you know, a PB was imminent on digital.
Yeah, for sure. It shows that the potential's obviously there. Is it faster to do that restart checkpoint that he did? I don't think I don't remember doing that, but maybe I did. Or not restart checkpoint, skip cutscene I meant.
Yeah, that one is faster to skip. It's the one when you go into the vent that's slower.
Oh, right.
And it also resets how the thief meter works for the boosts.
I'm hearing some audio static. Is that just on my end, or?
It's on my end as well. I don't know if it's going through on stream as well.
I'm not hearing any.
Maybe it's you're not hearing it. So maybe it's
Could be
not Powerman. I
Discord?
thought maybe it was Powerman's. Sounds good here. Okay, so it's a Discord thing.
Yeah, it's a Discord thing. Yeah.
I'll reset the stream. You were watching
Yo, Beaver, you alive over there?
I think it
I
went
think
back
after
to
you
the
reset,
other mic.
you died.
Oh. Hello?
Whoa, he's back.
There we go.
Okay, I didn't do anything. I just sat here and
Well, it worked. Good
waited.
job.
Am I still good?
Yeah, you're good now.
Okay, because the stream is really struggling for me.
Really, the Discord one?
Yeah, the audio of it is really bad.
Okay,
but it's
I'll
fine.
stop it and restart
as long,
it.
No, it's as long as I don't sound horrible on stream. That's what I was worried about.
You should be good now. But, I mean, if you ever need, just let me know. We can restart the Discord stream. It takes like 2 seconds, so.
They told me not to, Sonic. Thank you, Kanuti.
Powerman making it through the hack pretty well. That hack was always really tough to me because there's a series of like 8 bouncy things that just pinball you everywhere, and I always got stuck in there.
Yeah, you need to have a very clean line to make it through those without touching any.
Sly 1 has been finished in a lot less than 50 minutes. It's
Yeah.
33 minutes is the world record.
It's
World
33,
record for
40
the
something.
world record for the remaster version, which is the one which is favored by both runners we had today. It's 40 flat, like very flat.
To the
no
frame.
extra frames.
It's as flat as it can flat.
If you're thinking like
40.00.
if you're thinking paper thin, that's not flat enough. So Vipa should be on his way to Heavy Metal Meltdown right now, I believe.
Yes, indeed.
We get to listen to some more classical.
Actually, not, because we still only have Powerman's audio on right now.
Oh yeah, you're right. Let me just switch it, Kappa. But that's probably what we will be doing at the end of Powerman's run once he's done. We'll just switch the audio to Vipa's so that we can continue to listen to the run.
I honestly wonder, have you been listening to Team 1's audio this entire run? Because they've
Yes.
always been ahead. I feel so sorry for Team 2 not having their time to shine with the game audio.
Well, the primary reason we did it is because you see that audio icon next to Powerman's time and the finish flag?
Yes.
Yeah, once we switch over to Vipa, that's not gonna change. It's just gonna stay there statically, so that's kind of why we did it.
Aha.
Got set up.
Yeah, it was intended to be Team 1 the whole time.
I see. Well, then we have something to improve on for the next relay or whatever event we're going to be having on this channel.
Speaking of improvements, there's already been a lot of discussion of improvements we can do for future events and streams on this channel. And to you, the chat, feel free to send any suggestions you guys might have as well. We would definitely take it into consideration because, you know, as a viewer, it's important to get your input. That's right, Sonic.
Yes,
Pog
you,
you.
Sonic. Pog you. The fact we had the exact same idea with the Pog you.
Twinning.
So there was talk of a lads race. There also was some talk of doing something like I think Remo had the idea of Finland versus US, but Augie had the idea of EU versus NA, which I prefer to the Finland versus US because it's more inclusive to runners of other countries. But
Agreed.
Frizz did point out the issue that Australia is neither NA or EU, so it's not
Well, in
as
that
inclusive.
case, we
just
could
make
just
it
do,
NTSU, NTSC versus PAL.
Well, no. We'll just do EU versus NA versus Oceania. So Frizz will just have to do the Fecta by himself.
That was my idea. That was my
would be
idea.
incredibly
We have
punishing, though.
3 views, and we have Frizz as the 3rd stream, just doing a quad by himself.
He could do it, I believe.
I think lads versus EU would be better in that case, Rude.
But there's also another more game-specific idea. You guys might not have noticed. Cinder in the Sly1 channel, the Speedrun server, mentioned a Sly1 all categories relay. That a lot of people seem to like that idea. So,
oh, that would be cool too.
Gives me an idea that, you know, there could be more game-specific ideas too. It doesn't always have to be effective.
I was also thinking in regards to what I've seen other communities do is bingos, so Sly1 bingo tournaments.
Yeah, that'd be really fun. I know they already do stuff like that sometimes, so if they wanted to make it a more centralized thing here on the SlyGolds channel, we could... I'm sure the mods will discuss that sort of thing, you know. I'm not a mod, so I can't put words in their mouth, but it's a neat idea.
Powerman has wrapped up the Decibel fight.
Indeed.
Which is a very frightening section in a Sly 40% run.
Yeah, for sure.
Where it is known to be like a choke point for runners where you really worry about losing the run completely in one go. Because we do a lot of damage using, and so you get a low health naturally. So one little mistake can really ruin everything.
Yeah, I always hated that fight.
Thankfully, we have some consistent strats, so we can avoid some of the tanking and abusing by standing behind the satellite dishes, which makes it a little bit safer, but it's still very, very Monka-esy.
So this is the part where, story-wise, I'm gonna translate the Russian here. He's basically saying something along the lines of he's betraying Ms. Decibel here. He was just using her to get what he needed, and she served her purpose. So he's getting rid of her, and he kidnapped Carmelita, and that's all you need to know.
Who would have thought a grander villain would abuse the help of inferior villains?
Yeah, no, it's pretty wild. Very smart.
And no, we are not the ones playing. We're exclusively commentating. So we're watching Vipa on the right side and Powerman on the left side, and then I'm Beaver, and then I'm with Nave and Avatar, who are just commentating.
Hello, Gem Nave.
Yeah, for the next one that happens, there will be layout improvements and everything improvements. I think everybody learned a lot today on how to do one of these and operate them.
Yeah, we learned a lot about not only setting them up beforehand, but also running them in the meantime. And I'll be looking forward to whatever it is that whichever kind of event we're going to be holding next. I'm personally hoping for NA versus EU because I think it would be hype to have some of the best of their respective games of the different countries running each other. like seeing Neon versus HD.
Yeah, sure. Alright, is Vipa a shaker? I don't think so.
He is not.
Yeah, representation from both sides today.
I think it's more common among the pool of runners, at least in my experience, in the last year or so, for people not to shake.
I would agree with that observation.
Yeah, because shaking wastes energy, and why waste energy?
Exactly.
I mean, I view it more as a respect thing, personally.
I'm looking respectfully.
Like, I don't know. I don't love the shaking, so.
I mean, you all know how I stand on the matter of asses, so you know I'm a shaker.
Powerman's into the epilogue now, so he'll have a platforming segment as each of the ancestors from the game, mixed with some rat fights as Murray.
Yeah, the epilogue
So
is
here
really
in this Ryuichi
fun.
section.
Yeah, I think Deja Vu all over again is a perfect wrap-up to Sly 4 because it mixes every character, with the exception of Bentley, in one final job to kind
And
of finish it all off. And
Now that
Carm, yeah.
Ryuichi section is really quick, but hard. And Powerman nailed it perfectly. There was a little skip there, and some nice. You can't manipulate those cycles, but takes some precise timing to get through them in one go without dying. And all of these cycles in the epilogue, which will be avoided, the ice ones in this case, and in the case of the other ancestors, these pipes which will shoot out gas, they will one-shot kill
Whoa,
you.
I did not know that circle boost was a thing.
Yeah, that
Yeah,
is.
you'll also notice he actually did this out of sequence. It was found during Tituary that in this Bob section you don't have to hit the chain triggers in a specific order. But that's pretty unique in that sense.
Yeah, so those two triggers are required for the section to be marked as completed, but for whatever reason, I guess there was just a developer oversight, they aren't linked in terms of order. So you can do the second trigger and then do the first one. And it will just work, which in the Sly games in general, or Sly 2 through 4, and especially with 4, that is just unprecedented.
Yeah.
That you are able to do that.
I think this next section is probably where cycles are the most relevant aspect. In Gallus section, they're
Yeah, this is by far the
pretty
hardest
tight.
section of the epilogue.
Yeah. Doing it optimally is really impressive and a lot of fun too. But it can be tough. It's very easy to miss. That was a close call.
Almost got hit by the poison, yeah.
Oh, looks like he a little bit too slow to make that cycle, but getting back on track. We'll have to just wait a little bit here, which is fine.
Yeah, it's definitely better to wait there than to die.
Yeah.
I always feel that way, like just missing a cycle there in a way that allows you to just carry on a little bit more slowly is not the end of the world.
Yeah, that's one of the sections where you honestly can respect the safety the most, because the riskier to go, the increasing the likelihood is to fail. I mean, that's the case everywhere, but especially that section.
Yeah. Now we got Tennessee, the final ancestor of this section. Powerman will go for this skip here. We'll do a timed
Oh, he gets
shoot
stuck in the
and then
floor.
jump,
That's
and he gets
unfortunate.
stuck. So he'll just carry on casually as a backup. Definitely respectable.
He left the mask. No. There are a couple.
Meanwhile, Vipa is a mouse,
Yeah.
or actually an RC car pretending to be a mouse.
It fooled you, didn't it?
It did fool me. It's a very convincing mouse.
Powerman's memory game is coming up. Some people, if you like look away from the screen for a second, it's pretty easy to mess up. So you actually do have to pay attention, just like in the Grizz fight or the dancing mini games or anything like that. Otherwise, not too hard.
I'm getting some easy patterns so far.
Yeah, pretty nice. The last one a little bit more complex, but still not too shabby. And I believe that's it for the
Now
ancestors.
he's into the final boss.
Yeah.
Now the final boss in Sly 4, you know, is a quick time event and it's criticized for such. But an interesting thing in speedrunning is that with this boss, unless it's just a single input on screen that you have to mash, you can hit all of the buttons at once without punishment. So during these sections where Paradox and Sly just rapidly flail at each other, you can hit any button. But in a section like this, you have to exclusively hit triangle. But in the other ones, you kind of just mash everything on the controller so that the inputs will come through as quickly as you can.
That becomes very important in the very last bout with Paradox on the top of the blimp, because I think if you, it's pretty easy to mess up an input on accident in that last fight, and if you do that, it loses how many seconds? It's like 40 or something, isn't it?
Oh, I don't know. 40 sounds insane. I was not aware.
But look,
of that.
I mean, these fights are long.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe it's not 40.
I guess if it requires you to do the whole thing again, then
it does. And in the last fight, you can expect it's like even longer because it's trying to be all grand and epic. Maybe 40 is a little bit high, but it is something rather large.
Now Powerman has completed the second phase of the Paradox. We got one more, and then he and the team are done.
Also was careful to avoid accidentally getting an ICSS so he wouldn't lock.
Yeah, so an interesting thing in this final blimp section, the battle, if you frame perfectly pause at the beginning of a cutscene, Sly will just lose collision and you'll get stuck, and then the game will respawn you at the beginning of the last phase that you were doing.
Yeah, I've done that in practice before. It certainly was a discovery point.
Yeah, it's not.
So it's one of those points in the game where you have to deliberately make sure that you wait, because an ICSS accidentally, when you have a lot of muscle memory and when the cutscene starts, is definitely something which can happen. So when it's undesirable, you got to pay attention.
While Powerman is not PBing today, he still played very close to his PB, which is impressive, especially considering he got a hard lock earlier.
Yeah, I think
for a marathon
run,
run,
for the hard
this is
lock,
very
probably
good
would have
for
PB'd.
him. Very good.
Very good. Still better than my PB.
And he's done.
Done.
GG.
GG's and
GG,
congrats to
Powerman.
Team 1.
GG Team 1.
Hello.
Hello, Powerman.
Hello.
Congratulations. GG.
Yeah, that was actually a pretty cute run, like seeing what all happened.
Yeah, especially
considering
given
you
the
had
hard lock.
Yeah.
Like that could be probably a HTT world record without that guy that's lost like 2.5 minutes. Yeah.
So what?
So how did you feel when you hard locked?
Yeah.
Was it?
Well, I was like, well, just close to PS3 and started again. Of course, I know where the PvP's now gone, so.
It's good to know that, you know, that doesn't affect your mentality too badly, and basically just gotta keep soldiering on. And you still played really well. I mean, look how close you were to your PB despite having a hard lock.
Yeah.
Very good run overall.
It was a very solid run with just avoiding disasters. Like, just was able to just get through the game.
Speaking of avoiding disasters,
Yeah, that was
FIFA almost.
GG clinch moment right there.
Underrated emote.
в камере одиночного заключения. И все, что он сейчас
So
коллекционирует,
with
это
Powerman's run
святые
over,
волоски.
we're gonna switch the audio over to
Париж
Vipa
и
now.
Нотус Воришкус стали такими,
Bentley's just
какими мы
talking
их
about how the
помнили.
devious
Но
raccoonist went back to
радоваться
normal.
было рано.
Everything's okay except Penelope broke
Сначала
out
мы
of jail and
просто
Sly
ждали.
is lost somewhere
Думали,
in
что
time.
Слай, как обычно,
So
задержался где-то по дороге.
So we
that's
got
it.
the episode times. So episode 1, 44:29, pretty good. Then episode 2 is 9 seconds over 1 hour, was the lock. EP2 is 50:03. EP4 is 52, 55. EP5 is 52, 50.
There's also were some very respectable times overall.
Hier kommt dein
And I actually had in EP one more Peter Winkelhofer race and a gold streak.
Nice.
Avatar, can you head over and go to tell Vipa we need this game audio active?
Dave, we're having some feedback about the audio in chat.
Turn it down.
Zero goals here and there. That end actually, maybe look actually go. Let's.
It's interesting. I'm glad you guys can hear it because I don't hear it. I thought it wasn't working.
Yeah, I'm kind of glad my run was this good because I kind of felt I had the pressure with the last runner go with the run. And to see all the logs that happened and stuff, I still managed to get my team at the finish line first.
Yeah, great job finishing up the run for your team. Very impressive. Team 1 was just really solid start ever since the beginning. But I think Sly 2 is really where Team 2 suffered just because of very unfortunate locks. Having 3 of them. Pretty insane. Even still,
sorry.
Team 1 played very well.
Yeah. I'm sorry if I disappointed you by not doing some of the hardest strat because I was like, yeah, it's gonna go for it.
In this kind of environment, that's not a disappointment at all. It's pretty smart to be safe.
At all.
I do believe we have game audio again from Vipa.
Yeah, I think chat can hear it. I personally can't hear it for whatever
I
reason.
can't hear it either, but as long as chat can hear it,
Yeah,
it's fine. I don't need it, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could hear it when I unmuted stream. So.
Very interesting. But yeah, Powerman. So aside from your lock, are there any other specific moments of your run that like really stood out to you?
Oh. As a business goes, like there wasn't really super bad fail joke section. But there was some more here and there, like being spree tavern skip. But then I thought I got my backup. But no, it works fine.
Yeah, I thought it was one backup you did that really impressed me was in shopping spree.
It is a really old strat that I actually have finished doing.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen that strat, so it was pretty cool. I know other people.
It's
know
definitely better than restarting checkpoints, so it's good to have that in your back pocket in case you miss it.
And
actually, so what I saw in Discord, the Nix was like, what? He took the box at the same time in the EP2 operation. That was a known thing.
Alright, and Vipa's finishing up the decibel fight. Very nice. We just have the epilogue and the final boss fight left.
And Decibel fight. Even though I know how to do it, I was kind of monger because I was like, oh, 1 HP the last hit. This can go bad.
Yeah, very scary.
Yeah, it's gonna be. Alright, and I will try to improve the enabling time more, of course, because this one would be obviously without the lock.
Yeah, it would have for sure. Looking forward to seeing some improvement on that.
What was the episode 1 time again?
I have it on my DM, it's 44:29.
That was actually not far off from your PB then.
Ich gebe dir die Dokumente und du gibst mir die alten Meisterwerke. Mozart, Beethoven, romantische Nächte an der Riviera.
Ja, gut. Besten Dank für die Papiere, aber das mit uns hätte nicht funktioniert.
It feels like awkward to me that I can't hear the game now.
Yeah, it does to me as well, but
It's fine though.
Sie ist noch viel plumper als du.
Oh, du dreckiger, hinterhältiger.
I don't have many to say. I'm happy with the run, the rating that's happening. Yeah, let's see how Vinicius and probably gonna be joining this rain next time as well. Because this was really fun.
yeah, this was really fun, I think, for everybody, and I'm excited
Yeah,
to see us do more of these.
Yeah, Chad is just begging for more events like this.
Keine Angst, Carmelita. Es ist
Me as well with the SST. Well, you never know. But at the moment,
And as a player, I got to participate in this one as a commentator, and so it'd be really cool to be able to play in one. That'd be really cool.
Yeah, same here.
Agreed. Although we would have to find someone else to restream, I guess, if I played.
We'll work it out when the time comes.
Yeah, we'll figure it out later.
I'm excited to know what's this word and tomorrow, see how you guys commentate the stuff and what chat was doing. Because I had the stream up close because the internet stuff when the run was going.
Yeah, definitely want to make sure your bandwidth is available for your stream and everything. Don't want to bog down your PC. But yeah, chat was pretty hyped during pretty much the entire event, and finishing up the run as a whole. It'll be really interesting to go back and see parts of the VOD that I missed while I was sleeping and stuff earlier.
Yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to catching up on the Sly 1 portion and then the
I
Euro
was
Sly 2.
good. Pretty good. It was the Sly 1 was really good because there were so many times when they were like almost frame for frame right next to each other, and then like something major would happen to one of them and they'd fall behind, and then something major would happen to the other, so they would get caught up again, and it was just back and forth.
It's like a classic good race moment.
Yeah.
Yeah, on Scuba, they were literally synced.
Yeah, it was,
like
it was
they
cool.
just were running across the tunnel with the water in it at the exact same time.
That is sweet.
It was very close all the way up until World 4 Skip did its World 4 Skip thing and wouldn't cooperate.
Yeah, I think I read something about the Armada saying that it's like 20 drives or something. I think 20 might be a bit much, but
Yeah, I think that was hyperbole, but it was just being very mean to Yamada.
Yeah,
Pepe
they were
hands.
really close too. It was like hitting X a frame later probably would have worked.
Yeah.
Like, very close.
Duty calls Hundo for the fans. But right now, the fans are witnessing Vipa go through some very clean epilogue here. And he looks like he's opting to go the same route that Power Man did in the Bob section, the out-of-sequence route.
It appears that you can hit the trigger in that order and it still works.
Yeah, it's really neat how unique that is. That's like the only place you can do it.
It's the exception that confirms the rule of needing to hit the triggers in order.
Vipa is very much gaming. True.
I also think this skip has really like lessened the scare factor of these cycles, because now there are just way fewer to worry about. There's still those 3 pipes which shoot out the ice that you have to be worried about.
And Vipa
But
actually
it used to be a lot more when you went in the intended order. So
yeah, cycles are always something to be concerned about, but Vipa actually did the route where he was so far left on the second trigger that he was able to hit it from underneath without having to climb all the way to the top.
Na los, Sally. Wir müssen noch Pläne schmieden. Technik, ich brauche mehr Energie. Der Zeitplan
In the
wurde
theme section here. This section, I think, visually looks intimidating, but it's actually not too bad in execution.
Yeah, that's probably the most forgiving section in entire party. I say as he dies.
Unfortunate.
Such.
That was a series of unfortunate events that happened to him there.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
one of his circle boosts was a little bit like didn't send him far enough basically, and so he got really behind the cycle, and so the poison was able to catch up to him.
Oh, again.
Yeah, so that can happen on those circular rail walks where all of the like area that you're jumping towards is kind of like viewed as the same in the game's mind. So generally you can avoid that by jumping a little bit more inwards. So you're kind of cutting off the circle.
Yeah. Made it this time though. Onto the gala section, the far more. This one's the actually intimidating one. It's definitely a smart move to play it safe if you don't feel comfortable. It can be pretty tough.
I was about to make a comment that the oldest ancestor in terms of age gets the easiest section and that the youngest gets the hardest. But is Galef even the youngest ancestor?
I don't know. And how old are they whenever we go find them? Obviously Salim's pretty old.
Yeah, obviously, but I don't think the age is given anywhere.
I guess it would just be relative to what we know about the ancestors and like what they do and what they've already done when we meet them in Sly 4, kind of.
I would guess Tennessee's probably the youngest, honestly.
I know Galeth in the Cooper Vault, like, Sly says something about the Knights of the Cooper Order and him leading that or whatever, and I believe in Sly 4, based on the animated cutscene, like, that has already happened.
Oh really? I don't remember that.
Yeah, I feel like there's something with that in the cutscene, but I might be wrong. It's been a little while since I
just remember.
I think that's where he forms the Knights of the Round.
I only remember the
might not be
cutscene where he becomes an actor.
Yeah, I think that's the cutscene in particular, because it's a round table thing, but it's more acting based rather than actual knight based as it would turn out.
Interesting. The only reason I would guess that Tennessee is the youngest is primarily based on the fact that we encounter him during the time that he's supposed to be pulling off his greatest heist of robbing the Grand Bank of the West or whatever it is, and he, you know, obviously gets interrupted by Toothpick. And, you know, you would assume he'd be doing that during his prime age, or like the...
Oh, Vipa going for the proxy.
Oh, very nice.
Nice proxy by Vipa, very nice.
Yeah, that's
so that was found in Tituary as well, and the story of that being found is interesting. What happened was I, in an 90% run, got a weird, very high launch doing the old strat in that section off of the spinning platform, and I was like, oh wow, that was weird and cool, and I mentioned it in my run description, and then Remo, who's an actually smart person who always wants to make games faster, goes and makes it a consistent proxy that we can do in runs. So now we have that, and it's a very cool proxy. I don't think we have any other proxies in the run other than that one in the Sly 4 90% run. So it's nice.
God bless Remo, honestly.
Yeah.
Woher willst du das können? Deine fliegende Zunge hebe ich mir auf. Dein Stabspiel ist
Here we are into the mashing section. So one of the things I've encountered in this boss fight with in terms of making this boss fight, you know, quote unquote hard, is just like handling the controller while you're trying to mash all of these buttons at the same time without doing anything that you don't want to do. Hello, Rube.
Hi. Big fan.
Big fan.
Big fan, less RNG.
Huge fan.
Und wie es der Zufall will, erledige ich dich. Komm, kleines Äffchen. Ich warte.
Can I ask a question from Power Man?
Warum kommst du?
course, go ahead.
Right. Power Man, are you here?
Is Powerman even here right now?
May have gone off.
It's fine.
Are you here? I saw his thing light up. Maybe not though.
What are you gonna say, Wood?
Oh, yeah. I just wanted to ask you, how do you feel about being world record holder in the first ever Slyfecta relay with me?
Oh, well.
You're supposed to be hyped. we are supposed to be fucking Finnish. Like, alright,
It's
I know
true,
you don't drink, but we should be like fucking hyped. You know?
That's true. We have our.
I always talk about the world record, and now I'm like, okay.
An amazing achievement.
Yeah, we did it.
This is the
Good
first
job,
one
Power
in
Man.
history.
Yeah.
Hopefully more to come.
I even updated my fucking Twitter bio.
And Vipa looks like, I think Vipa gets sub 5 here unless he
Yeah, it's looking
messes
good.
up this final phase.
Yeah,
He really
this-
does not have much left.
Time is
Does it look
coming
like
up
a
very soon.
low 4x?
Got my live split already. Don't want to miss this.
Very nice, Vipa.
And
GG.
time.
It is
GG's.
almost done.
GG's
Oh,
and
yeah.
congrats to all of our runners. What an amazing
G-
event.
Vipa.
GG everyone.
Well
GG,
played,
Vipa.
dude. Well
Very
played.
nice.
That was a rough one.
How are you feeling?
Doing pretty good. Just a little bit tired.
Yeah, exhausted. I can imagine.
Draining for sure. Still got sub 5
Yeah.
though. Very nice.
Yeah,
Yeah, very nice.
I'm really surprised that it was at least top 5.
You take the and the prep and stuff, so, but still.
Considering I only like played 1, 2, 3 episodes. Didn't have time to prep for more.
Yeah, I was gonna ask how the prep went because I've noticed that you have been streaming a little bit of Spyro recently, so I was wondering how much practice you had been putting into Sly 4, and it seemed like you actually had been putting in a fair decent work because you were keeping up with Power Man essentially throughout the entirety of the Sly 4 portion.
Yeah, like
Then we were like, oh, EP, but now I'm gonna get away.
exactly like when it was EP5, that was like, oh, it's done already. But yeah, it was still a good fight though.
Yeah, great job you two. Very entertaining run for finishing out the very first Slyfecta relay race. I think, I mean, all runners did great for each game individually. Great way to finish it out.
Yeah, for sure.
I think we're probably
That
going
was
to
a
be.
lot of fun.
I think we're going to be having probably a few more people joining call. I know at least Canuti, maybe some others will want to join if they have any last words. So commentators, runners, if you're here in chat, feel free to join. Have anything you want to say. I enjoyed my stay. Riley FL.
Riley, get in there, come on.
I'd like to actually personally thank you, every commentator and runner. Since when we were planning this with Knuti, it went to fucking 7 AM during the summer when we were planning this. So thank you everyone who joined it. And it has been like 2-3 months when we have been planning this, and it finally happened.
Yeah, I want to
And,
expand. Go ahead.
Nave, thank you for hosting the whole fucking thing. Like we could actually make people to see it.
Well, yeah,
in the stream.
I wanted to, sort of expand on what you're saying. Of course, thank you to the runners and commentators, but, you were saying this kind of just came up as an idea, and at first it started as like, oh yeah, we'll just do a Slyfecta relay race. It was like super casual. But then, chat, you guys have no idea. This has been a thing in progress for several weeks, and it became really organized, and we put a lot of effort into it. And while there were some hiccups here and there, it still turned out really well.
I think we started planning like 2 months ago.
Yeah,
something
started small and became
around
something really intricate. A lot of us put some great time and detail into. So I'm very proud.
Same, this was really cool.
Yeah, it was really fun.
Yeah, this is great, and it's a great community event that I think can be really fun if we continue to do things like this.
Yeah, this should definitely be continued.
Yeah, for sure. I definitely see a lot of other communities, like the Jack community. They also held their yearly relay race the other week. So for us to do something similar to kind of keep the trend going and to do something fun for the entire community is definitely going to be something that we should consider doing more often.
Yeah,
definitely.
For sure.
I agree.
Hello, Canote.
And just like Ryd said, I want to thank all the commentators and the runners I have been running with and against. You all did very well. And also, especially Nave for hosting this whole thing, and Knote for being really, the most responsible when it comes to the tech stuff and the nice layout of the stream.
Yeah, true.
So,
You did a great job making the layout and the live split files and everything.
Yeah, Knut really did a lot of stuff for this.
And speaking of
thank
Knut,
you.
Hello.
Hello. Yeah.
Hello.
If you don't mind, I can actually tell you a little bit of story about how this.
He's been writing it for the whole stream. He has a fucking notepad for this.
I wouldn't be
Actually.
surprised.
Actually.
Story time,
Okay.
PogChamp.
Okay, this all started. Like, I don't know when exactly, but I think at some point we just started talking about this relay stuff. I recall like chatting it in Jake's stream and then my own streams and Rude's streams. We were chatting stuff about relays. Then at some point I just decided to make like 10-team relay idea, and then I sent it. You might remember that idea. And then there was like a couple of weeks, nothing happened. Then we started DMing with Rude again with all this relay stuff. And then we made a Discord server, started gathering runners. And then once we got the runners, we started to figure out the tech. Big shout out to Augie and Nave for the tech stuff. That really helped a lot. And obviously all the commentators, gathering all the commentators, it was such a big effort to get all of you together, get all schedules figured out. I'm so happy everything worked out this fine. We got this kind of really amazing event planned, and now once it's finished, I almost feel empty that all this planning and stuff comes to this.
Yeah.
A lot of work and planning. It couldn't be possible without all you lovely people. Yeah.
As Ben
I remember
says,
being in.
Avatar.
I remember being in a few streams where the relay idea stuff were being spitballed back and forth. And the thing is, I've experienced a lot of times that ideas get thrown around, but none of them ever come into fruition.
True.
Because I know there's been talk about Sly 1 tournaments like a couple of times. Bingo stuff, maybe some other stuff as well. But this is the first time that an idea, a big idea, that a quad factor relay out of all things actually happened. So like literally, huge shout outs to both Knuti and Rude and all the runners and all the commentators for actually making this happen.
Indeed.
Also, I want to give one shout out to Bacon Man, who
Yeah.
came
Oh,
in
for sure.
in
Yeah,
last
big one.
fucking second.
Bacon Man is the savior of the relay, honestly.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate we lost Pokeyaki, but him stepping up to the plate like that last minute was just incredible.
Yeah. And all the last second changes to commentator list and all that shit. That was something as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, in the end, everything worked out just fine.
Even though a lot of runners got a few hard locks, soft locks, sound locks, we kept a really good vibe within the teams, and I'm really happy for that.
As Bentley says at the end of slide 2, it's an emotional moment.
Yeah.
Couldn't agree more.
Indeed.
Well,
it feels
truer
like
words were never said, Wizard.
It feels like we've been a part of like a new Sly speedrunning era. It's like this is the new
for sure.
big thing.
Well, I guess just so we don't spend half an hour just patting ourselves on the back, Knuti, do you have any last thing you want to say before we send this off to another Sly streamer?
Awkward silence.
What is the raid message?
Raid message. Good idea.
Yeah, we need that.
Thank you guys for inviting me to participate and commentate.
Yeah, thank you.
I
for
was
the-
very scared. I was very scared of commentating, but I'm glad I did because I had a fun
I have
time.
one raid message.
I enjoyed my
Beaver,
stay. Right
join
on
my
the
join my team. Join my team. Join my team. I'm making a
Well,
team
then
for the
we're
next.
we're not the same nationality, so you know.
Let's get up to Finland, USA.
Yeah.
Join my team. What the
I'll join
fuck
your
is it
team
called?
if it's
I
not
have no
a
idea.
nationality problem.
All right.
'Cause I'm not
You are
Finnish.
playing. You play Sly 3. All right.
Slide 3, okay. Good idea.
that sounds like a whole. another
Yeah,
event.
that's a good idea.
No wait.
Yeah.
You play Sly 1. I'll play Sly 2.
Even better.
Alright guys, well, thank you so much. Really appreciate all the effort put into this. I appreciate chat for being here. We're going to make SlyGolds hopefully a more regular thing that we can use more often for things like this. Are we ready? Are we going to be sending this off now to another Sly
I
streamer?
think we are ready to go.
Alright guys, you might have heard of this guy. Go ahead and... there we go. You might have
Show
heard of
love.
this lad.
Chimichanga.
He's the only person streaming Sly right now. He's doing some Sly 1. I think this is going to be a pleasant surprise for him, so show him some love. Thank you all for being here. And
Tell
yeah.
Jimby to mod me.
Congrats,
Thank you,
Team 1.
guys.
Okay, I set it off.
All right. Are we offline?
Have you ended the stream yet?